हेलो चैट वी आर लाइव विद बिमार टिकू एंड भाई फ्री स्टाइल करते हुए सहाज ग्रोवर। आज है डे नंबर 10। सिंगल डिजिट से सहाज भाई वी हैव गॉन टू डबल डिजिट्स। यूजुअली जब भी लाइफ में ऐसा होता है तो बहुत खुशी मिलती है जब एक जीरो ऐड हो जाता है आपकी लाइफ में, किसी भी नंबर पे हो, चाहे वो आपके यूट्यूब सब्सक्राइबर्स में हो, चाहे वो रेटिंग में हो, चाहे वो आपके वेट में नहीं में भी, बट ओके। बट राउंड नंबर 10 सहाज भाई उतनी खुशी हमें नहीं दे रहा जितनी देना चाहिए था, बिकॉज द इंडियन प्लेयर्स की जो चांसेस है वो बहुत बहुत कम है। वेलकम साज भाई, डे नंबर 10।
Thank you so much, bhai, and take care of yourself, bhai. And yes, coming back to the games, of course we have Anish. इसको आधा Indian तो हम मानते ही हैं, so he's definitely in the running still. But I
या
think we were discussing this a bit earlier. There's a very, I think, key matchup which is board three for us, which is Yu Yangi versus Arjun Erigaisi. And let me break it down for why this is a clue, why this is a crucial match, because Arjun की average rating is around 2676 right now, and he plays against a 2700 opponent, which means it only
या
increases his rating average, right, with this match. And if he
या
wins this match today, I think he will still retain a very good chance if he plays a really high rated opponent tomorrow. तो
या
अगर वो जीत जाता है दोनों मैचेस तो वेरी वेरी गुड चांस। आई थिंक निहाल का आई थिंक इज अ very tough match. I would say he's playing against Noderbeck, Abdus Satarov, who of course wants to win himself. So this is also going to be a very very tough match for Nihal. But let's see what happens.
you
Welcome to
know
everyone, bhai.
Welcome, chat. And to adding to your point, Sahaj, I agree with you. I think the best chance we have is Arjun. Although it's not that much different, like Nihal is average rating is 2647 and Arjun is 2676. But what 20-30 points matters a lot now. And what I feel personally, फॉर अर्जुन टू क्वालिफाई चैट, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है टॉप बोर्ड्स में आई थिंक जो लोग जीतेंगे वो ड्रॉ कर लेंगे। साज आई मेंशन दिस बिफोर द कॉल एज वेल एंड आई एब्सोल्युटली अग्री। सो व्हाट वी नीड इज कि अपना टाई ब्रेक उनसे अच्छा हो। सो वी एंड दैट आई थिंक इज मे बी ट्रू। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अर्जुन टाई ब्रेक राइट नाउ इज बेटर देन अनीश, बेटर देन विंसेंट एंड लगभग बराबर टू फिरोजा। सो
Hmm.
मुझे ऐसा लगा फिरोजा, आई थिंक हुज फिरोजा प्लेइंग, ही इज प्लेइंग अनीस, तो उसका ओके उसका भी बढ़ेगा ही। बट माय पॉइंट बीइंग, as long as Firouzja and Matthews Bluebam jinka time don't win, um I think he is in the chance. And very importantly, Abhimanyu Mishra should not win, I think, because Mishra ka tie break is the best in the entire event by far. Like there is nobody like Arjun Nihal, nobody can catch up चाहे Magnus आगे खेल के मिल जाए। So for Arjun to qualify, I know RCB वाले fans chat में you can relate to this, but कहीं ना कहीं पे अभिमन्यु मिश्रा कैन नॉट विन। आई थिंक वो जीतता है दोनों गेम्स, आई थिंक अर्जुन के चांसेस वही खत्म हो जाते हैं, बिकॉज देन 6 वाला एक बंदा ही क्वालिफाई कर रहा है। बट जो चीज अर्जुन के हाथ में है वो है जीतना। सो स्टेप नंबर 1 इज विनिंग 2 गेम्स। एंड आज यू यांगी से ब्लैक है सहज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक चांसेस कि अर्जुन जीत सकता है?
So I mean, I think Yu Yangi is an extremely solid player. So maybe not the best pairing in that regard, but Arjun has to do something crazy. Like if Yu Yangi usually plays e4, and if he goes for e4, I would not expect Arjun to go e5, because वो फिर से वो four night scotch वाला जो पहले जो last time हुआ था वो हमें वापस नहीं चाहिए. I'm pretty sure Yu Yangi is not gonna do that, because he's of course a 2700 player, and he also wants to qualify himself. बट वो चांस ही नहीं देना है भाई किसी को. आप खेलो d6 go into the mess. This is what you do best. And he did it against Gukesh as well in the past. And I think if he manages to get a complicated battle right out of the opening, then his chances really increase. And just to add on to your point about Abhimanyu Mishra, I think we also need to address कि Vincent versus Blue Bomb is also a very important match for us. क्योंकि अगर Blue Bomb यहाँ पे जीत जाता है तो वहीं पे ही हमारे चांसेस चले गए सारे. Because Blue
ट्रू।
Bomb का tie break is the best, I think, in the entire group of 6.5 out of 9. जो जितने भी टॉप चार प्लेयर हैं उसमें 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 ब्लू बॉम्ब का टाई ब्रेक सबसे बेस्ट है. तो अगर विंसेंट
तो
उसको हरा देता है और अली रेजा उसको हरा देता है, और या फिर अनीश ने मतलब ड्रॉ कर लिया, देन सम चांसेस ओपन अप
सो
फॉर अस.
so clear path for Arjun to finish first chat. You will listen to it. To become the Grand Swiss champion, clear path है. Anish has to defeat Firouzja, ठीक है? Vincent has to defeat Bluebum, Arjun has to defeat Yangi, and Mishra should draw or lose to MVL. ये रिजल्ट होंगे तो आई थिंक निहाल ऑलरेडी आई फील टॉप 2 में होंगे आफ्टर टुडेज राउंड। सो इफ वी हैव द कैन द स्टैंडिंग्स वंस, बिकॉज आई थिंक
एंड
बहुत
एंड आई
इंटरेस्टिंग है।
थिंक कल कल कोई भी मैच पे ही ना आए. लाइक सिर्फ अर्जुन है
हाँ
बस, बाकी
हाँ
सबको जीरो।
हाँ एग्जैक्टली सो नहीं मतलब सिंपल है देखो मिश्रा अगर अर्जुन विंस मिश्रा ड्रॉज और लूजेस आई थिंक अर्जुन goes ahead right so he goes to fifth Vincent if he wins goes to 7.5 and Anish goes to 7.5 they will draw tomorrow so I think he will cross Firouzja and Blue Balm he'll be number 3 and if let's say Anish and let's say Kema draw tomorrow then automatically Arjun will win and reach the first place of tiebreak best test so I think there is a path even to first place but that is very very ifsy turvy but चांसेस है साथ में दैट व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इसकी चांसेस अभी भी है एंड अपने हिसाब से जो प्लेयर जीतने चाहिए दे आर अनीश गिरी एंड विंसेंट काइमर एंड मिश्रा शुड नॉट विन दैट्स द आइडियल सेटअप फॉर अर्जुन एंड इवन निहाल ऑफ कोर्स टू क्वालिफाई बट आई थिंक अर्जुन के चांसेस आर मच हायर
Yeah, I think completely accurate. I think here, of course, a lot of things have to go our way because Kalka then was not the best for us overall. Arjun, I think, had a decent game, against Sam Savion. He ended up winning in that end game. I think it was a really good game. But I think apart from that, Nihal had I think, a heartbreak loss yesterday after fighting for some 7+ hours. Very, very sad. And Vidit Kaviyar, it was very sad because 7.5 hours of fighting, he was completely winning from beginning. An opponent ने वो ऐसी position निकाली जहाँ पे it's very difficult to find a way to win. After the stream, I was checking how do you win in that end game, and it's really, really not that easy. So, with
it's
it
not
having,
easy
a time pressure on the clock as well, fully understandable why it happened. But yeah, it is sad indeed.
या एंड कई लोग कह रहे हैं ड्रॉ करेंगे तो बेटर नहीं है यार देखो ड्रॉ कर सकते हैं बट अगर ड्रॉ करते हैं तो दैट मींस फिरूजा एज वेल एज ब्लू बाम विल बी इक्वल टू अर्जुन राइट सो इफ दे विन सो इसका मतलब अगर फिरूजा और ब्लू बाम कल जीतते हैं अर्जुन का रिजल्ट डजंट इवन मैटर दैट्स व्हाई आई फील अगर वो ब्लू बाम और फिरोजा से आगे निकलता है पॉइंट्स में देन ही कैन सिंपली फॉरगेट अबाउट द टाई ब्रेक्स उसको सिर्फ जीतना है उसका पाथ बड़ा सिंपल हो जाएगा सो आइडियल रिजल्ट आई फील तो इमेजिन करो तुम अनीश और केमर हो ड्रॉ पे दोनों 8 पॉइंट पे जा रहे हो तुम ड्रॉ लोगे तुम पक्का
Hmm.
ड्रॉ लोगे लास्ट राउंड भाई दैट इज वेरी लाइकली इवन गुकेश टू ड्रॉ you will take that draw most likely and even if you don't draw one guy wins goes to 8.5 one guy loses 7.5 and Arjun wins goes to 8 and qualifies so I think the ideal path जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा है is blue balm loses to I think who was it to
Vincent.
Vincent which is very likely blue balm has black pieces and Saj by the difficult one is of course Firouzja Anish yeah Firouzja has the white pieces though
Yeah, I think Firouzja is definitely gonna, put the pressure here. But let's not forget Anish is completely unbeaten in this tournament, and he's performing spectacularly. I think since round one. By the way, you have liftoff already, or this is an inaugural move? I think inaugural
inaugural
move
move I
होगी.
think
अली
yeah I
रेजा
think
तो E4
final rounds
खेलेगा
for
भाई. अली रेजा E4 खेलेगा. So
and
yeah, I think Vincent
chat
versus Blue Bomb also. I think we should address that they are from the same country, which is
yeah
Germany, and playing number one and number two is always I would say, a difficult task for the number two player because you sort of you आप उस player के aura में रहते हो, सारा time. So I think will be a tough battle for Blue Bomb here as well. So let's see what happens.
And also chat number 2 वाला हमेशा एक पॉइंट प्रूफ करने के लिए रहता है राइट सो आई थिंक ही इज गोना डेफिनेटली पुश एज वेल एंड बट लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट चैट आई थिंक ये जो हम कैलकुलेशंस कर रहे हैं वी आर ट्राइंग टू सॉल्व स्ट्रिंग थ्योरी बट अगर
Hmm.
हमारा मैथ्स 2+2 नहीं आता तो स्ट्रिंग थ्योरी क्या सॉल्व करेंगे सिंपल सी बात है फर्स्ट स्टेप इज अर्जुन हैज टू विन विद द ब्लैक पीसेस अर्जुन ड्रॉ सहज इट इज ओवर इट इज लिटरली ओवर सो आई थिंक Step one is Arjun defeating Yuangi and of course Nihal Sareen also ideally beating Nodrbek. Nodrbek का problem है उसको भी जीतना है. So he is also
Hmm.
in a must-win situation. So I think he's also going to push. And Yu Yangi, by the way, I'm checking how many points. Yu Yangi has 6 points. His
Yeah.
tiebreak is the worst.
Yeah, so he has to win as well. By the way,
Yeah.
Yuyangi goes for D4. Already we have liftoff for the games. Just one game hasn't started, which is Nihal's, and he has played D4. And look at this. Ali Reza actually goes for E4, C5, Knight C3. Wow. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? This is a mistake, no? He plays E5, obviously. It was E4. Okay, while it gets fixed,
E4
chat,
है,
I think
E4 है,
we'll
E4
switch
है,
to
E4 है.
it's
I
E4
can
for
see E4.
sure.
I can see
But
E4.
why can I see? Okay, I think now it has updated. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Some close Sicilian on the board by Anish. Knight D4 आता है. Knight F3 he plays. Usually you go A6 in this position. Generally you try to avoid this knight takes B5 early lines because white gets D4 very easily in those setups. But clearly Ali Reza has prepared something unconventional. So let's see what happens here. By the way, switching to Yu Yangi's
Sahaj
board
bhai,
against Arjun. Yes,
I think Nihal Sareen has a new superstition and it's probably coming late. If we go to Nihal's board, we saw him come late yesterday. He's late today, and I remember seeing him late in one more game in the tournament. So 3 games, he's come late. That is not a coincidence. I am sensing he came late for a couple of games, had some amazing results, and now it's become a superstition for this event. Ki bhai Magnus ka karta hai. I think it's a superstition, Saj. What do you think? And Chad, what do you
could
think?
be, could be. By the way, he plays the first move before.
Uh,
Maybe he was meditating. Yeah, maybe he was just trying to get his thoughts together because
yeah.
it is a very very big match for him, playing against Nadir Bek, who's I would say a big contender for this event and big contender for the candidates as well. And yeah, let's see what happens there. By the way, switching back to Arjun versus Yuyangi, this is the current position: D4, Knight F6, C4, and E6. So we're going into either Nimzo or Queens or something along those lines. Unless Arjun goes completely crazy with C5, it is Arjun, so we can expect, this from him.
Yeah. Although I think he's, by the way, if you go to the Nehal game, I think we have a Sicilian defense on the board there as well. So Nodir Beg is up for a battle here, Sahaj.
Absolutely. And bishop b5 is, I would say, the new variation, which is the most testing in these setups. We saw it, we saw it, we have seen it in so many games. And most recently, we saw it in, the match between Gukesh and Divya, where Gukesh went for bishop b5. And, he had a good position straight out of the opening, but wasn't able to capitalize because I think because of that f4 move, we saw it. And, but yeah, bishop b5 is what I would expect from Nihal. This is what you play if you want to play for a win. Although d4 is the logical move here. This is the traditional line which does really well for white. But d4 ke baad, you allow sort of Kalashnikov and Sveshnikov lines, which is also possible, But let's see what Nihal goes for.
Yeah, and Chad, I think in terms of we discussed Arjun's chances, I think Nihal's chances are not that high, to be honest. Um, Saj, what do you make of Nihal? I think you can imagine, yeah, let's say even if Arjun loses, then of course Yu Yangi goes ahead. So that is in Nihal's favor. So for Nihal to qualify, he's hoping Arjun also loses. That will give him the best chances. But it's not easy because it's very interesting, Sahaj, because look at the people above Nihal. It's everybody who's above Arjun and Nodirbek. So
Hmm.
think of it this way: if Arjun loses to Yuyangi and he himself defeats Nodirbek, so he is in the same shoes as Arjun because Yuyangi is way
Yes.
below. So that means same conditions for Nihal as Arjun, plus Arjun losing and Nihal winning. So I think Nihal also with an outside, even worse. Like होता है ना, like एक होता है कि कोई बंदा जैसे अब यहाँ पे फिरूज जाए, he's sitting right dead center of the room, the candidate's qualification.
Mhm.
अर्जुन का एक पैर डोर के अंदर घुसा हुआ है एंड निहाल सिर्फ सूंघ पा रहा है उस कमरे की हवा अभी लाइक बट इट्स
Hmm.
स्टिल देयर इट्स स्टिल देयर
Yeah, but I think good chance. But yeah, I think Arjun, I think statistically has a better chance
या
of qualifying if he wins both of the games. But Nihal has to have a lot of things working well for him. But I have seen it happen. I've actually, this has happened to me as well, where it was a very very little chance of me winning a tournament, but it
या
ended up happening. So let's keep the hope alive. He has a very big match in front of him. By the way, he does go for Bishop B5, the Rosso limo on the board, and black plays e6, the most fighting variation for black to date, because the idea is
या
knight e7. And I remember a game in this. I think it was Magnus versus Abasov, I think in the World Cup. If I no Magnus versus Abasov, I think it was, where this exact position happened, and Magnus found a very nice way to sort of defeat Abasov here. And we'll see what is the preparation here for Nihal. We know he comes up with some weird lines. Well, let's see what he has up his sleeve here.
या कोई कह रहा है जीएम मैग्नस भाई तू अर्जुन को हराना क्यों चाहता है मैं चाहता नहीं बता रहा हूँ निहाल को क्या चाहिए सो वी डिस्कस्ड अर्जुन चांसेस पहले अगर आप स्ट्रीम पे आए होते जल्दी आपने सुन लिया होता निहाल के चांसेस डिस्कस नहीं किए सो निहाल के चांसेस वही है इफ अर्जुन विंस I don't think Nihal can qualify. So that's basically what I'm trying to say. So let's hope one Indian qualifies, chat. कोई भी हो, that's our dream. कि एक इंडियन क्वालिफाई करे एटलीस्ट साज भाई आई थिंक वी वांट टू सी मोर इंडियंस राइट वी वांट टू सी अभी सिर्फ प्रग का ही एक चांस है वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है सो वी वांट टू सी मोर इंडियंस एंड एक ही मौका बचा है इसके बाद वर्ल्ड कप सो एक बंदा क्वालिफाई बहुत चलेगा भाई
बिल्कुल भाई, absolutely. And I think going to Alireza versus Anish, by the way, because this knight has found itself on a3 in some way. By the way, knight f3 happened, e6, short castle. He takes on b5, takes a6, and then he goes knight to a3. So sidestepping from mainstream lines with knight c3, and yeah, Alireza in full prep.
Yeah, and नाइट ए3 an interesting idea. I think मैं भी ऐसा कुछ खेलता हूँ ब्लैक से तो नाइट ए3 बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है सहज. And also if we switch the Arjun game, we have a Nimzo Indian on the board. So knight c3 खेला, bishop b4 quickly played by Erigesi Arjun. So now we have lots of options as I think you can tell us deeper like e3 main line hai, queen c2 is something I love, knight f3 possible hai, a3 possible hai. I mean so many options. Which one do you think Yuangi will go for to challenge Arjun? Oh, E3.
He goes e3, but I would have preferred if he went for a3, yeah, because that's when you get, complete
Ha.
fire on the board, and that's when you will get a result. But I think Yuangi plays it a bit solid. I think that's also his style. He's a very solid player, I feel. And e3, I think, is what I would have guessed as well. The idea is simple. White can either go knight f3, bishop d3, and develop normally. White can still play a3, by the way, after short castle. It's still possible. Then the next idea, which is more hyper modern, is you can play knight e2 as well, and then you try to develop this knight to g3, and then you go bishop e2 or something like that. So all of these options are still possible. We're still very much in mainstream variations, and Arjun in deep thought. He has short castle, he has d5, and I think he has d6 and then c5 as well. These are the main variations here for black.
Yeah, the fact that he's thinking is interesting to me because that means he might not play the main line. Sometimes when you're playing the main line, you play this quickly, but maybe we can see c5 here instead of castles. That might be very interesting to see. Also, d5 possible still. So, Erigesi Arjun
Yeah.
6 by 9. साहज वी डिस्कस लास्ट टू ग्रैंड स्विस में 9 राउंड्स के बाद 6.5 पॉइंट्स थे विनर के एंड एक बार फर्स्ट ग्रैंड स्विस में इट वाज 6 सो या फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड एंड साहज आई थिंक इफ यू लुक एट ऑल द प्लेयर्स क्वालिफाइंग टू द कैंडिडेट्स नाउ आई थिंक वी आर स्टार्टिंग टू गेट अ फील कौन कौन होगा सो हिकारू होगा प्रग होगा other castles played. We'll also have, I think, Fabi. So team players qualified.
Mhm.
Let's assume ki Firouzja, I think, is one of the contenders. And so, kya lag raha hai, candidates? It's very similar to what we had last time. Like, I don't see any changes. Or जो
Mhm.
changes होंगे, वो likely will be Nepo and maybe like an Indian or two not playing. So, if बाकी सारे जो players है वो common है. So, we are the ones who are not really, in the same situation as before. बाकी सब players qualify कर रहे हैं.
Yeah, I think Nodirbek also not being there is a surprise, but I think World Cup is there, so three more players are still yet to qualify. I think after that we'll get a very clear picture. But yeah, so far the same pieces. Yeah, I mean, sirf Nepo with having candidates without Nepo is a bit weird now because he's played so
Yeah.
many. But yeah, by the way, Bishop D3 played in by Yu Yangi. He's still keeping the option of knight E2 or knight F3 alive. But yeah, very much mainstream theory so far. Around 15,000 games played in this position. Black can play D5, Black can play C5, and Black can play B6 as well. D6 as well is possible. This is a bit slower, but it's also possible in this position. So, oh, Arjun goes for D5. Mainstream lines are happening. Arjun is playing main lines. What is happening?
Yeah, very interesting. But maybe he's playing main lines, but कुछ ना कुछ surprise तो packaged होगा. Sometimes you think कि भाई, Arjun is suddenly not Arjun, but he will find some crazy idea at some point. And now, Saj, maybe knight f3 is possible, cd5 is possible, lots of options. So maybe the surprise is still yet to come. And Yu Yangi, by the way, I think chat has been at the top level for a long, long time. Also from China, right? So
Hmm.
he had the same problems not to the same extent as Ding, like during that COVID period. Like he was playing, I think he was outside China for some of the time. He's from China, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
So he also had some problems. I think that also stagnated his growth a little bit, I feel. By the way, he takes D5 played.
Yeah, and also Yu Yangi was the, I think, board one of the Olympiad winning
Yeah.
team in 2014, I believe it was, or 2012 it was, where India got a bronze. For the first time we got a medal, by the way, in the Olympiad was in 2013, 14, somewhere around that. And we got a bronze there with Parimarjan Negi as board one. But in that year, China won the gold medal, and Yu Yangi was playing for board one. So a very, very strong player from China. And yeah, you are absolutely right. He's been at the top level for the longest time. So not an easy player to beat. By the way, knight e2, some committal decision here.
Yeah, and Rook E8 played instantly. That's a good sign to see. I expect castles to happen, and that's when the surprise will happen, chat. And yes, we discussed this before. Mishra के जीतने से I think Arjun और निहाल दोनों के chances बहुत कम होते हैं because Mishra's tiebreak is the best in the entire tournament, and that's why I think if Mishra draws or loses, that benefits Arjun as well as Nihal. So, I mean, we love Vivek Mishra. He's the youngest grandmaster in the world. But I think in terms of qualifying for Arjun and Nihal, if he wins both games, there is no chance for either.
Yeah, I think completely agreed. By the way, short castle played in this position and he goes bishop f8. Arjun still very much in preparation. Love to see it.
One interesting detail, Sahaj, in this position, Bishop f8 has the best record for black. So this is not only prep, this is very clever practical prep by Arjun. It has the best record for black after bishop f8. And in 99 games, look at this chat. This is very rare. In 99 games, black has won 34% of the games, draw in 42% of the games, and white only won a measly 24%. So इसका मतलब black के जीतने के chances white से 10% ज्यादा है. I don't want to be the Salman Khan का 10 का दम, but Sahaj bhai, this looks a nice setup for black practically.
Yeah, I think so. Because once you go bishop back to f8, you're, I think, planning to go some c6, a5, and maybe you're planning to launch a queen side, pawn storm, I guess, of sorts here. Maybe you can go a4, b4, and put pressure on the queen side. White, on the other hand, tries to play f3 and e4. If you can get e4 in this position successfully, then I think white is going to be better. So your goal is to not allow e4 in this position as white, as black, I mean.
Yeah. And also e4 is synonymous with the bishop. Yeah, तो if you look at the bishop on c1, अभी d2 square है उसके पास, लानत है सिर्फ bishop के ऊपर जो pawn की तरफ देख रहा है. So I think you want to play f3 for e4 at some point ताकि bishop भी बाहर कल को निकल सके. As of now 5 मिनट पीछे है युआंगी. So Arjun seems to be in his core prep. Sajay, maybe one look at the Nihal game. What do you make of the position right now on the board?
Okay, so this was the position e6 short castle 97 played. He goes rook e1, I think still main prep. A6 aata hai, you take and you play d4. Best move, c takes d4 and knight takes d4. So looking like a proper Sicilian, like an open Sicilian position. But the one difference is that white's bishop, which is usually on e2 or d3, and it's a great piece for attacking on the king side, is not there. But on the other hand, black's knight, which is usually on f6, is no longer with, and that's a good defender. Yeah, so one good attacker and one good defender are not on the position. But apart from that, looks like a pretty normal Sicilian position to me. So far, there are around 400 games, something like that, in this position. And I think Nihal can put long-term pressure here as well. If he goes for something like c4, knight c3, set up that Maroczy structure, I think he can have a good pressure here. But I think he looks comfortable to me.
प्रेशर से याद आया साज भाई. इफ यू गो बैक टू बिशप टेक c6 मूव 6 पे, यू नो व्हाट माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग टेल्स मी कि ब्लैक का नाइट ऑन e7 इज बेसिकली वेटिंग कि आप मारोगे तो मैं नाइट से मारूंगा. एंड इफ यू डोंट टेक एंड फॉर एग्जांपल प्ले बिशप f1, you leave the knight on e7 a bit uncomfortable. So wouldn't bishop f1 be the better choice just to keep black's pieces a bit, ऐसे ऐसे लग रहा है मतलब it's like I don't know what to say. It's like Virat Kohli bowling. Yeah, मतलब it's supposed to do a great job but not bowling.
So good question there. And bishop f1 is the most popular move in this position because you still want to play d4, bring the knight out to c3, and then black knight on e7 is slightly misplaced. However, this knight can like the one of the best moves for black here is to play d5, and you take on d5 and the knight comes out to d5. If that doesn't happen, the knight can also go to g6 in many positions. In some positions, black can also play g6 and bishop g7, and then the knight on e7 kind of makes sense because it's no longer blocking the bishop on f8. So the knight does find its place, and I feel that a6 bishop c6 is Nihal's sort of that offbeat prep that he does, a lot of the times, trying to throw his opponent off, go into a simplified version of a position which he understands better. He has the advantage of, sort of knowledge because he knows the position better. He has studied it more, the night before or the day off. So I think that could be one of the reasons why he went for this position. And by the way, Nadirбек thinking, I think is a sign that he's not sure what to do here.
या वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड समय भाई आई थिंक जो लिंक है ना ये नाइट बर्ड वाला ये काम नहीं कर रहा है साइन अप नाउ वाला आई थिंक डू चेक मे वी कैन अच्छा नहीं काम कर रहा है क्या I don't know. Just check it once if it's working. Didn't work for you first time. Um, hey, Virat Kohli is the only bowler who got a wicket without a ball bowled. भाई ये जो tongue twister जो तुम chat में लिख रहे हो वो क्रिकेट के लिए बचाओ भाई. Meanwhile, Sahaj भाई, also going back to the Arjun game, no moves. It's working क्या? बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. युयांगी का जो है position, he's not played a single move. Does that give you some optimism कि maybe Bishop F8 is something he's not looked at in depth?
Could be, or maybe he doesn't remember. Maybe he's not sure what the right way to play is because there are many moves that White can, sort of go for here. Actually, not a lot of games are played here. Only around 100 have been played so far, and the best move is Bishop D2, which is, I think, kind of in line with what White wants to do. I mean, he wants to set up the structure: Bishop here, Queen here, maybe F3, maybe A3, and then you bring the Rook to E1, and then once all of your pieces are ready, you throw E4. This is what White's plan is basically. If you don't manage to get e4, then it's going to be difficult for him to find any play in the position. But yeah, he's collecting his thoughts probably because the next moves are bit difficult, I think, for White.
As he thinks, Sahaj, maybe we should have a look at the Hans versus Pragg game. Because Pragg के chances नहीं है, but Hans के definitely है. He still is in the running to qualify for the candidates along with Nihal and Arjun. So what do you make of this position? We don't want to see Pragg lose to Hans, Sahaj.
Also, let's not forget Pragg is the highest rated player in this tournament. So, and if you're considering rating average, then playing against Pragg and defeating Pragg really, pumps your rating average because it's 2785. That's really going to pump it up. So, Pragg definitely has to hold it. And I think the position is kind of still very much an opening prep, I feel, because it started with the Rosolimo and he went for G6 instead of E6, which is what Nadirбек did. But G6 के बाद short castle, bishop G7 आता है, white plays rook E1 and now knight D4 is what he plays. E5 is also a nice move instead of knight D4, but clearly he has looked at something. White takes, pawn takes C3 and then he goes E6. And Pragg, I think right now the bar seems to favor Hans's position, but Pragg's time is really high. I feel like he's still very much in prep.
Yeah, he seems to be in prep and I think correctly mentioned Pragg की जो एवरेज है जो रेटिंग है उसकी वजह से हैंड्स का रेटिंग एवरेज पंप अप हो जाएगा. आई नेवर न्यू हैंड्स वाज अ शाहिद कपूर फैन बट यू ऑलवेज लर्न न्यू थिंग्स एवरी डे. एंड कोई कह रहा है कि भाई can Pragg qualify via the FIDE circuit? Absolutely. I think he's likely to qualify via the FIDE circuit. I would say 95% chance hai, of that happening.
Hmm. Because he has almost double the points of the player who's finishing
Yeah,
next. So
yeah.
very good chance.
Meanwhile, no moves. I think Noderbek has played bishop to e7. If you can have a look um, quickly. So bishop comes out to e7. He's playing to castle. And now, what is the best plan for Sahaj? Do we play c4, Sahaj, or do we just play knight c3? Like, are we going for the Maroxy structure?
I think Maroxy makes more sense to me because you have a nice long-term pressure here, slightly better position. Maybe you go b3, bishop b2, and fianchetto this bishop all the way to putting pressure on the g7 pawn. It makes a lot of sense. I think he's good. I think this gives him a nice fighting position. And let's not forget that Abdul Sadarov also has to play for a win, so he's gonna make sure those fighting positions arise no matter what.
चैट गो बैक टू कैंडिडेट्स लास्ट राउंड जब नेपो और फैबी को दोनों को जीतना था. इमेजिन द थ्रिल दैट गेम गेव अस यार. रात को 5 सुबह 6 बजे हम लोग पागल हो रहे थे. एंड नाउ वी हैव 2 rounds of every player on the top 5-6 boards thinking the same. So you look at the top 6 boards here, everybody knows they have to win. Maybe Firouzja like सारे 6 वाले draw कर सकते हैं and still survive, but board 3, board 4, board 5, board 6, everybody has to win to have any chance. So और दोनों प्लेयर को जीतना है. So कौन वो बंदा है? Do you think any guy will use repetition as a tool here? कि भाई I don't want to qualify to the candidates. Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Then play a worse move.
Yeah, it could be. It could, but I think everybody wants to qualify. And I mean, they've made it this far. I mean, they know two wins can, give them a good chance of qualifying. So why not go for it? But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. By the way, Vincent already having a slight advantage in his position against Blue Bomb, and he's very
Oh,
much
let's
in fact.
go.
We should take a quick look because he played this Reti system with Bishop G2 castle, and then he plays D3 castle, and now Knight C3. I feel like this is becoming a trend amongst top players. Yeah, to play Knight C3 and keeping the pawn on C2. Usually the Knight used to go to D2 here. But okay, black
Yeah.
plays d4, knight e4 आता है, knight takes e4, d takes e4, and black plays c5, defending this pawn on d4. And now Vincent plays e3. And now Blue Bomb, okay, doesn't play the best move. He plays the second best move, which gives white a slight advantage. He should have taken on e3 here. But he plays knight c6 and now e takes d4. And now Blue Bomb is thinking whether to take the pawn back with c or knight. And if you either piece to take back with, I'm going to play e5 as the next move. And I think Vincent has a slight advantage here already.
Yeah, and time पे भी I think Vincent seems to be in preparation, so that is great news and good point by Aditya भाई in the chat कि Pragg के 5 events हो चुके हैं and it's best of 5, so many players can catch up. But समझना है कि कौन players है वो. So for players to catch up, they have limited months remaining. So 4 months, 3.5 months remaining. Even if you count this tournament 4 months, there are no big events in October, at least that I know of. So November में World Cup है, that takes the entire month, and December में there is, they might be playing the GCL, which is Rapid Blitz, like doesn't count for this system. So खाली World Rapid Blitz है and उसमें points कम होते हैं. So the opportunities to cover up those points are limited for other players, and also only two players can kind of do it. I think it's Noderbek or Anish. Now both are doing well here. That is a point. So if they both win, the thing is, but they will directly qualify anyways. So that's the good
Hmm.
news. So if somebody plays that well to get enough points to challenge Pragg, they will qualify directly anyway. So Pragg is quite lucky in that regard. On the other hand, he's also had a fantabulous year. Yeah, 2025 has been his year, so fully deserved that candidate spot.
For sure. And someone is asking in the chat, Aman Bhai is asking, has Vincent played any of Gukesh's World Championship prep recently? I mean, there is no way of knowing, yeah. But I don't think it would happen unless I mean, they would have a contract of sorts. And I mean, any discoveries you find, I think is for Gukesh, I think in this sense. So I'm not really sure, but there's no way for us to know
But
whether he's playing
but
any
usually
World
what I know,
Championship prep or
Saj
not.
Bhai, is that once the championship ends, like the seconds are free to play the openings. That's what I read somewhere.
So if
Um,
it's if that's the case, then he's free to do whatever he wants.
yeah. It's more like you cannot play the. In fact, in some cases, chat I remember, like I think Topolov ke second the, or I don't know who second it was. He even
Chaparinov?
played. Yeah, thank you. Yes. I think it was Stepperino, but I'm not sure, completely sure. Like he played a part of a world championship prep even before
Oh,
the
really?
world championship match. So once that I remember clearly because world championship time पे लोगों को पता लगा था कि भाई this was played before by his second. So because people didn't know the second, they didn't know, right? Because that's why people keep their second
Hmm.
secret because you do not know. If you don't know who's the second, you cannot track their games. That's why you see it's so important. But usually, I think what I know, I've read it in some books. I remember, I think Vichy sir's book. No, I don't know which book it was. Kasparov, I don't know. But he mentioned you can use the prep afterwards, but before, usually it's a big no-no. In fact, Sajbhai, I think this famous incident, yeah, जहाँ Kasparov की team में he doubted somebody was working for Karpov. I don't know,
Oh,
something
I
like that.
remember.
है ना?
Hmm.
Famous
Hmm.
case. So sometimes prep is very important. Yeah, if your opponent knows your prep, it is gone.
It's a very big part of chess these days. The opening preg. By the way, knight takes d4 taken by blue bomb here, and if Vincent plays e5 here, he already has a pretty sizable advantage. I think in the position
Wow.
point 0.4 I'm seeing, which is quite good, I would say.
Yeah, chat, we are cheering for Vincent Keimer and Anish Giri. Honestly, if you ask me, Sahaj, forget the tie breaks. Which players do you want to win today? Of course, Anish. Of course, Vincent. We met him. Yeah, what a sweet guy. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was actually shocked he even recognized me, bhai, because he came on the World Championship stream. So पहले
Mm-hmm.
दिन he came in and he was like, hey, मैंने कहा भाई ये कैसे जानता है मुझे भाई? Then I
Oh,
remembered,
wow.
oh, world champ. Like I was genuinely shook that he even remembered. So genuinely down to earth guy. Anish, we all know, is the most down to earth person. So, anyways, I would love these guys winning. And of course, then Arjun and Nihal, we want them to win as well. So super interesting. And meanwhile, as Vincent thinks Sahaj, I'm also checking the game.
Yu
Oh,
Yangi versus Arjun, some updates.
yeah, A3 played, and that has a terrible record for White. Chat, look at this. After A3, only 14% games ended in a win for White. 14, 68%, 69% draw and
Mhm.
18% black win. So, drawish tendency बढ़ रही है यार साज भाई. That's also not nice.
But if Arjun plays A5, then I think the win record is pretty good. Black still won 20% of the time, 73% draws and 7% wins for White. But I think still the position is really fighting, I would say, for both players here. So because not many pieces are exchanged and not many pieces are going to be exchanged. It depends on what Arjun plays here, but I would expect A5 here from him. And the
Yeah,
game is on.
super interesting. Super interesting chat. And Aj, Chad, it is possible कि we might not have anything to play for tomorrow in terms of candidate spots. So आज फुल चेयर करते हैं प्लेयर्स को. आई थिंक मैं भी बीमार हूँ भाई, मैं भी आया वहां चेयर करने. सहाज भाई भी थक चुके हैं भाई. राकेश भाई शायद आई डोंट नो इफ विल जॉइन बट संडे करके आएंगे. लाइक द पॉइंट इज कि भाई आज कुड बी द लास्ट डे टू चेयर फॉर द इंडियन प्लेयर्स. कुड बी, वी आर होपिंग इट्स टुमारो बट full cheer, full support by Indian players को. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, one look at the Nihal game because he's just taken the knight on c6 and that is indeed the best move.
And now he's asking the question, are you going to take with the D pawn? Because then you allow me to go queen d8, right? And then I mean, black's chances are pretty much gone to like play for a win here, I would argue. And like, for example, if I go queen d8, bishop d8, like how is black going to win? Bishop f4 here, knight d2, knight c4. White looks pretty comfortable. Pretty nice, I think a nice advantage here. But if you go bc6, trying to keep the position going, you allow queen g4 in this position, and then you risk having a much worse position. By the way, he goes dc6. He allows queen
And
d8.
Sahaj and chat, important question. Queen d8 increases the drawish chances significantly. Sahaj, I mean, if Nehal takes queen d8, I can't imagine this ending in a win for Nodirbek. So he can really make Nodirbek, suffer in this game. But I think Nodirbek is banking on Nehal not playing queen takes because he knows Nehal ko bhi win chahiye.
Yeah, for sure. So bishop f4 or queen d8, both possible. He can go queen g4 and say, okay, I'm not going to exchange queens, but that's not advisable. I think you shouldn't have taken on c6 otherwise. But once you take, I think
Aye,
this becomes very, very equalish and slight pressure for white. Yeah.
इंजन पहले नाइट D2 और क्वीन D8 था. जैसे ही आपने क्वीन G4 बोला, मैंने चला अपने बोर्ड पे एंड इट्स द बेस्ट मूव और एटलीस्ट द टॉप टू मूव्स इन द पोजीशन. जैसे ही खेलते हो, देन द बार लेस द पावर. And now castles is the only move apparently. If you play a move like G6 chat, you can imagine bishop h6 ideas, e5 ideas. That's very dangerous. So castle करना पड़ेगा. Bishop h6 now, threatening checkmate in one. And now only move for black is queen to d8. With
Queen
d4,
d4,
sorry,
yeah.
yeah, d4. Now white has to find queen to g3. What is queen to g3, Sahaj? And after queen g3, black's only move is queen f6. So this is getting very, very interesting.
I think the point of queen g3 is to unpin this pawn so you can play e5 in the next
Mhm.
move and just restrict the queen from accessing the g7 square. So that's why you have to go queen f6 to keep the queen close to this pawn. White goes bishop f4 and okay, the game kind of continues. I think at one point the queens are gonna get traded anyways. Like black will play queen g6 or something, or you will play bishop e5 and force black to play queen g6 or queen g5. And I think we're gonna see this endgame sooner or later. I think these queens are gonna get traded. I think that's my take here.
And
Queen
queen
g4
g4 played by
played.
Nihal. Wow. Chat, now only move for Nodirbek is castles. And Sahaj, as we saw that queen trade again, clearly Nodirbek is okay exchanging queens, so he will play those best moves. But in that endgame, if we jump back to that queen g6 idea, right? So in that variation, I
Queen
mean,
g6.
how does either side win here? After queen g4 castles, yeah, queen g6 here, queen takes, pawn takes.
I mean,
Like,
only
how does either
Nihal
side
can
win?
win here. Only Nihal
Yeah.
can win, I think, because you have knight d2. You have some control over the dark squares. If you can get your knight to c4, maybe play bishop d6, put your pawn on e5. I mean, that's of course in the ideal world, but it is still possible. But I feel for now only Nihal is playing in this position.
Yeah. things not looking great for Nodribek. I hope he tries to complicate matters, yeah, somehow with G6 or Queen D4 or something crazy. Bishop X तो खेल ही नहीं सकते. I'm really hoping Nodribek tries to complicate matters because Nihal ने तो बता दिया भाई कि मेरा attack G7 पे आ रहा है. So very interesting position, chat. The contours are exciting. And by the way, Arjun has played pawn to A5, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, not allowing b4, and I think making room for the knight to go to a6. You'll play c6, and this knight might find its way to activity via c7, e6, and so on. I think this is a very good opening to play for a win, I think, for Arjun. So I think I would say the opening has gone pretty well for him.
Yeah, only 7% chance games where white won now from this position. 73% games ended in a draw, and 20% were a win for white. So Arjun has a dream opening start here with the black pieces. He's slightly ahead on the clock, better prepared, and he has a position which the white players have suffered in. So Arjun, let's go. Let's win today. Let's strike. But meanwhile, of course, it's still the opening chat. Too early to say. Sajbhai, which game shall we go to now?
I think let's check Gukesh very quickly to see what's happening there.
Hmm.
This is the position. Oh, some very deep prep by the world champion. I think there was Italian on the board, and then d3 aata hai, bishop e7, knight b2. I think is a sort of a weird choice here. I think it's a sidestepping from mainstream stuff, but okay, it will most likely transpose. D6 castle, bishop e6, c3, up very much in prep. A5 he plays to not allow white to expand. Queen b3 aata hai to put pressure on both of these pawns. Black plays queen d7. You cannot take on b7, very important because rook f b8 would just trap the queen. You have no escape squares. He takes on e6, fe6, rook e1, h6, and now knight to f1. I think a very typical plan in Italian, Spanish types of positions. Black plays b6 and now bishop d2. I think after a very long time, I think Gukesh looks really comfortable in a position like this. Yeah, I really like this for Gukesh.
Yeah, we all like it, I think. But Sajbhai, I think his mindset is still gonna be a worry. He's on 4 points, not win the ideal tournament. 4 point is not even 50%, and he's not won a game in the last 5 rounds, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. It's been 5 rounds. He scored one out of
Yeah.
five. Actually, 6 rounds. Yeah, because remember there's
Wow.
also Arjun. One, two, yeah, 6 rounds basically.
Six
It
rounds में
started
he
with
scored
Arjun, one and a half.
1.5. Wow. Not the Gukesh we know, but of course he's gonna. Hopefully he gets a couple of wins, chat. That will give him some confidence. And quick look at the Vidit game, Sahaj. I know Vidit has no chances to qualify, but he has a decent position, I feel. फिलहाल के लिए. Typical development, Bishop E7. He will castle next, and of course he's not forced to have an isolated pawn, right? White has not played C4, so after D
Mhm.
takes C5, Bishop C5, it is pretty comfortable for Vidit.
So after I think you goes castle, d5, bishop c5. If white plays something like c4, you will just take the pawn. So you will not
Yeah.
allow white to go c5. Like if you are dealing with IQPs, like having double fianchettos can be a problem in many positions. So he will definitely not allow this. I think looks good for Vidit, I think so far. Had a heartbreak yesterday, I think, with that completely, winning position. But Black put up this crazy fortress, which was very difficult to break through. So a heartbreak sort of draw for Vidit there. But yeah, he still has good chances, I think, in this game. He can still finish very strong. His rating is +1 right now, which is a great sign. If he wins today, he wins the next game, I think it will be ending the
You know,
tournament in a really good note.
yeah, Sajbhai, but if you can jump to the women's section, एक नजर मारना चाहूंगा मैं, because we have some interesting observations. So right now in the women's section, there is one Katina Lagno, she's on 7 points, and she's playing Tanzongi with the black pieces. And
Mm-hmm.
Tanzongi is half a point behind Katina Lagno. So Tanzongi knows she has to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only way. But there are four people on 6.5: Vaishali, Bibisara, Tanzongi, and Song Yuzin.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the tie breaks of those four players. 2416 Vaishali, second rank. 2414, third rank. 2409, for third rank, fourth rank. And 2405. Literally 10 rating point के difference के अंदर चार player हैं. So that tells me कि वैशाली का clear path एक ही है. She has to win. But she's playing Maria Muzichuk, which is not going to be an easy match. And Maria is 1 point behind. So Maria is in a must win as well.
For sure, for sure. By the way, she also went for this crazy idea with Rook G1, and then she played G4 which is not as well played. I remember here g4, there is a line where you play g4 here immediately, and if I remember which tournament it was, I think it was the Dole Open, the one in Aix-en-Provence in France. There was an open event where one player played g4 here immediately. I think this is what she's going for. So she goes g4, very fighting chess. Black plays knight d7, bishop e3 aata hai, a6, knight c3, bishop g5, and now she takes queen takes and she plays queen to d2. And going into the end game, I think she fancies her chances because the knight can sit on e4, attack on the d6 pawn. Maybe you can throw a4, a5 as well. And okay, the position is kind of equal, but maybe this is some prep of Vaishali. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's prep because clearly the end game at first glance doesn't look that great. Yeah, the pawn on
Yeah.
d5, the pawn on g4, they look a bit weird to be honest. But I get your point. I think the knight on e4 sits comfortably. So and also bishop, yeah, light square bishop, light square pawns doesn't look great. But maybe it
Um.
is prep. If it is prep, then maybe she will have some chances. And ideally, Chad, there are enough people on 6 and Tanzongi qualified. Actually, thanks for reminding me, Chad. But I think overall Tanzongi is still playing to win. She's an ambitious player. And इसका मतलब वैशाली के क्वालिफाई करने के लिए जीतना जरूरी है. She maybe has higher
hmm.
chances than Nihal or Arjun, but she also has to win. That doesn't change that fact.
But I still feel that this was kind of a miss and prep by Vaishali somehow because I remember g4 being a very powerful move here for white. And after bishop e7, I think you play something like h4 or rook g1, whatever. But I think she played rook g1 first and then g4 aata hai, knight d7. And I think something went wrong here for her. Like she didn't get the position that she wanted. After bishop g5, what was it? She had to play knight e4. So basically,
Yeah.
Sahil bhai, look at this. If she played knight e4, black would have to play queen f5 check. Queen d2 aata hai. Queen takes d2, king takes d2, bishop e3, and now f takes c3. Maybe Vaishali is confusing this with this position because in the previous one, the pawn was on f2, now the pawn is on e3. It has some implications, right?
And also knight is already on e4, so that's a free tempo as well.
Hmm.
So definitely a worse version of what Vaishali could have gotten. So a miss there. I agree with you. So let's see what Vaishali does. Meanwhile, let's jump back to the open section, Saj by I am checking out the games. Arjun game, we have a move, and it's a very interesting one, but a weird one nonetheless. A novelty, I think. Pawn to b3, and already Arjun is slightly better.
White wants to play bishop b2. I think White wants to have a game, yeah? Because he thought for a long time before he played b3. I mean, before he played a3 actually. So this could be. I'm not sure if this is prep or not. I would highly doubt if it is. But yeah, the idea is simple to play bishop b2, and maybe then once he pushes e4, the bishop is super active. But this feels weird. Like bishop b2, queen d2, f3, e4 is what he's planning. I'm guessing these are going to be his next few moves. But it looks a
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
strange to me.
I agree. And Arjun, I think thinking also, he's also a bit surprised. Yeah, bhai, ye kya chaal hai? Agree, Sudeep bhai, everybody has to win, I think. Saj bhai, so I think we had higher expectations though, right? I think we wanted India's top three seats थे तो लगा था एक बंदा तो at least top two में आराम से आ जाएगा, right? I think this was not our
Hmm.
expectation. So it's a bit disappointing. But if somehow one of them makes it, and if you look at it carefully, I think Arjun is the one who needs it the most, and he's the one who has the best chance. So let's hope, let's cheer for him. As of now, he
Hmm.
has a better position already, so that's great news. And no moves in the Nihal Sarin game. So Noderbek under some pressure maybe.
Oh, by
Oh,
the way,
Quindo!
just blunder. Oh, bad move at least. Already.
Sahaj, bhai, I told you, Noderbek realized कि वो end game drawn है. I have to create chances. And now Queen G3 is the spectacular move for Nihal, which gives him an edge.
Queen g3, exactly, because it does two things. First, you think about what black wants to do. Black wants to play h5 in this position because this is guarded, and black wants to play h5, maybe play h4 as well, maybe play e5, develop the bishop, and then maybe castle on the long side. That's one plan. And second is white wants to play e5, right? And the queen is kind of pinned on g4. So one move does both things. It aims for e5 and it also sort of prepares for a move like h5 as well. So a nice prophylactic move. But will he play it though? That's the question. Not a very
I hope he
difficult move, I
does.
think.
Yeah, I hope it does. And also, if you castle chat, apparently, now knight d2 is the best option.
Here
And if you
after
were
queen
to,
d4, queen g3.
yes, queen d4, queen knight d2 apparently is the best. Because e5 directly, there's queen h4. And somehow our bishop is not in time. And maybe our
Mhm.
idea is knight f3 here to attack the queen again. So if you play a random move like a5, for example, white is already +3.
Yeah.
It's
And then
over.
bishop h6. Because if you go
Yeah,
queen f6 and bishop g5 and you win the piece here. And if you
yeah,
don't keep the queen on this diagonal, then I have bishop h6 and then I hit the g7 pawn. So
yeah.
this looks good.
So this looks very good, and queen g3 is the crucial move. And if you don't castle, I think queen f6 is, for example, the best move after queen g3. Trying to transpose, but now knight d2 anyways. And if you castle, for example, then there is knight to c4. And ब्लैक का जो बिशप c8 पे है ये कब निकलेगा साज भाई है इट्स नॉट इन easy position. And for example, you play b5, the best move, knight e5, and if bishop b7, there is knight d7, forking queen and rook.
Hmm.
So you can't
Very
even
nice
develop.
point. So you have to play c5 or something. But okay, the knight on e5 does a wonderful job of making sure black doesn't get e5. If I mean, if we think about this, the future of this bishop, right? Bishop on c8, it can only find activity if black gets to play e5 and the bishop comes to e6. That's the best place. Bishop on b7 is also active, but I can play f3 and I can have this, nice pawn chain against the bishop, which will restrict it for the rest of the game. So if you don't allow e5, then I think this bishop is going to remain bad for a long time. So I
Yeah,
love this position. I love this queen d4 move. I think it's gonna be a fighting game indeed.
yeah,
Let's see what happens. By
yeah, it's gonna be exciting. And Sahaj, I was going a bit crazy. Just humor me. So what if um I was thinking of a move like knight c3, okay? And let's say you castle, and now bishop e3. Just kind of going for normal development and saying कि भाई आपके pieces develop कैसे हो रहे हैं, ऐसे क्वीन कहाँ चलोगे?
f6.
हाँ, queen f6, and now maybe pawn to f4. Like this is what I was trying to do, but maybe it's not as good. Yeah,
Queen
yeah,
g6
maybe
is
not.
probably not as good, yeah, because that endgame is not gonna favor you. You can take on g6. I mean, it has merit, but I think what you need to think about is that after knight c3, black is gonna go h5. That's why he
हाँ,
didn't castle. That's why,
true.
he's delaying that because he wants to keep, and also h5 gives him a more fighting chance as well because, he can play h5, h4, try to do something on the king side. Maybe king, keep his king in the center or go, long as well. Both of them are possible.
एक और आइडिया दिखा दो साज भाई. So let's say instead of knight c3, we play bishop e3 directly. I'm just trying to just sack everything and go for development. Bishop e3, queen takes b2. Now knight d2. Black of course castles. Best move. Now knight c4 attacks the queen. So queen f6, I think is the best move, arguably. And now queen g3 again. And now black's only moves in the position to not lose on the spot are h5 and e5. Otherwise, you resign.
Hmm.
Do you think it's what? Okay, e5 is pretty simple though. Yeah,
I mean, it is because you want to, vacate the bishop. And also you want to
yeah,
control this diagonal. Like white ka threat is knight b6 here, yeah, because the rook doesn't have the b8 square. That's why also why e5 makes sense in this position. But I think queen g3 is not a difficult move to find, Sahil bhai.
yeah.
I think I would play it.
Yeah, basically what I was trying to see is key, if let's say Nihal doesn't play queen g3, does he have chances? And it does feel like at least he's not worse. So things looking great for Nihal, and Noto of course trying to complicate matters. उसमें कोई surprise नहीं है. साथ में किस गेम पे जाए हम?
Apparently, Alireza has made a mistake. Someone in the chat just told us this is the current position. We went to e5, knight d5 आया था, and d4 takes, queen takes. He plays b6, and Alireza makes a slight inaccuracy with queen e4. And if after rook b8, Anish is already better.
भाई फिलहाल के लिए दोनों सारे रिजल्ट्स साल भाई जो मैंने स्ट्रीम के स्टार्टिंग पे कहा था, चलिए गो बैक एंड चेक. आई मेंशनड फॉर इंडियंस टू हैव द बेस्ट चांस, Anish has to win, he's slightly better. Then I mentioned कि Vincent has to win, he's slightly better. Then I mentioned Nihal has to win, he's even more than slightly better. And Arjun
Hmm.
has to win and he's also slightly better. So फिलहाल के लिए सहज भाई I think we can declare the innings at the current result भाई. 0 से ऊपर जिसकी वो wins, 0 से नीचे जिसकी valuation who loses भाई. कर दो, खत्म कर दो.
बिल्कुल भाई, but one sad news, I think great news for Abhimanyu Mishra is that in this, look at by the way this opening, the king is on e2 by the way in this position. This is the Sicilian four knights, one of the sharpest variations you can play as black. And knight e4 rather, queen c7 f4, queen b6, he plays c4 and bishop b4 check. And now white's only move is king e2 here by the way. This is mainstream theory chat. Everyone plays it. I think how many games? 700 games or so in this position. More if we look at other databases for sure. Black plays f5, takes, knight f6. Okay, sidestepping a bit. Bishop e3 is what you usually play here. He goes knight f6, gf6, a3, bishop e7, b4, trying to play c5, but black says no, I'm going to play c5 myself. Bishop e3 and now bishop b7. And after king f2, white has a slight advantage in this position.
ठीक है, एमवीएल जीतेगा भाई ये. एमवीएल गोना विन. एमवीएल जीतेगा भाई.
MBL, you think so?
हाँ हाँ. हाँ हाँ भाई
60,
आराम से.
64 game streak bhai now.
भाई खत्म भाई. 69 नहीं पहुंच सकता मिश्रा यार. It's not possible. I think he's gonna lose now. Like I think king f2 ठीक है. I mean he might play king f2, but objectively I think position काफी crazy है. And I'm hoping MVL, who's a knight of expert, yeah, his favorite opening, will be good at these sharp openings. So MVL भाई बचा लेना गेम भाई प्लीज इंडिया के लिए. By the way, look at this, Sahaj. Go to Arjun's game. After b3, he doesn't play knight a6, the best move. He plays b6. And now white's only way of getting equality is rook a2. सहज भाई की आवाज ही बंद हो गई. देखो रुक a2 कितनी बढ़िया चाल है.
Can you hear me now?
हाँ.
I'm saying rook a2, and your plan is to put the rook to e2, like play knight g3 and rook e2, and then play f3 e4. That's the plan. But okay, I
Wow.
think. Oh! Damn. Nice. Did not expect that. Wow. Okay. So now there are two moves, bishop a6 and knight a6 for Arjun. And also there's c6 as well. And then you play bishop a6 in the next move. I think that's why he plays b6 in this position. But let's see what he goes for. Of course, black wants to trade off this bishop because once white gets e4 and e5, I mean, this bishop is already super active, but once white gets e4 and e5, this bishop will become an absolute beast. So exchanging this is not a bad idea in this position.
Yeah. Black looks like he's playing 960. That is actually true. क्यों हिला डाला ना भाई. सच में भाई रुक को हिला दिया भाई एक स्क्वायर. और मेरे को भी हिला डाला भाई. That's crazy. He found that. Nice idea.
Impressive, very impressive. Okay.
By the way, chat. Yeah, yes, I'll make it, please.
No, I was just thinking about where to go next. By the way, Gukesh having a 40-minute advantage over his opponent in the clock.
I think Gukesh is done. He's like, अपना blitz खेलेगा, जीता जीता, draw. I think he's done. I think he's होता है साथ में. Tell me if it is true. Sometimes the tournament has gone so bad. You're like, अपन blitz खेलेगा, जो होगा देखा जाएगा भाई. इससे बुरा कुछ हो नहीं सकता.
I mean, हो सकता है भाई, बिल्कुल हो सकता है.
नहीं, but this might be advice also by his team, yeah. कि भाई तुम intuition से खेलो, trust your gut, and don't like focus too much on calculation, because I think his confidence is low, so he's not able to trust his calculation. So let us play on intuition.
I don't know. I
Maybe
feel
that's the
like when
advice.
when my confidence is low, I don't trust my intuition, but I can always trust my intuition with calculation. Like I don't know. Calculation is just. I mean, it's like 2 plus 2 is always going to be 4, whether you are confident or not, right? So a calculation is just like that. Intuition, I think, is different in this sense. Intuitively, I think your confidence can affect you. So I don't know,
True.
but I think this
True.
is his prep. This is full force prep here.
चलो बढ़िया है भाई. फुल फोर्स प्रेप हो तो और बढ़िया है. इस रुक मूव पे मुझे डिंग के रुक मूव की याद आ गई भाई. बहुत फर्क है A2 और F2 में. आज तुम्हें पता लग रहा है भाई. तभी साज भाई कहते थे डोंट पुश द गोल्डन पॉन भाई, बिकॉज A2
Hmm.
F2 क्लियरली क्वाइट डिफरेंट. एंड साज भाई, Nihal, by the way, did not find queen g3. He played the second best move, knight to d2. And guess what? The only move for black to equalize is the move Sahaj mentioned, pawn to h5. Sahaj, how likely do we see this move?
100% I think, और कोई मूवी नहीं है ब्लैक के पास. Why else would you go queen d4 and not castle, right? Because you want to play h5. And now
हाँ
it's a
देखो,
fighting game.
आई हैव 22 मैगीज इन माई जेब नाउ, ठीक है, कल 21 का
Hmm.
22 हो गया. सो आई एम, डू यू वांट टू डू अ वन मैगी बेट कि वो H5 खेलेगा कि नहीं खेलेगा?
H5 he plays 100%.
चलो ठीक है, वन मैगी बेट, H5, बाकी सब मूव्स मेरी.
Okay, sure. I mean, kind of unfair, but I'll take it because I'm
बट
so
इट्स द
sure
बेस्ट
he's
मूव
gonna
यार,
play
सो
H5.
अदरवाइज ही इज लूजिंग, ही इज मच वर्स, तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा H5 उसको.
Hmm. G5 पे I think I have knight f3 and I attack your queen and this pawn also falls with the bishop. So not the right order. Also black doesn't want to follow up with G5 here. Black wants to play H5, H4 and make white play H3. Maybe king goes to long castle, maybe king goes to F8 or something like that. And then he plays slowly in this position because he has some pressure for sure.
Himanshu bhai, yes, I think Arjun and Nihal still with a chance. I would put it this way कि अपन को दोनों गेम जीतने हैं. अगर दोनों जीत गए तो अच्छा चांस है, उसके बिना कोई चांस नहीं है. तो अगर एक ड्रॉ हो गया, आई थिंक टुमारो, लाइक कुछ भी हम लोग बोले, देयर इज नो चांस. सो आई थिंक दोनों गेम जीतने हैं एंड देन यस, इट्स डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल.
Absolutely. By the way, hello Mr. Grover. Can you shout out for my 9-year-old son Advik? Advik, how are you? Thank you for watching. Are you here in the chat? If you are, say
आजकल
hi.
आजकल ए से नाम का बहुत ट्रेंड है, ए और वी, है ना? ए एंड वी हैव बिकम वेरी पॉपुलर नाउअडेज इन किड
Advik is
नेम्स. यू
it's a nice name though. I like it.
मॉडर्न नेम, या
It's a very pretty
नाइस.
name, yes.
What does Advik mean though? Would love to know. Interesting name hai. I want Vincent, Arjun, Vincent, Alieza hands to qualify for candidates. They'll make the candidates very interesting. It will be interesting. I agree. Arjun, I hope qualify kare kahin se yaar. I think he really, really deserves it. But yeah, as of now, I think the task is to win the game first.
And the task is to how can I decrease those Maggies because I think H5 is gonna happen sooner or later. I mean, there's
साज
no other
भाई,
move.
कल भी आपने कहा था भाई कि he's gonna not play king, he's gonna play king H2, but then आपको धूल चाटनी पड़ी थी साज भाई. So
कोई नहीं
आज भी
भाई कर लेंगे.
क्या आप धूल चाटेंगे?
No, E5, by the way, there's queen takes G7. No, I really think he wouldn't have played queen D4 if H5 wasn't on his mind. Like it makes no sense to
Oh,
play queen D4 to get the queen out in the open where it can be kicked, and you just castle in the next move or something like that. So I think H5 is very, very likely here. Um, for sure.
Advik means unique. Oh, nice.
Oh,
Bishop F6
beautiful.
E5. By E5 pe queen takes G4. So I don't know how you keep your queen, but I like to keep my queen safe, Shivam bhai.
Mhm. Just brilliancy. I feel like you're trolling here. Your name is not really Advik. So I'm going to trust the other person here. But very, very sweet of you, Mr. Kamlesh.
Uh, Maggie, my name is Aadhaar card. Nice.
Amazing.
Salva, do you think Gukesh will go with the same team in World Championship 2026? Well, clearly not. I feel Vincent तो गयो. Vincent अब दूसरी पार्टी से खेलेगा. What do you think, Saj bhai?
Actually, yes, because the second has become, I mean, technically he's higher rated now. So he
हाँ.
is, I mean, so I don't know if Vincent will help him, but I mean, they have a very good working relationship. Last time, I asked Vincent once, okay, who is his favorite Indian world champion?
And what did he say?
He said Gukesh because, he loved working with
Ooh.
him. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Interesting. And also, of course, yeah, Gukesh also has a thing. So if let's say Vincent, even if he doesn't win the candidates, as long as he does qualify, he has to take a call. Do I want
Mm.
Vincent on my team? A guy who's likely gonna come and beat me next time. So that's also a difficult fall for Gukesh's team, right?
I mean, I think Magnus and Dubov probably had the same thought process,
But
no?
Dubov
Because
never was a
Dubov is
contender to beat Magnus, right? Like he never even touched 2750, I think. So it was not even close.
Dubov
But
has
here,
never touched. Are you sure?
yeah, and Magnus was 2850 then, so it was not even close, even if he touched
Hmm.
2750. But in terms of like having somebody who can beat you later, like know exactly how you prepare, is a bit unnerving, I feel.
Hmm. But also he's one of the reasons why he won the match as well. So
True, true, true. Um,
you're right actually. His peak was 2720.
yeah, and Magnus, of course, was way ahead, so
Hmm.
it wasn't really a tough contender. Also, Magnus, when he played practice games with Vishy, I don't think Magnus was as strong then, if I'm not mistaken. He was much younger and much lower rated, so when you're already a contender, like usually people are a bit skeptical, yeah? What do they want to reveal to you?
Hmm. Just waiting for this H5 move. Let's go. साइलेंस सहज भाई, आपका फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन है? थैंक यू फॉर सुपर चैट विश्रुत रेड्डी। माय फेवरेट इंडियन प्लेयर वुड बी अर्जुन for me, because I just love
Uh,
I think his style is very chaotic and I love chaos on the board.
my favorite Indian player would be Anish. I mean Gukesh. I mean, nahin, not Pragg. I mean Arjun. Nahin, I mean I
बंदे ने
don't know.
सुपर चैट दिया है यार,
I don't.
आंसर तो दो.
I don't know. भाई मैंने ले लिया ना नाम. I just said it. I just said his name.
You said like five
Uh,
names.
I said his name. No, I said my favorite player's name though. Like Sajid is there. You just can't hear
Hmm.
it. सुनने वाली ही गलती है भाई.
Diplomatic.
बाय द वे, अर्जुन की अगर हम गेम देखें, रूक ए2 के बाद pawn to g6 was played. So, you know, maybe bishop g7 is on the cards, but he doesn't play bishop a6 just yet, which I thought would be logical.
I think he's keeping that, trying to not exchange pieces and not try to simplify that quickly. I think the idea of g6 is simple. He wants to go bishop g7, and this bishop is going to be pretty active there. Then this bishop can maybe go to b7 now as well. Knight bd7. Slow game chalega, but ये game कभी भी फट सकता है.
Agreed. Add VD, yeah, VD, yeah, definitely VD. Yeah. How can I
And
forget
chat, who
VD?
is this question for you? Who is your favorite Indian player? Just one name, not like Sahil bhai. One name.
But I also said one name, bhai.
You said one name multiple times.
No, I said multiple names one time.
Hmm. अरे अरे
Pragg,
अरे अरे, विशी सर,
Pragg,
अर्जुन.
Sahaj,
अरे
Vada.
thank you so much, but you should
Who's
have
Vada?
better favorite players bhai.
Who's Batata Vada? Arjun,
आदिबन होगा, भास्करन.
Vidit,
Oh,
Divya.
दिव्या, lovely.
एक
Oh.
बंदे ने मेरा नाम लिख दिया. आई एम सरप्राइज मॉड ने डिलीट नहीं किया वो. थैंक यू मॉड्स, लव यू. विदित, सहाज, जहर, व्हाट, सहाज, अदीपान नहीं भाई, अदीबान, बान बान.
आदिबान, आदिबान,
इलम पार्थी,
भास्करन.
सेथु रमन. ओ वाओ, सेथु रमन, नाइस टू सी हिज नेम देयर. सागर
Nice,
भाई,
very nice.
मैग्नस विश्वनाथन डोमराजू. नाइस
ये
ब्रो,
भी रिचर्ड
नाइस.
रैपोर्ट ने लिखा है भाई.
हाँ, नाइस. साहिब
The
भाई इन इज प्राइम वाज द बेस्ट. साहिब कौन है भाई?
Why I'm still looking at this game of Nihal and Abdul Sadarov, and he still hasn't played H5. भाई इतना क्यों सोच रहा है?
वाह, सो
Chance that
exactly.
he doesn't play actually. The more he thinks, the more I think, the less of him playing H5 actually. That's what I think.
सहज
Very
भाई, देखो,
calculating,
बीम-
yeah.
बीमार आदमी को मैगी मिलनी है भाई, कोई रोक नहीं सकता. अभी 23 मैगी हो जाएंगी वापस. लेट्स गो नोदर भाई. नो H5, लेट्स गिव मी द मैगीज.
अगर आप इतना श्योर हो तो let's do double or nothing already.
नहीं नहीं, डबल नहीं यार भाई, इतना रिस्क यार, मतलब गैम्बलिंग
डरते
नहीं करना है
हैं.
भाई. गवर्नमेंट ने भी कहा है गैम्बल मत करो, तो हम तो गवर्नमेंट के साथ है भाई, हम गैम्बल नहीं करेंगे.
Hmm. Why can't Nadir play bishop c5? Because this bishop has already moved, and you don't want to move the same piece again for just one threat in the position. Like if you play bishop c5, I can play queen g3. I can defend now f2, and I can also now have a new threat of knight b3 as well. But this is a good exercise for you. Don't move pieces that have already moved in the opening.
सहज भाई, मैगी डाल रहे हो प्लेट मैगी?
यार धोखा दे दिया अब्दुल सत्तारोव ने मुझे.
सहज भाई, क्या दिन है भाई. मैगी भी मिल गई और पोजीशन भी. एंड नाउ चैट इज +1 फॉर निहाल if he
Yeah,
finds queen to g3.
crazy actually that he doesn't go for h5. It's insane that he goes queen d4 first and then short cast. मुझे कहा उल्टा होगा बिल्कुल. क्रेजी 23 मैगीज भाई. मैगी काउंटर यार, जीत गए भाई. हार गए भाई
अरे
मैगी तो.
पर what's happening, Saj bhai? So queen g3, what is black's best move here?
Knight f3 and bishop h6 is my plan. So I'm guessing queen f6 again, because knight f3 में तो you have to kick the queen away anyways. So queen f6. And now knight c4 he has to find, yeah? Tough move.
The movie saw, yeah, 95 is the same position, I
Or
think.
if you don't play b5, then I have knight b6 as well on the board.
But the same position, why is it showing so much better now? It was plus point 0.6, plus point 0.7, right? Why
Hmm.
is it plus 1 suddenly?
Maybe looking at it on a deeper depth. And by the way, someone asking in the chat, what's wrong with knight f3 immediately? But because you want to keep the option of putting the knight on c4 or f3 alive. So you're playing queen g3 first, making sure that after knight f3 you can play knight e5, you can play bishop g5. All of those threats are there. But if the queen moves away, then I can put my knight on c4. It's like a secondary place, yeah. But of course, this is the more preferred one because black structure is, I mean, all the pawns are on the light squares. That means the dark squares by default are weak, which is the d6 and the b6, maybe the e5 square as well. So, and the knight on c4 controls all three squares.
Yeah.
That's why.
Saj bhai, one look at the Arjun game. Then I'll take a short break, chat. I'll keep taking short breaks. तबीयत काफी पानी पानी हो रखी है. Rook a2 g6, rook c2 was played. So I think instead of rook e2, he went for the rook c2 idea. And now bishop b7. And apparently f4 is a nice move for white, but very hard to play f4 here.
Who's gonna play f4 in this position? I'm thinking f3, e4. That's the main plan.
Yeah,
But I think one thing is for sure, Arjun is going for the long game, yeah? Not
yeah.
trying to exchange pieces too quickly and hoping for that one mistake somewhere. I mean, he must be ultra focused today.
Yeah, yeah, and also that I think team ने बताया होगा they must have analyzed the games of Yu Yang and seen कि भाई किस तरह की games में he struggles. Maybe they figured out कि भाई longer games में sometimes he blunders, sometimes he has time issues and whatever it is.
Wait,
Uh,
one sec, huh? One sec. Be right back.
हाँ, so very interesting what happens. Tikku badass. Thank you भाई. Thank you. Bima और आदमी badass होने लगे. Plus one है. We just saw it actually कि plus one है. But maybe it's not exactly plus one. It's like plus 0.6, plus 0.5. But even that's a good start for Nihal Sareen. Like Nodirbeki against after 10 moves plus 0.5 is not bad at all. Like it looks pretty decent. And now, of course, like Nodirbek in this complicated position, we'll have to take more time to calculate. So chances और बढ़ते हैं because time कम होगा. Sahaj bhai, do you think peak Tikku bhai will peak better than peak Magnus in Ludo? भाई देखो नॉट गारंटेड यार मतलब मैग्नस अगर 4 दिन लूडो खेलेगा मे बी बेटर भी हो सकता है भाई स्नेक्स एंड लैडर्स में मेरी ज्यादा चांस है 10 देंगे मैग्नस को परम रेस्ट डे के पहले लीड कर रहा था टॉप 5 में परम के चांस खत्म हो गए भाई परम हैज नो चांसेस लाइक इमेजिन परम हैज नो चांसेस मैं सहाज भाई से शादी की बात करता हूँ साहब की शादी हो रही है क्या मुझे पता नहीं था यार देखो भाई प्लेयर खड़ा होके मूव चल सकते हैं इनफैक्ट कई प्लेयर क्या करते हैं दे समटाइम्स गेट अप एंड दे स्टैंड बिहाइंड द चेयर एंड वॉच द गेम भाई इतना इरिटेटिंग लगता है ना वो इफ यू आर थिंकिंग बट सम पीपल डू दिस ऑफन इट्स अ
Yeah, of
साइकोलॉजिकल टैक्ट
course.
है ना
A lot of people do this on a day. I mean, in every event, you have someone like this. But I mean, it's a strategy. Yeah? They also want to look at the. I mean, you mean when they go on their opponent's side and then they are looking at it
वो
from
अलग
the.
है पीछे से
वो
आगे से
बहुत करते
ऊपर
हैं, I
से
think.
नीचे से अब पीछे हर जगह से भाई घूरते रहते हैं बस
Hmm.
लाइक मिश्रा डज द पीछे वाला सीन बाय द वे मिश्रा पीछे खड़ा होकर देखता है दैट्स हिज स्ट्रैटेजी वीडी इज
Mm-hmm.
द गाय हु स्टैंड्स इन बिहाइंड हिज चेयर सो वीडी का
Mm-hmm.
वो स्ट्रैटेजी है आई थिंक गुकेश एंड अर्जुन में भी डोंट गुकेश का अर्जुन तो अपना वर्क करता रहता है उसका अलग ही है उसको कहता
Arjun
है
walks a
जितना
lot, and and
हाँ
Gukesh doesn't get up from the board a lot. I think Gukesh is
हाँ
always focused.
अर्जुन का रिक्वायरमेंट है बाय द वे चैट लाइक आई थिंक साजन आई फ्रेंड्स विद अर्जुन मैनेजर एंड उन्होंने कहा था कि अर्जुन पहले कहता है भाई पैसा कितना मिल रहा है प्लेयर को उन्हें बाद में बताओ हॉल का डायमेंशन क्या है सो एनी स्मॉल
Mm-hmm.
हॉल्स ही सेज नो बिकॉज ही कांट डू हिज 10,000 स्टेप्स लाइक इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू हिम एंड उसने भी वॉच खरीदी हुई है सो यू नो 235 डेज की स्ट्रीक है साज भाई डजंट वांट टू ब्रेक अ स्ट्रीक
Exactly. It's in the contract, way. 10,000 steps a day.
या
Let's go.
या साज भाई आई विल बैक इन 10-15 मिनट्स
Sure, sure,
करो भाई
sure.
कंटिन्यू होपफुली तो कुछ क्रेजी होगा
Sure, sure, sure. Take care, bye. Take care. By the way, Divya playing against, I saw in the chat, Divya playing against Injich. He's a good friend of mine. I think the tallest grandmaster in the world, if I'm not mistaken, and seems to have a good position for Divya. I mean, she seems to be looking quite good, but it's quite unbalanced because she does have these pawns which are slightly weak, and White's bishop on c5 is quite active for now. But Divya's advantage is that she can go h5, h4, and she can kind of create some chances on the king side somehow. But yeah, it's going to be a crazy game. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा यहाँ पे. This is a tough opponent, I think, for Divya. But let's see. Divya has been playing fantastic so far, and even in the last round, she had a. I think she defended for such a long time, and then she, I think, blundered with move 40 or move 60. It was, I can't remember which one, but she blundered with like seconds on her clock, and it was just a mate, and it was a heartbreak loss for Divya. But apart from that, I think she's been performing spectacularly in this event. Um, yeah, looking good. Hoping she can, continue this streak. What is a Maggie challenge? It's a long thing. It started with candidates last year. We do Maggie bets, with like certain things. But yeah, that's what it is. Don't take it too seriously. I mean, but yeah, last time I won, even he didn't give it to me. It was Rakesh bhai. But anyways, going back to, I think, let's look at the top board because it's really important for the Indian players. Anish in deep thought, by the way, he has been thinking for a really long time in this position, around 24 minutes according to the timer here, and he has to find rook b8. And you can see from the blue arrow, this is the only move for black that gives him some play. If he messes this up, like if he plays bishop b7, I think there is just c4 and you lose the bishop straight away. And so I think rook b8 in that sense makes a lot of sense, no? Because what else are you supposed to do? Bhaiya, is Arjun or Nihal going for candidates? Today we will know. Today we will know. I think Nihal has a very good position. I think if he finds queen g3 here. Wait, did he just play it? No, he didn't play it. Okay, he didn't play it. He's still thinking. So short castle was a slight mistake by Nadirbek, and queen g3 is what Nihal has to find here. If he finds it, I think his chances are looking really good. At least he has won the opening battle in some way. Or maybe this is Nadirbek trying to, complicate things. I guess we will know in a few minutes. And I think Arjun also looking quite decent to me. I think his chances are pretty good. Look, statistically speaking, Arjun has higher chances because his average rating is higher. And so if he wins both games and Nihal wins both games, most likely Arjun will qualify. But it's like 19-20. 19-20 ka farak. How is short castle a mistake? You mean in Nihal's board, right? It was a mistake because I think I can have a lot of attack on the g7 pawn, and you should have gone h5 instead and kept the king in the center. Now, if I play queen g3, my plan is to play knight f3 or knight b3 or knight c4 like we looked at earlier, and bring this bishop to h6, where already you're threatening mate in one, and some pressure on the king side for sure. Plus, black's king side dark squares and the queen side dark squares are pretty bad as well. शायद भाई आपको किस opponent से सबसे ज़्यादा डर लगता है? I growing up, I think it was mainly people who I was closest to. Like जिन players के साथ मैं chess study करता था, I did not like to play against them. डरना is I think a strong word. I don't think that ever happened, but I just don't like playing against people that I'm very close to. Explain tiebreak, how it works. I'm sure many players will end up at 8 and 7.5. Yeah, I think not many. I think two or three players I'm expecting on 8, maybe max 5, not more than that. But I think the tiebreak system is very simple. They take the average rating of all of the opponents that you have played, and that's your first tiebreak. So if you've played at 2750, 2710, or so let's say 2750, 2700 player, then your average rating is going to be 27-25 basically. So it's kind of, by the way, queen g3 played. Let's go. Nihal going for it. Yeah, finds the best move, threatening knight f3 as we mentioned, and now I think Nadirbek is in some trouble. भाई ये एक चाल पहले निकल सकता था ये. Like in this position also queen g3 was very good. And I think if you look at it, black has to play short castle, and now knight d2 is the best moves, and this is the exact same position on the board. So let's go, Nehal. I think looking quite good from the opening itself. Already a +1 advantage. I'm seeing 0.7, but Sahilbhai told me it was +1. He has, I think, a slightly stronger machine. So it's difficult, I think, for Nordirbek to find a way to keep the game going. I think he has to defend very soon. Suggest a book that develops my thinking in non-tactical positions. Why is Richard Rapport asking me this question? That's what I want to know. But I think any books on chess strategy, yeah, or chess structures. There is a very good book by Maurizio Flores called Essential Pawn Structure or Understanding Pawn Structure, something chess structures. It's called Chess Structure, a guide by Maurizio Flores, I think his name is. And that's a very good book to understand, some chess strategy, because pawn structures, if you understand pawn structures well, then you can understand the plan with the pieces as well. Pawns are the soul of chess, so start with the pawns. Why he didn't play directly knight f3? I think I explained it a bit earlier, because you want to keep this square vacant for the knight on c4. So in case black plays queen f6 in this position, then knight c4 is a very strong move. But if you don't move the queen away, then knight f3 becomes a dangerous threat, because then it's happening with a tempo, and then bishop h6 also happens with a tempo. So that's going to be quite difficult for him to handle. That's why knight f3 immediately was not good, because black could play queen f6 or queen c4. Both of them are fine, but queen f6 is what I would be thinking, because if the queen is on f6, I would want my knight to be on c4, because the b6 square and the d6 square are a bit weak. But if the black queen is on, let's say, in the center, or not on the king side, let's say on b6, anywhere on these squares, then I would want the knight to be on f3 and bishop on h6, so I can conduct the attack on the king side. It's like जहाँ पे queen होगी वहाँ पे हमको नहीं रहना है. That's the main thing. What about pawn to f5 from black? I think it's a bad move. You're touching the golden pawn. I think I can just take ef5 in this position as well, which is, I think, quite good. You can also play a knight f3 and just gain a tempo, and then bishop h6 is incoming as well. So that would be very, very bad. You might even be losing here, at least strategically speaking. Oh, people are just farming. Oh, wow, you're just farming XPs, yeah? इतनी calculation करनी पड़ती है. Of course, this is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. There is so much more that is going on the player's mind. But of course, they study it every single day for 10 plus hours, so they're used to it. They're used to the calculation, but it is not easy for sure. Dingleren kahan hai bhai? I don't know. He hasn't played anything recently. I think he's taking a break from chess. I'm not sure if he's coming back, but let's hope the best for him. By the way, Anish still thinking for over half an hour in that position. That's a tough, tough, tough thing. Arjun's board, taking a look, not much has happened there. Arjun is also thinking. I think we can stick to here for a while, unless you have a game for us. Let me know in the comments chat. By the way, Hans versus Pragg looking quite interesting to me, because Hans is a pawn up right now, and the position is basically symmetrical. Also, this knight is going to get exchanged. यहाँ पे प्रग जीतने के chances तो बहुत कम है प्रग के. I feel like जीतना यहाँ पे बहुत मुश्किल होगा. Like next to impossible, I think. So not looking the best for Pragg here, but Hans ko jeetna zaruri hai, because if he wins 2 games in a row, then he, automatically, or he has good chances to qualify for the candidate. So he has to play for a win, and I think that's what he's gonna do. He might even overpush. So let's see what can happen there. And meanwhile, while Pragg is thinking, let's take a look at some other board. Chat, do let me know if there are any games that are interesting to you. Taking a look. Okay, Aditya Mittal versus Dubov was interesting. Okay, not it's looking a bit balanced. Checking the game of Gukesh, because he had a massive time advantage. He still has it actually, some 40-minute advantage over his opponent. The position is kind of equal though, at least according to the bar. But black does have these pawns which are not the best, at least not right now. My question is simple: if I take e5, you cannot capture back with the e pawn, because this will fall, I think. Yeah, this is hanging. So you have to capture with the queen, and then this looks a bit odd to me. Yes, d3 pawn is weak too, but just these two pawns look very, very bad to me. I think Gukesh might score his first win today. I'm just getting a feeling. I think good chance. So let's go. Why, it's been 6 games. Let's go. This is amazing. Have I played Hans? No, I haven't. Never. I've been following him for a long time, but I think the only chance I get to play him is Title Tuesdays. Yeah, but I never got paired with him. Blue bomb. Okay, taking a quick look. This was the position, by the way, after knight takes d4 is where we left it. White had to find e5, which is the best move, but he goes knight d2 and black plays b6, and now the position is once again equal. I think the plan is that if you go e5 now, then black can play bishop a6 as well. Like, you take my rook, I take yours. Very simple. And then rook b8 also can be completely fine. So b6, good move by blue bomb, looking pretty balanced. I think Vincent is maybe planning some c3. You kick the knight away, then I play e5 and I play f4, knight e4, and I maybe have some um, space on the queen side for sure, but maybe some attacking chances as well in the future. So Vincent and Blue Bomb looking equalish for now. आपने लेवी को हराया है क्या? No, नहीं, I don't think I've played Levi either. I mean, I've played Hikaru. I एक बार Hikaru को हराया था मैंने, and I think amongst top players like online, एक बार Kramnik को हराया था मैंने. दोनों से 1-0 का स्कोर है, but that's it. I haven't played anybody else. Um, I think I lost to Caruana once. Yeah, would love to play Arjun though on Title Tuesday. बड़ा मजा आएगा उधर. But yeah, looking forward to that match. Anish blunders, क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh, not a blunder, but yeah. Oh, that's a blunder. Wait, what? Okay. I'm seeing some crazy lines here. C4. Okay, it's not a blunder, yeah. When you make the move, it becomes better. Wait, that's a draw offer. That's a draw for Bayanish because after c4, look at this chart. Black can go bishop takes a3. White has to capture back the bishop. If you go c d5, then bishop takes d5, and black is just a pawn up. You keep queen attack. Then the next move, I just save my bishop. You go ba3. Black plays knight c3, only move in the position, by the way. And you don't have to take on b7, by the way. But if you take on b7, let's just look at this first. Then this is a draw. And if white doesn't take, white can also play queen g4. This is where the game continues. But okay, not really sure what's going to happen here. But yeah, position will be. Anish is not worse for sure. Like these pawns look a bit odd. Pawn c4 will be thoda weak hai. But white does have pressure on the dark squares, so some compensation there for sure. Yeah, both sides having, I think, good play here. Maybe this is not going to be a draw. But yeah, bishop b7, crazy move. And the funny thing is, you have to play c4. If you don't play c4, then it's gone. Like, white is going to be much worse. Well, thank you for the super chat, Sharad bhai. You could have said something. But thank you so much for the super chat, bhai. Um, Much better to draw because they have more chances to qualify. Actually no, because it and then last round में बहुत बड़ा pressure आ जाएगा. But Anish के perspective से maybe it makes more sense simply because Anish is black right now and tomorrow is going to be white. So white से जीतने के लिए खेलना is easier, yeah. So that maybe that's what he's banking on. But I think Firouzja is not going to take the draw because he needs to win today. If he wins today, then and I mean his chances to qualify are basically like 99%. Yeah, एक draw ही चाहिए होगा उसके बाद उसको. How good was Parimarjan? Not many people know, but he was insane. He was insane, like something else. I think one of the most hardworking person I know in chess. He knew everything. Like at that age, like उस time में to be a grandmaster at 13 is an insane feat. Game of Abhimanyu Mishra. Let's take a quick look of Abhimanyu Mishra. This is the position. Oh, he still has a slight advantage. So he did play King F2 in this position. Long castle hota hai. He plays Bishop E2. Best move. Black plays E5, hoping that White's gonna take on E5. Black takes back and some lines open up here for the King on F2. This might be a bit dangerous, but he shouldn't take on E5. He should play Bishop F3 here, apparently. And okay, maybe slightly better for Abhimanyu, but his position is still not completely clear. Slightly better for Abhimanyu बोलूंगा. खराब तो नहीं लग रही मेरे को ये. How to study master games from book? How to approach? I think just read everything. I mean, first of all, I think not many players are reading books these days, but there is a easy way to read. Yeah, you can take a piece of paper and then make a small hole in the paper, and then you just read it through the hole, everything. That way, you don't see the answers and all of those things. So that's a fun way to go through a book. I used to do it when I was younger. By the way, Arjun still thinking on this position. This is the current position. By the way, knight bd7, I think he played, and white went knight g3. So finally, the knight jumps to g3. I think maybe he's planning queen f3 now. I just don't believe that you will play h3 and f3. It just looks odd. Just looks odd to me. I can't really explain why, but it just looks weird. I think he's planning queen f3 or maybe to play e4 directly. But Arjun having a slight advantage if he plays c6. Okay, not something super tangible, but a little bit. You think Arjun's gonna win? Chat में क्या लग रहा है आपको? Just looking at the position, you know Arjun how Arjun is as a player. He has a slight advantage. Time is roughly balanced. You think Arjun's gonna win? My golden pawn is important, but in some openings we use the pawn the open with this right. Yeah, when it's an opening, when it's theory, then it's fine. When it's something attacking, then it's fine. But it's a general positional like principle, yeah, because the f pawn is the most sensitive. Once you like, if black removes the f pawn here, then the king becomes super weak. If white removes the f pawn, then okay, here it's not really a big problem, but the e3 pawn kind of becomes weak. So it's like you have to be. It's a bit more sensitive. Sahaj, do you think Abhimanyu's Mishra's streak will be broken in the World Cup? I mean, whether he loses in classical, I don't know. But I mean, in tie breaks, it is possible, yeah. But I don't know if he loses in classical because he hasn't lost a single game. I mean, I think he can continue his streak. He's playing spectacular chess. So how do chess players prepared when strong engines were not available? They would read books. Like there used to this there were these books called Chess Informant. I think it was a very big book, and it used to come out I think yearly, which with like all the recent updates, all the games, and they would research with other players. Yeah, like you would write everything down. You should. I mean, it was a not really how we study chess these days, but that used to be the thing. Like the more books you read, the more knowledge you have, essentially. How are three players selected from the World Cup? I'm guessing it's because the top three, yeah, the one like the finalists and the semi-final जो semi-finals में जो हारा होगा उनका अलग से match होगा, and then that player gets selected as well, the one who wins. So top three players will be selected there. What happens in four player are in top position, then the tie break comes into effect, and your rating average comes into effect. Right now also four players are at the top right now, but I think if I look at the standings, Anish has the worst tiebreak right now, and Blue Bomb Matthias has the best tiebreak right now because his average, the people that he has played against, are the highest rated, were higher rated in this event. That's why. Nadir Beck, another mistake. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh, yes, he plays f6. Okay, he wants to play e5 and get activity for the bishop. And now I think this is just Odervik's way of trying to complicate things. I'm guessing. Nihal has to play not winning. No, 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 not winning at all. Definitely not winning. This is a good position, but not winning for sure. You have to play e5 at the right moment, but if you play e5 right now, then black can play f5, and the queen is still on d4. Maybe it can go to g4, and you can go into an endgame. But what Nihal has to do is he has to play c3, kick the queen away back to d8, and then play e5. Because even if you play f5, then the queen is no longer on d4 to go to g4. So you can play knight c4, put pressure on the d6 square. And yeah, this looks very comfortable for Nihal. Not winning, but I would say a huge advantage for sure. टिक्कू भाई कहाँ गए? टिक्कू इज थोड़ी सी उनकी तबीयत खराब है, बट ही इज टेकिंग ब्रेक्स, बट ही इज हियर. ही विल जॉइन फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम. But not Nihal winning, yeah? Nihal is not winning here. C3, that's the key move. Do you think he finds it? I think he's gonna think for a long time before he plays it though. Like, what was your question, Tushar bhai? Knight f3 also possible. Knight f3 also possible. Knight f3, I think there is queen c4 or queen c5 apparently is very strong. I don't know what the difference between c4 and c5 here is. Maybe you can play queen h5 in the right moment, I'm guessing. Yeah, something like that. Or maybe, yeah, c3? Just e5. Then why not keep the queen on c4? Strange. But yeah, not knight f3. Looks like a logical move by Nihal, but it can be deadly, yeah, because एक move के अंदर पूरा advantage गया. Just with one move, the entire advantage is gone. Sahil bhai, are you here? Mute to up.
Am I seeing this correctly? It is plus 1.6 for Nihal.
Yeah, I'm seeing +1. But is it plus 1.6 for you?
Yes. After I don't know what variation we looked at, but C3 I think is
Mm-hmm.
apparently the best. And now Queen D8 is the best, which to be honest for me looks impossible to play as black. You just came from that square for what? And now E5 apparently is the only move.
This is 1.6.
It goes down now 1.1 के आसपास. Like starting में लेकिन 1.6 दिखाता है, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, there's 94 incoming. You have the d6 square probably. And I mean, I think this is probably Nordirbek's way of trying to complicate things, yeah, ताकि over press कर रहा है वो थोड़ा ताकि maybe Nihal tries to,
भाई
make
नोदर
Nihal
भाई
makes a
ऐसे ही
mistake.
प्रेस करने का भाई, चाहे गेम में या मेरे कपड़े, मतलब ऐसा ही प्रेस करो कि मतलब सब बढ़िया हो जाए। साथ भाई ये क्या चल रहा है, मैं मतलब चल क्या रहा है समझ नहीं, दिस इज टू मच रिस्क आई फील। आई मीन लुक एट द बिशप ऑन C8 and look at the pawn on E6 after I play E5. I mean it just feels like कि मतलब वो बिशप को मतलब ऐसे अब वो हो गया, उसका उसका टूर्नामेंट खत्म, क्योंकि अगली गेम में वाइट आने हैं, तो दैट इज द
Hmm.
फाइनल पोजीशन फॉर द बिशप, या इट्स नॉट गोना प्ले इन द एंटायर टूर्नामेंट नाउ।
Maybe you can go bishop d7, c5, bishop c6, something like that. But उसमें
एंड
बहुत
देन
टाइम लगेगा.
हाँ वही, उससे बेटर तो उधर पे उड़ना सीख ले उससे पहले, मुझे लग रहा है। सो आई थिंक दिस इज लुकिंग वेरी डिफिकल्ट सहाजन। ग्रेट पोजीशन फॉर निहाल सरीन, आई मीन एटलीस्ट राइट नाउ, एंड ही फाउंड पूंजी 3 सरप्राइज ग्रेट।
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. I think amongst in the top boards, Nihal seems to have the biggest advantage so far. That's a huge, huge, huge news for us.
वाओ। एंड बाय द वे एक बंदे ने 100 की सुपर चैट, चल भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट, कोई मैसेज नहीं था उनका बट 100 रुपये उन्होंने ऐसे ही दे दिए। दिस विल गो इन द चेस्कॉम मंत्री फ्यूचर कैम्स योजना। साज भाई आई थिंक उसमें डाल सकते हैं हम इसको।
बहुत जरूरत है वहां पे चैट.
सही में भाई, लेकिन आई थिंक बहुत जीरोस मिसिंग है, बट ऐसे ऐसे ही इकट्ठे कर बूंद बूंद से सागर बनता है साज भाई नहीं।
Exactly, exactly.
एंड सागर आल्सो हैज कैम्स तो सागर ही बना है यार। भाई इट वेंट फुल सर्कल, बट एनीवेज रुक C8 प्लेड नाउ, एंड 6 मिनट का यहाँ पे अनीश, सॉरी
This
अनीश कह रहा हूँ, अगर अर्जुन की गेम में अगर हम जाएं, आई थिंक रुक C8 वाज द लास्ट मूव ही प्लेड, एंड या स्टिल प्रीटी डिसेंट फॉर अर्जुन।
Yeah, he wants to play c5 or c6, b5, one of them. Yeah, this is going to be a long battle, but I think Arjun is looking super comfortable to me. I think आज दोनों जीत सकते हैं. निहाल भी जीत सकता है, अर्जुन भी जीत सकता है.
या अग्रीड। साहज भाई विंसेंट काइमर मैं देख रहा हूँ स्लाइटली बेटर मिश्रा। वो मिश्रा की पोजीशन देख सकते हैं क्या, व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन दैट पोजीशन, बिकॉज क्रेजी है बाय द वे, ही डिड फाइंड किंग F2 एंड MVL जस्ट क्वीन साइड कैसल।
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We looked at this earlier. By the way, he played bishop f3 as well. The best move here. Mishra is definitely putting pressure here on MVL.
आज भी गुकेश जीत सकता है, जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा भाई, गुकेश जीतेगा।
Domination of Kasparov and Karpov was due to really big teams, and they had, or they can be really great without team. I'm not telling they are not top players, but their domination might be not. Karpov and Kasparov, they were very huge. Both of them were, I think they have a claim to the GOAT title, essentially. Both of them have that claim. Kasparov has, I think, slightly bigger claim because he defeated Karpov in a World Championship match. But yeah, Karpov had a very big team. Kasparov also had a big team. Um, but I think like they also didn't have computers, yeah. So at that time you did need other players to like sort of help you with certain positions. But अभी computers के आने के बाद the level is more balanced I would say क्योंकि आपका अगर आपके पास कंप्यूटर है तो मोस्टली आप किसी को भी हरा सकते हो.
या बट मे बी अगर आप सैम सैम ऑल्टमैन के दोस्त हो तो शायद आपको कोई बढ़िया कंप्यूटर मिल सकता है, सो सेंड अ DM और अ मेल टू सैम ऑल्टमैन अगर आप टॉप प्लेयर हैं। सो मीनवाइल साज भाई निहाल सरी में C3 ऑन द बोर्ड। भाई
Woohoo,
आग
let's
लगा दी बंदे ने,
go.
भाई बंदे ने आग लगा दी है साज भाई। एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट it looks so difficult first of all to even play queen D8, it looks so difficult right because of वहीं से आए हो, so what was the point of this queen D4 drama then?
Hmm. Maybe he goes queen c5. Then e5 also is there, no?
Yeah, and then it's even worse. It's already plus 1.1, 1.2, 1.25, 1.3. Bhai, this is even worse.
Hmm.
Wow. Sahaj and chat, Nihal Sarin, कल की हार के बाद आज सडनली कह रहे हैं कि भाई बहुत हो गया, मेरा कैंडिडेट स्पॉट मुझे वापस करो।
भाई मतलब किसी ने बोला भी चैट में कि द मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज टू जर्मन प्लेयर्स आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट ईच अदर, मतलब एक जर्मन प्लेयर तो कैंडिडेट्स में हो, मतलब बहुत अच्छे चांसेस हैं यहाँ से, नहीं? एक
दैट्स
तो
ट्रू, दैट्स वेरी ट्रू एक्चुअली, एंड you know so far in the tournament Bluebam has been the stronger player, I think we can all agree. But Vincent Keimer, I think comeback बहुत epic कर रहे हैं. So Saj bhai, which German player do you think reaches the candidates?
सर विच प्लेयर?
Which German player reaches the candidates?
Think Vincent, yeah. Vincent is having a spectacular year. I mean, he's 2751, world number 8, if I'm not mistaken, and he's gaining like 7 points
Wow.
at 2751 rating. I think he must be higher then. Must be higher in the world rankings, no? Yeah, he's world
Yeah,
number
yeah, yeah.
7 now. He just took over
Wow.
Wesley. The only people who are above him are Firouzja, Arjun, Pragg, Fabi, Hikaru, and Magnus. That's it.
Yeah.
And
By the
he's just
way,
20 years old.
we might have the first result of the day, and that is Sam Shankland against Aryan Chopra. So that's gonna be, I think, a draw, which I can see dead draw position hai.
Hmm.
I'm assuming this should end soon. Nothing crazy just yet in the other games जो खत्म होने वाली हो. Sana, do you think this today will be a longer day? Today will be a shorter day? What do you think?
Can't be longer than 7.5 hours. So, I mean, I think shorter in comparison, but I think still pretty long.
True, true. If Vincent reaches, then he will be the second of Gukesh. Um, depends. I think पहले वो candidates खेलेगा, and if he wins the candidates, then of course not. If he doesn't win, then maybe he could be, because I think um also I think Arjun का attitude मुझे याद है. I think somebody in Sagar's team took an interview for from Arjun during doubt हो रहा था कि भाई is he the second of Gukesh? He said something like on the tune of why would I be somebody's second? Because I'm the first. Yeah, that was the attitude. So not everybody is comfortable being a second. By the way, Anish
Why?
Giri has what?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you. He just played something, but apparently it's not working. I thought it's a draw. So Queen B7 forced दिया है यहाँ पे. You can't play anything else, I think, because the knight comes to E4. So Queen B7, Rook B8, Queen A6 you have to take, Rook A8, Queen B7, Rook B8, Queen A7 apparently, Rook A8 and Bishop G5. Is this something or is this nothing? No, it's a
Bishop
draw. It's a
G5,
draw.
Bishop E7. And if you take, I take with the king, and it's still a draw.
Yeah, so not a blunder.
But it's very interesting. Starting position shows like bar is white is winning. But once you take on B7, play Rook B8, it shows like a draw.
It's still 0-0-0 chat. It's not really a blunder.
Wow. But so is it a forced draw now? Like, is it over? Or can like Firouzja play on? Because
But
draw is also decent.
सूत्रों के हिसाब से तो I mean the game is continuing. So maybe unless he's thinking.
I think he's thinking. I think he's thinking because, for example, कोई और चालक खेलते हो यहाँ पे queen to d3. I mean, it doesn't have the same charm, yeah. Knight e4, knight c5. Like black seems to be absolutely fine. Maybe bishop e7. Um, but okay. I mean, up to Firouzja, I think he can, if he wants to push, he can push.
But I mean, I think it's a nice strategy by Anisha, drawing with the black pieces, and tomorrow he plays with the white, and he's going to be super fresh as well. He's going to well
Yeah.
rested because he finished the game earlier. That gives him a very good chance of winning this tournament, actually.
True, true, true. And I think Anish, of course, yeah, he's a solid player. I think you wanna. I think if COB होती थी ना साज भाई, I think my philosophy for COB was कि you should make sure you reach the last day. Same, I think, here as well. I know it's unfair to compare COB to World Grand Swiss, but I think you want to have chances till the last day. And then
Hmm.
anything is possible. Like, if you have no chances right now, try to create that glimmer of hope. Last day the chance rakho, you never know what can happen. So I think Anish Giri, if he draws, he will have those chances and he should be very happy.
Someone is saying it's not really a draw, but Queen A6 is a okay, rook 8. It's the same. Nothing is happening.
In
Like you
fact,
have to go
Sahaj,
Queen B7 again.
yeah, and also जो Bishop G5 move hai,
No, no, you're
um,
losing a queen, no? Queen B8.
yeah, it's actually worse. So it's not even easy to play Bishop G5. That's just worse. So I think it might just be a draw.
Hmm.
unless something crazy happens.
So not really a bad move, I think, by Anish. I think a good practical decision because either Firouzja accepts the draw or he accepts a worse position.
Yeah. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि why is it a draw? Anish lost a piece, but his queen is getting trapped. Chat. So if you take queen takes b7, rook b8, there is no way to escape with the queen. And for example, you might say, what if I take the rook on b8, queen takes b8, and
No,
then
no,
b
knight
takes
e2.
c3? Exactly. You might think that way, but then after queen takes b8, there is knight e2 intermediate move, and you don't
That's
actually
right.
get the knight. So yeah.
Hmm.
So very interesting. Firuza right now on the verge of a draw. Will be interesting to see what happens. And Nodebek, by the way, still has not played. So great position for Nihal Sareen, the online genius. But yeah, let's see. Online genius is wrong, yeah. Indian genius होना चाहिए. Online genius क्या होगा?
Bullet God, that's what you call him.
But bullet god तो Firuza हो जाएगा ना भाई. I think.
And Nihal अगर फिरोजा से खेलता तो I don't know. It can go either ways. But yeah, I mean, Firouzja has had the better record, of course, but
Much better, yeah.
hmm,
Saj bhai, I'm on 1450 since a year and I play chess as a hobby, 2 to 3 games per day. How can I improve? One advice, Saj, अगर आपको देनी हो किसी को, somebody is watching,
14,
who plays chess
14,
as a
15.
hobby, how can they improve?
Chess as a hobby. I think do tactics as much as possible. I think people are gonna troll me in the chat again because I've said it so many times. But you should do combinations, puzzles, as much as possible because many times in your games it's gonna happen that something is gonna be on the board, but you're not gonna be able to feel it, and you're not able to feel it because you haven't practiced it enough. So if you practice it, if you allot a certain time, okay, I'm gonna do 10 puzzles every day, 15 puzzles every day, 20 puzzles, whatever, if you're consistent with that, then I think you will start sensing those things during the match itself, which is very
Yeah,
important at this level.
yeah. By the way, Saj, एक और super chat question about Arjun.
Saj bhai, I have analyzed Arjun's games. He's playing the first 25 to 30 moves with precision. Is that prep or positional understanding? Can a 2500 player play? Can a 2500 play like Arjun? Your thoughts on being a coach? Can a 2500 play like Arjun? No, I think no one else can play like Arjun. I think his style is extremely unique to me because he's okay with getting worse positions. Sometimes he does it on purpose as well, just to have a game, but he does it in a very direct way. Like, and I feel like how others do it, they still maintain other, like, some chances, but Arjun does it on purpose. So I think not a lot of people can do it what he does. And I also don't agree that he plays 25 to 30 moves with precision, like especially the first one, because he on purpose tries to play worse openings. So that's not, I mean, he will play those positions correctly, but he will get a worse position from the opening, sometimes on purpose as well. So it is prep. Definitely, I think it is prep to an extent, and it is positional understanding as well, because he has looked at so much in his life, and it has formed a part of his sort of intuitive understanding. Um, that's, I think,
By the
where
way,
where it comes from.
Sajbhai just jumped to the Firouzja game because he's just grabbed the bishop. And now Kailo keh rahe, why can't he sacrifice the queen for the rook? And it's just not enough, chat. White has a lot of other weaknesses in the position, and I don't think rook and bishop will be enough for the queen. But more importantly, Sahaj, सूत्रों के मुताबिक गेम खत्म नहीं हुई है. So what is happening here? I'm a bit confused because I don't see anything. Did Firouzja actually play bishop g5 here?
That's a good point. And by the way, just so you know, knight c3 is now a brilliancy. It was a mistake before, but now it's a brilliancy on the board. Crazy. I mean, Anish out calculating the engine, yeah?
Yeah.
Says, does a player need to change his style after becoming WC, like to take more draws so that confidence don't shatter? I mean, you couldn't have made it or more obvious who you're talking about. but but I think your style automatically evolves over time. I think it just happens. It's bound to happen. I think he's just finding his flow for that, and I think eventually it will happen where his style, where he becomes more sort of slower, where he takes draws on certain situation. It will happen. It's just a matter of time, I feel. Queen takes
Yeah.
a6 played.
By the way, your chess guy saying मैं गधा हूँ. Yeah, yeah, true. If it's a draw, Anish is alpha zero. Why he is crazy, of course. He can, he's very, very solid. Yeah. So if there's a way to get a draw, He's tactically sharp. He'll find it.
Oh yes, and if Queen B7 Rook bet, there is no way that he can escape this. So is this a draw, Sahil bhai? Is it over? It's over. Oh, Bishop G5. No, Bishop G5 is bad. No, because of Queen B8. I guard this B7 square ताकि Queen B7 पे नहीं जा सकती, and you're forced to sack the Queen. Then you're worse for sure. I think a great choice by Anish. I think very smart, practical decision. Yeah, he's now going to be on 7 out of 10, tied with Firouzja, and he's going to be playing with the white pieces. Most likely a player who's not higher rated than him. This is, I think, a perfect situation for Anish. It couldn't have gone better than this.
Yeah. Basically, he will have a chance on the last day, but 8 is the maximum he can potentially score. So, one important detail is Anish's tiebreak before this round was 2-6-4-9, and Arjun's tiebreak was 2-6-7-6. So, if Arjun wins, he will be ahead of Anish Giri. In fact, if Nihal wins, he will be like basically at the same tiebreak as Anish as well. So, I think Anish ka draw acha hai, but he will need to win in the final game. And it does depend on some other games, but I think, of course, Firouzja ke sath draw mil raha hai, you have to take it. Yes, Raj, you can't really avoid that.
Of course, and also on board too, looks like Vincent is in a slightly better position. So if Vincent wins now, he will be the sole leader. By 2 tournaments back to back, he's winning. Also freestyle also he won.
Wow.
He's having a crazy run, yeah.
True, true. I wish Gukesh had deeper intuition. He would have been almost immense. I think intuition also comes with age. I think Gukesh is 19. By the time he's 22, 23, maybe his intuition might be as good as Magnus. It's very hard to compare. I think Magnus ne bola hai ki, Gukesh, okay, he's great. He's not ahead of the curve, whatever. But maybe Gukesh takes a bit more time to blossom. I think you look at Abhimanyu Mishra, who was youngest grandmaster at 12, and he's been 26 for 2 years. And then suddenly look at him now. I saw
Mhm.
Fabi's video yesterday a little bit, and he says the same. Like he says, कि मिश्रा से मैंने 2 साल पहले खेला. He was 2600. Right now he's 2600, same rating, and suddenly he's cruising like crazy. So कुछ भी हो सकता है, Chad. I think it's all a matter of time. कई बार instantly, years of practice can show results in like 1 month. Just have patience.
It's a good point. It's a very good point. Yeah, I think at 22, 23, I think is when I think he will start peaking. I feel. तब आपको I think असली गुकेश दिखेगा.
By the way, Sahil bro, what's your opinion about India's versus Pak? यार हर किसी का अपना ओपिनियन है. I will not be watching it because I'll be commentating. So मुझे ये चॉइस करने की जरूरत नहीं है ना. Easiest choices are Sahaj bhai, the choices you don't have to make.
Hmm.
Those are the easiest choices. अगर if you're the only person living on earth and there's only one guy, one girl, so you don't have any choice, yeah. By the way, Arjun has played Saj. If you can jump to that game, knight e4, typical, yeah, very typical. You take control of the e4 square. But so far so good for either side. Yeah, I think nobody is better.
Maybe F5 plans in the future, but yeah, no one's better. But I would say slightly preferred for black though. I like Arjun's position more.
Hmm. Interesting. And look at that. Can we go to Nihal's board? Firouzja, how he's been thinking for 16 minutes almost. Wow,
Wow.
I think he's struggling.
Yeah, he sees the idea of E5 and he doesn't like it. Yeah, I think this is a problem. This is a big problem. I think Nihal having a fantastic position. कुछ ज़्यादा रिस्क ले लिया उसने लग रहा है. Queen C5 by the way.
Oh, Queen C5.
Only move now, E5. Only move. Because if you don't play E5, then the queen jumps to H5 and then king side आपकी safe है. तो queen को यहीं रखना है. And remember chat, अगर आपकी queen side पे, then we want to play knight F3 and we want to play bishop H6. That's the plan. So E5 first move really important ताकि queen H5 पे ना जाए.
And also black E5 na khele. Very important. I think if knight F3, for
Mhm.
example, black plays E5 and suddenly black is better with the bishop
Hmm.
pair. So you have to be very, very careful कि वो जैसे starting में बोला था हमने कि bishop on C8 is the problem piece. तो उसको problem रखो ना भाई. Play E5. Let's keep that bishop locked under, chain and key and उसको बाहर निकलना ही मत दो.
Hmm. भाई अगर अर्जुन ड्रॉ करेगा तो क्या मैग्नेस्टिक हो भाई? समझा नहीं मैं आपका क्वेश्चन.
अर्जुन ड्रॉ करेगा, वी कांट डू मच चैट। देखो अर्जुन अगर ड्रॉ करता है, ही डजंट डिजर्व द कैंडिडेट स्पॉट इन द ग्रैंड स्विस। इट्स सिंपल। ही हैज अ शॉट, आई थिंक एट वन पॉइंट वी थॉट ही हैड नो चांस, बट ही हैज अ शॉट नाउ, एंड ही हैज अ ग्रेट पोजिशन, एंड ही कैन ड्रैग दिस लॉन्ग, जस्ट ड्रैग दिस लॉन्ग। ध्यान रखो, यू यांग ही इज नॉट अ प्लेयर इन हिज प्राइम, एंड यूजुअली चैट एंड साथ में maybe you can elaborate a bit more on this। एक बार टोपुलोव ने कहा था, टोपुलोव इज अ फॉर्मर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, जिन्होंने कहा था, जो कामनिक के टॉयलेट गेट वाले सीन के हैं, उन्होंने कहा था एक बार कि भाई, टोपुलोव कहते हैं कि आजकल, एंड दिस वाज वे बैक यार, लाइक 10-15 years बैक, जब तानिया यूज्ड टू इंटरव्यू हिम फॉर जिब्राल्टर, उसने कहा था कि nowadays any 2300 FM can play like a 2800 for the first 20 moves।
Yeah.
Like it's just normal। So he said it himself, it's the after 20 moves that decides कि भाई कौन 2800 कौन 2300, and that's the main point। Arjun can drag this game as long as possible, and जितना लंबा game चलेगा, he doesn't have a simplified position, I think there'll be good chance। By the way, E5 played by Nihal।
A great point, and I think just to add on to it, look, I do understand what you're saying, and yeah, I think it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, I think should we stick to this game with e5 while Nodirbek
Yeah,
is thinking?
yeah, we can stick to this। By the way, oh, I think Firouzja is repeating, we one
Bishop
brief look
d7.
at that। Yeah।
Oh ho 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 ho! So it's a repetition draw on the board. One more repetition and it's GG.
Wow। Okay, let's go to Nihal। I think that's an important result। So two players going to 7 points। I think हमारे players का Anish से better tie break है। So Anish is not a worry। I'm checking Firouzja का tie break।
जो कह रहे हैं 1.2 advantage is a win with perfect play, it's not. Okay, 1.2 is not enough to win with perfect play, and Nihal is not winning right now. A
Yeah,
winning position is defined by, I think, like realistically it's +2, but I think 1.8 and above you can call it a winning position. But there are some exceptions there, but if it's not above 1.8, then it's not winning.
by the way, Sahaj bhai, look at this। Tie breaks में Arjun's tie break was 2676, yeah, 2676, and Firouzja's tie break was 2678। दो
Oh.
रेटिंग पॉइंट का एवरेज डिफरेंस है। एंड अर्जुन टुडे, who is he playing? He is playing Yu Yangi,
Yu Yangi.
and Firouzja is playing Anish। So Firouzja's average will increase by a couple of points, I'm guessing, like 2680,
Hmm.
and Arjun will be 2677। 3 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस होगा।
Hmm.
सो इट इज स्टिल पॉसिबल कि लास्ट राउंड में अर्जुन का कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग मैच लग जाए, एंड ही कवर्स अप दैट, वो 3 डेसिमल का डिफरेंस, he could be ahead of Firouzja as well in the tie breaks। Somebody whom he cannot overtake is Mishra, but he can overtake Firouzja। Very
But
interesting।
if he wins tomorrow and Alireza draws, then there is a very good chance they play against each other. Like, I
Oh,
don't think Arjun has played Firouzja yet. Yeah, he hasn't, because
yeah।
Arjun has black, Firouzja has white. So there's a very good chance they will play against
Oh,
each other, and that would be the match.
so that will be easy, that will be easy, yeah, you win, you get the spot। I think
हाँ
that's
हाँ,
that's the
बस
fairest,
फिरोजा
you
को
know।
ही तो हराना है बस, so
Bhai, but when you're one game away from candidates, yeah, I mean, there cannot be more motivation that for Arjun। Imagine Arjun आज तक नहीं खेला, there'll be no more motivated man than Arjun। Yeah, I cannot imagine। Me or Sahaj will not be more motivated for Maggies than Arjun will be motivated for
Mhm.
the candidate spot। And Sahaj, bhai, if we go to Nihal's position, we have a move and this Bishop D7। What do you make of that? I think very logical, but not the best। And now, according to my engines, maybe it's wrong, it's a plus 1.9 advantage for Nehal।
Really? क्या
Yeah।
बात कर रहे हो? For me, it's not that much. यार मेरे को ये चेंज करना पड़ेगा अपना सेटिंग्स कुछ तो यहाँ पे। I think
कौन सा
something
इंजन है
is
आपका? मे
wrong.
बी माइन इज वीकर, या
स्टॉकफिश 17.1 लाइट दिखा रहा है मेरे को यहाँ पे।
मेरा मेरा भी सेम है, मेरा भी सेम है, लेकिन मैक्सिमम टाइम कितना है आपका?
ओ चेक कर सकता हूँ मैं यहाँ पे।
हाँ, मैक्सिमम टाइम फॉर
मैक्सिमम टाइम
मी
इज
इज
5 seconds.
5 seconds। हाँ, इंजन लाइंस 3 एंड थ्रेड्स 5।
या एंड स्टॉकफिश 17.1 राइट।
या सेम है हमारा। फिर इतना
हाँ,
डिफरेंस कैसे भाई?
आई डोंट नो, मेरे को 1.1 दिखा रहा है।
मेरे
थ्रेड्स।
5 है, हाँ, मेरे 5 है। सो
हाँ,
विच इज बेटर, 3 और 5?
कोर्स 5।
5, राइट? हाँ।
या
इंटरेस्टिंग।
ओ ओके, मे बी दैट्स व्हाई। हाँ, ओके, नाउ वी आर गुड।
Very interesting chat। So 1.99 is technically objectively winning. So that's why me and Sahaj are even debating this, yeah. Because and Sahaj, look at this. I just switched from Stockfish Lite to Stockfish, and it now shows like even after playing the best move plus 1.5 ke aspas. So it is that better.
Hmm.
Wow.
Select Surface 73. Really? 73 MB वाला करना है क्या?
हाँ हाँ मैंने वही किया and the evaluation
अच्छा.
improved. So it's
अच्छा
going in
ठीक
the
है ठीक
right
है.
direction. It's going in the right direction,
Thanks,
chat.
bye. Thanks, peace. Okay, yeah, now I see it. Now I see a difference. Yeah, B3 is what it says as the best move. But B3 I wouldn't play here though.
Yeah, agreed.
I would go knight
So
F3, like it feels natural.
knight f3 also very logical. Apparently h4 is the second best move. I was worried here bishop e8 आएगा तो I can't play h5. So what's the idea of h4 here?
No, it's a natural, like at some point you'll play H5. I mean, it's a nice move to play when you have an attack on the king side. But if you play bishop E8, then also your E6 pawn becomes a bit weak. Then, I mean, you don't have to play H5 immediately. Just the idea of H5 is very dangerous here. Alpha
Yeah,
Zero
yeah, yeah.
style.
Yeah.
Bhai, Mishra
Mishra hasn't
hasn't lost
lost.
a single game. He hasn't lost a single game this year.
आज हारेगा भाई.
2024 में लास्ट आ रहा था वो फाबी के साथ. उसके बाद से आई थिंक इन यूएस मास्टर्स he hasn't lost a game since then.
आज हारेगा भाई, आज हारेगा. देखना. By the way, Vincent Keimer has a plus 1.1 advantage against Matthews Bluebam. So Bluebam bhai ka last में सपना तोड़ते हुए potentially Vincent Keimer, he could go to 7.5 and be in sole lead. And Sahaj 7.5 may, I mean, he's gonna take a draw in the final round, yeah, if he gets it. It's pretty obvious. So I'm checking his, although
Hmm.
maybe not so obvious because tiebreak is also,
But
but black se
whoever
carry
he's
करेगा.
नहीं नहीं whoever he's playing against is not gonna take the draw. So
True,
कि
true,
उनके भी तो 7 पॉइंट है ना, उनको भी तो जीतना ही है.
true.
तो आइडियल सिचुएशन इज कि आई थिंक अगर विंसेंट जीत जाता है एंड उसके बाद अर्जुन का विंसेंट से लगता है सीधा एंड देन वो अर्जुन उसको विंसेंट को हरा देता है देन ही कैन क्वालिफाई. तो आई
That's
मीन
true.
ही हैज टू विन टुडे बट ही हैज टू विन टुमारो इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट डे.
But Arjun does play Vincent, right? Because he's the top seed. If he wins, he'll be the top seed on 7 points, and he will end up playing Vincent Keimer just by colors and the ratings.
रेटिंग या फॉर श्योर. आई थिंक ही विल प्ले
So
या विंसेंट इज मोस्ट लाइकली.
very interesting chat. So बहुत मजा आने वाला है. But of course, right now uh, we are focused on Nihal's game uh, because that's the one where we are better.
It's 1.5, yeah.
No,
B3
yeah,
it doesn't make much sense to me. Yeah, I think he's gonna go knight F3. Now वो knight E4 बोल रहा था. I think E5 मर रहा है उसमें, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think
yeah.
he's gonna take it though. I don't think Nadirberg will take Queen E5 here. But okay, no, it's lost if you don't take on E5. But Queen E5 के बाद, I mean, how is Black winning this?
That's true.
Black,
That's a good
Black is not
question.
winning this.
That's a good question, actually. You know, the make is absolutely struggling. Let's put it that
Hmm.
way.
B3 to play knight C4. No, I understand the idea behind B3, but it just feels odd to me. Like I feel like
Actually,
I wouldn't think of
it's
it.
knight c4 and bishop a3 is the idea apparently, and that's
Hmm.
very difficult to see. Very
Because
difficult.
you're always looking at this diagonal to go on H6, I think. I think knight F3 is most logical. Like I think he's gonna go knight F3. That's where I will put the Maggies.
Yeah. So आज भाई 23 मैगी के साथ struggling. uh, I'm gonna have Maggie today
What's
भाई. बहुत तबीयत खराब है आज तो गरम गरम मैगी खाने में मजा आएगा. Meanwhile,
hmm.
I think Firouzja has, by the way, played Queen A6, so we are gonna see a repetition there. Yeah, we
Yep.
are seeing it right now. Let's go have a look at that game quickly.
That's a
I think we,
threefold.
yeah,
That's a threefold.
it is a draw. Wow, a huge update there.
So two players jumping on 7 out of 10. Now they are the leaders of the event, Anish and Firouzja. I think good result for Anish specifically because tomorrow he gets white with I think someone who's not going to be higher rated than him, which is I think a great thing. And tomorrow he can play for a win. And Alireza Kale also I think it's a decent result because he has the best tiebreak amongst
Yeah.
everybody. So they all keep everybody keeping their chances alive. And the game is over. Let's go. Top board already
So,
done. We're 2 hours in
wow,
and it's over.
wow. So, I no updates in the Arjun game, so maybe we stick to the Nihal game. By the way, one look can we have at Mishra before we go there? Because Mishra's game is super important. As we'll discuss, his tiebreak is absolutely the best. C takes D. Maybe move number 20 we can go to. He took
Mhm.
on b7, queen takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, and apparently queen d5 was the best move, but a slight error by Avani Mishra. And now the position is equal.
Hmm. Bishop b4 के बाद. Okay, maybe the problem is black can play a5 and sort of fix these pawns over here. Is he a pawn? Yeah, he's a pawn down, no? Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a pawn
and
down.
for example, best move queen d5 बता रहा है, which is not easy to play, right? Because I mean,
No.
white is saying कि भाई, I'm a pawn down, I'm going to trade queens. I get the angle c file open हो रही है, you'll likely get one of the pawns back, but it's very hard to play queen d5 as white saying कि भाई ठीक है, draw करते हैं, घर चलते हैं.
I think queen d3 is also decent. Yeah, rook b1, rook takes b4 at some point happening. He plays queen d5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. भाई मिश्रा भाई अलग ही फील में है.
Why was engine showing Alireza move was a mistake when he could only draw? Because वो update नहीं हो रहा है, I'm guessing. वो depth थोड़ी कम है computer की. तो that's probably the reason why. It happens sometimes. ये bugs होते हैं कभी-कभी.
And look at this variation, Saj. So queen d5 के बाद apparently a5 is the best. Now rook hb1, threatening some rook takes b4 and rook takes a8. So queen takes d5.
Well, let's actually show that, no? If you
Ha.
go, let's go rook e8, for example, simple developing move. It is a winning for white because of rook takes b4. If you take with the queen, then there is queen a8 and that's checkmate. And if you take with the
And if,
pawn, then rook a8. It's very nice actually find there. And that's
yeah, and if you
checkmate as
take the
well.
queen, then rook b8 is checkmate. So either way, it
Uh,
just loses. Uh, so you have to actually take the queen on d5. That's forced. C takes d5. And now, very important, d6 only move.
hmm.
You have to block the bishop. And then rook b2, king c7, bishop
But what is rook
d2, rook.
b2?
Yeah, I think that's the best. Okay, well, you can play anything now. Like after d6, it's a draw basically. Like it's just a draw.
Is it though? Black is a pawn up.
No, but I think idea is rook d2 and bishop d2. I want to enter with my rooks, and your king is a bit unfortunately placed.
So why are you not playing rook a2? कुछ difference है क्या इसमें? हाँ,
Maybe
difference
I
है
want to check
भाई.
with I want to check with the a rook. Yeah, so I want to keep the a rook free to give a check. Like अगर rook bishop takes मारोगे तो मेरा a rook free रहेगा उससे. Maybe that's the idea.
मैं ए रुक फ्री तो बी रुक फ्री रहना चाहिए ना क्योंकि b7 पे पॉन आ रहा है.
b7
You
पे
want
pawn
the
आओ.
a rook to be on I mean when you play bishop d2 rook d2 then rook is going
अच्छा
to go to
that
the
way.
seventh rank, no?
Maybe a5 pawn मारना होगा फिर साज भाई. Maybe that's the
Just
logic. We
I
can check
feel
the.
when you have to choose
Hmm.
between these two like in a from a practical standpoint, like your opponent has a dark bishop, right? So you will put your pieces on the light squares by default. I feel that
Hmm.
at least that's why I feel rook b2 is not an easy move to play here for Mishra.
True. 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 Also, there's bishop c5 by the way after bishop d2. That's also completely equal. चाहे कोई भी रुक चले. So
Hmm.
yeah, very interesting.
But I think MVL having some slight chances, yeah. I mean, maybe Mishra's chances are not there anymore, but MVL still having a good day.
तो अच्छा दिन है यार. मिश्रा विल नॉट विन एंड उससे हमारे चांसेस बढ़ते हुए चैट. वेरी अनलाइकली मिश्रा विंस दिस अनलेस एमवीएल ब्लंडर्स इन द नेक्स्ट 2 3 मूव्स. दैट्स नॉट गोना
After
हैपन.
a5, I don't have rook a5, right? This queen b6 check.
या या
Yeah, I think I have queen b6 check. Yeah. So that's
या
the
आई थिंक सो.
update. Going back to, by the way, Nihal, he has played. Okay, no, Nihal is still thinking in the same position with b3.
Yuyangi has played. So we have knight t4 के बाद knight g takes c4 best move. Pawn takes c4 and now bishop c4. I think white's position has improved a bit. Yeah.
Or maybe our engine changed.
True.
But yeah, it looks more comfortable for Yu Yangi here because the bishop is super active. Queen g4 aa raha hai. F pawn pe thoda pressure.
Is Nihal better? Nihal, bhai. He is better. He's close to winning. Where is Baku Gadaku? We'll discuss. I think he's involved more in coaching now. Vaishali at 20 minutes. We'll check out her game soon. After watching all the performances from Indian Press Grand Swiss, it's hectic we should play Grand Swiss. बिल्कुल भाई. I think जिस दिन कोई meteorite strike होगी, I think और मैं अकेला अगर धरती है बचूं तो definitely I can play that. Arjun game, we are checking Arjun's game right now. Mishra ka tie break is like 20 times. Not 20 times, but it's much higher. Nobody can catch up now with Mishra's tie break. So
Hmm.
if he wins both games, he qualifies. Like उसका formula simple है.
Yeah, Mishra ka tiebreak is crazy. And the fact that he hasn't lost a match is, I think, super impressive here. Earthquake, अरे stay safe भाई, stay safe.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई, अर्थ में आ रहा है क्या?
Gukesh clearly better. Yeah, I feel like आज का game Gukesh के लिए is looking very positive for me. I feel like he's gonna score a win today. Here's the position. Yeah, I think he's gonna win today. He's gonna take on d5 most likely. Black takes cd5, knight g3, and already 0.6 advantage. Yeah, that also 40 मिनट का फर्क अभी भी है.
भाई अर्थ में एक्चुअली आया है भाई 5.5 इन आई थिंक ईस्ट इंडिया में, लाइक गुवाहाटी एंड भूटान के आसपास. सो
Really? Oh wow,
या 5.5 आया है भाई, स्ट्रॉन्ग अर्थक्वेक.
that's very strong actually. Everyone good? कुछ आई कुछ updates?
नहीं, आई जस्ट सॉ
Hmm.
वही ना भाई, लाइफ में कुछ पता नहीं होता भाई. लिमिट टू फुलिश. ओ, निहाल हैज मेड अ मिस्टेक. He didn't find b3 or h4 or knight f3. He played knight b3. But okay, the best move for black is queen b5. And if that happens, like, I'm gonna voluntarily say no to भाई. आप डिजर्व करते हो ड्रॉ भाई. क्वीन 5 is very difficult. I don't know.
I think he finds queen का yeah.
Really? But knight d4
Yeah.
free tempo नहीं है.
But knight d4 पे अच्छा थोड़ी ना. Like आप knight d4 पे बिठाओगे भी तो I'll play queen d5 and then I can kick your knight with c5. And I will also gain that tempo back. Although after knight d4, queen b6 is better. I think with the same idea of c5, bishop c6. But yeah.
Very interesting. And queen b5 apparently the only move. अगर queen b6 खेलते हैं direct, then bishop h6, threatening checkmate in one, rook f7 only move, and now simply rook a d1, and this is looking like complete बोलते हैं ना disaster for black in terms of queen placement. Let's say queen c7 trying to defend the bishop, but now knight d2 back. This is not easy.
Yeah, not at all. Knight c4, knight d6 incoming.
Oh,
This looks
I
great.
told you, Sahaj. I told you why queen b5 not easy. Queen b6
Bhai,
played, and
raw
now Nihal is
up.
again winning.
You're on fire today with predictions, bhai. Predictions
भाई
with the
साहब,
मतलब you're predicting everything
वो
correctly
होता है
today.
भाई, भगवान देखता है, आदमी बीमार है तो भगवान थोड़ा कॉम्पनसेट
Hmm.
करता है. थैंक यू गॉड जी.
Mishra is definitely way stronger than Abasov. I mean, on ratings, I think Mishra is already higher. But I think Arjun mistake. What? Ooh. Okay. D5 खेलना यहाँ पे only move. I'm guessing the point of D5 is to create some, free space on this diagonal. Um, but
Sahaj.
also with D5, don't I have some bishop D6, bishop E5 type ideas?
Yeah, and apparently there are multiple ideas. One is rook d2 and rook d4 to put pressure on the pawn, combined with bishop b2 and queen to a1 as well. So कुछ crazy ideas है. Basically, you're correct. I think वो bishop का diagonal open हो रहा है. But yeah, bishop d6, and apparently the best move is rook d2 now. And if bishop
अरे,
e5, knight b5. Wow.
looks a bit odd, no?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Do you think he's? I mean, the people who are saying bishop को block कर रहे हैं, I think it's temporary because this bishop can find activity via b5 as well, and कभी d6 भी आप फेंक सकते हो, but you need to move this pawn because you need to have some activity, and if you don't play d5, then black's knight can jump to d5, and then it's going to be a bigger problem for you. I think that's where this idea of d5 is coming in.
You know, it is also possible Arjun has seen d5, realizes it's worse, but he thinks कि मेरे लिए जीतने का चांस यही है, and he goes for it nonetheless. Like Arjun has done this on multiple occasions. He'll play a worse move, get a worse position just to make it more complicated.
But he does it in the
So,
opening usually, yeah. Middle game
but even
में
here,
less rare.
even here, I think sometimes he does it, Saj, sometimes he doesn't. Like, and these are desperate times, right? Like, if he sees a position and he thinks कि भाई normal तरीके से कोई chance ही नहीं है, then in this circumstance where he is supposed to win, like maybe he might do it, like he might pull it off. It would be
Hmm.
Arjun like.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
some pressure on
Could
here. Let's
be.
go back to Nihal's game, maybe Saj bhai.
Yeah, अच्छा लग रहा है देख के position. Nihal had a similar situation, yeah, yesterday as well. He had a very good winning chance yesterday. I think a golden opportunity. I think today also he has a pretty good chance as well to score a win.
And Nodirbek, has a tradition. So when Vidit became India number one for the first and the only time, the guy whom he defeated was Nodirbek. And Bishop h6, best move on the board. Rook played literally in seconds by Nodirbek, and now Rook 8. Oh wow!
So
Bhai, Nihal
fast, yeah.
is and now Queen c7 only move for Nodirbek.
I
Not an
cannot
easy
move this
one, of course.
bishop.
Bishop e8, for example, if you play, I think bishop ef6 is winning
And you go rook
because e6 pawn,
e6.
e6 pawn
Hmm.
hanging hai.
भाई ये तो बहुत ही खराब लग रही है मुझे नॉर्दर की. I feel like he's dead lost. I mean
The only
positionally,
problem,
not like objectively, like
uh,
positionally I feel like he's dead lost.
the only problem for Nihal is अब knight d2 निकालना है. After queen c7, he has to find knight d2.
I think the only
Apparently,
problem is
bishop.
उसका tie break खराब है.
हाँ वो अलग है भाई.
That's the main problem.
But the thing is, Sahaj, if you look at it objectively, I think Arjun and Nihal have the same chances.
Arjun and Nihal, no, no,
Because,
no.
हाँ, because निहाल का चांस कब बन रहा है? When he wins, and that means दोनों पे हटा दिया रास्ते से. And Arjun, if he wins, of course, then Arjun has chances. But if Arjun loses, then Nihal has chances. So दो ही लोग हैं, निहाल से और अर्जुन से ऊपर नहीं है. Arjun and Notbek, one, he's playing one of them right now.
Yeah,
So
but Nihal's
technically,
tiebreak is 2647 and Arjun is 2676. That's 30 points. That's a
you're
lot.
right, you're right. Like I think final round में problem होगी. For this round, maybe yeah, you're right,
And
yeah.
also, let's not forget Arjun is अगर Arjun जीतता है तो he's gonna play he's gonna be uploaded to Vincent Keimer and that's also gonna take his tiebreak more even more up.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I agree. I think Nihal अगर दोनों जीतता है तो also Nihal has white right now, so technically he's supposed to win that game. Arjun has black, so final round में white आएगा उसका as long as he wins today. So also an advantage. By the way, d5 played by Yu Yangi.
बाप रे.
Wow,
It wasn't a very difficult move to play, I think. We only thought for 4 minutes and what, 21 seconds.
yeah, sure. Wow.
Don't you think Northern being in the candidates makes it much more interesting? Yes, of course. I fully agree. And also उसकी statement के बाद यार we want to see him there. And also like he's a very exciting player to watch as well. He's always playing for a win. I mean I think he's very similar to Gukesh in many ways, yeah, because he also plays for a win. He's also Hamesha he goes for the long game always.
Yeah. I mean, we don't want to see him in place of an Indian player. That's the only thing. Like we would rather see an Indian in the standings in the candidates. But yeah, no, the big right now, although he's struggling, and if you ask me, like it would take a insane effort for Nihal to lose this. Like to lose this as white, if we go to the Nihal game again, Sahaj bhai, like it's so hard to lose this. Like I might lose this, but for Nihal to lose that position, like I would say हारना ज्यादा मुश्किल है भाई जीतने से यहाँ से.
That is a fair assessment, yes. Especially after like 5 moves or so, जब ये knight t5 पे बैठेगा, like knight d2, knight c4, whatever, then it's gonna be even more dangerous. Sahaj bhai, do you think that Gukesh plays whole opening perfect, but he blunders in middle game or end game because he didn't take time to think? He's always up in the time. No, I don't think he's always up in the time. I think it's just that his confidence is not there. His rhythm is not there. वो flow में नहीं है अभी वो. And whatever he was doing, playing for a win, is not working in this event. And I think he's trying to find himself. I don't think it's because he's blundering in a specific part. These players are really advanced. Yeah, they cannot be simplified in like he's not doing this right or that right. There are mix of many things. There's a combination of many things that mix together, and then they make like one mistake. Like you saw Nihal's game yesterday, for example. After 7 hours, he made one mistake. Like, and then he lost. Yeah, and for seven also hours also Firouzja was putting the pressure as well. So at this level, it's um very difficult to understand what went wrong, what went right, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Gukesh, brilliancy. Really?
By I would love to see it.
No, it's a good move,
I
not a brilliancy.
Good
But
move है
yes.
यार. कोई नहीं, हम इसको ब्रिलियंस ही मान लेंगे. हमने मान ली भाई. We want to see a win here. Let's go. By the way, Vincent
Uh,
in a +1 position against Matthias Bluebaum. He's on track to win this game. साहिल भाई
भाई
मैगी
प्लस
बेट कर
वन
लो यहाँ पे.
प्लस
मैगी बेट
वन
कर लो
पॉइंट
यहाँ पे.
फाइव लग रहा है एक्चुअली.
I'll give you both results. Draw and
नहीं यार, नहीं
Bluebaum.
नहीं नहीं, नहीं नहीं, आई वांट विंसेंट टू विन आल्सो. आई थिंक बिकॉज़ का टाई ब्रेक ज्यादा खराब है.
Hmm.
आल्सो मैगी किंग ओके, अच्छा लगता है साज भाई. आई डोंट वांट टू लूज द मैगीज एंड यू नो
Hmm. And then be
23
sick as
मैग
well.
23 मैगी क्रेजी है भाई, लाइक इट्स इनसेन.
Yeah, ML Mission are going to draw and their chances are going to end today. Most likely. Yeah, but I think he's probably not going for like to qualify. I think he's just had a spectacular event. Mishra, that is. He's had a spectacular event and I think he must be very happy with how he's played.
बट थोड़ा बहुत तो दुख होगा ना मिश्रा को, बिकॉज़ आई थिंक ही हैड अ चांस देयर. um so maybe both players will not be super happy, and MVL also on 6 points, so I mean, they would love to push if possible. Outside chance for both players still.
कोई ब्लंडर नहीं किया निहाल ने, बाय द वे. निहाल इज स्टिल प्लेइंग. और क्यों बोलते हो यार अबे, क्यों? वाई? अच्छा खासा अच्छी पोजीशन है उसकी. What happens if nobody reaches to 8 points? Then I think then it means everybody forgot that the last round is 1 hour earlier. By
Yeah.
the way, chat, that the last round is 1 hour earlier, just to inform everyone. If nobody reached 8 points, that means कोई भी नहीं आया टूर्नामेंट हॉल में. वो अनाउंस करना भूल.
Oh! Big mistake by Abdul Sattar of Noderbek. It is +4 for Nihal Sarin. Oh my god, what?
+4 क्या बात
+4!
कर रहे हो? +4
It's
कहाँ है यार?
+3.5 दिखा रहा है मुझे सहज.
क्या बात कर रहे हो सीरियसली?
हाँ, can we play E takes F6 only move? Bishop takes. I mean, it's the one of the obvious moves. Bishop E3, and apparently the queen doesn't have a square.
You have B5.
Yeah, B5, knight C5 is +4. Oh
क्या
my
हो रहा है
god!
ये?
भाई बिशप
आई डोंट
नाइट
अंडरस्टैंड क्या हो क्या रहा है आज ये.
भाई नाइट टी4 आ रहा है अपेरेंटली विद नाइट डी6, नाइट एफ6 एंड बिशप जी5 आइडियाज. नाइट
No, no,
टी4
I
इज द
see
विनिंग मूव.
that, but I don't understand. मतलब he seems like he's just collapsing.
वाओ. Sahaj bhai, now the question is, will Nihal Sarin find E takes F6?
I Is it a hard move? Not really, no?
I mean, see, Bishop E3 you want to play, right? And you see कि black के पास Queen C7 है. So why can't I just take on F6 and take away your square? I mean, it just makes logical sense. Now, the problem is कि मेरे पास और भी अच्छे option, like Bishop directly is also pretty good. The problem is the
Hmm.
problem of choice. But EF6 is definitely something he'll consider.
EF6 now and Queen G3 मारा. I was thinking F takes E7. ये भी better है white की, पता है? अगर आपने Queen sack कर दी तो. You
Wow.
shouldn't. You should play HG3, but FE7 भी better है white की. Crazy.
Wow.
It's a big blunder by Northern actually. Super surprising. He's completely winning now, by the way. This is objectively winning.
And Sahaj, even the other option, let's go Bishop E3. Look at this, Bishop E3, Queen C7, only move. E takes F6 now, Queen G3, H G3, Bishop F6, Bishop B6, Rook F D8 and Knight C5. And if you tell me Nodalbek can win this, I mean, मैं रिटायर हो जाऊंगा भाई फिर कमेंट्री से भी. और you know, that's crazy भाई. Just
भाई ये पोजीशन आई थिंक आप भी ड्रॉ कर लोगे. एटलीस्ट ड्रॉ तो कर लोगे.
genuinely I think so
नॉर्दर
because
बैक
after
से.
Bishop
आई नहीं,
C8
आई
F,
मीन इट 100% मीन इट. यू कैन नॉट
like
लूज दिस.
this is really sad for Nodalbek and great for Nihal. And we're
इट्स
looking at the
इम्पॉसिबल
second
टू
best
लूज.
move. एंड देखो टॉम क्रूज कह रहा है व्हाई आर यू शाउटिंग. भाई देख रहे हो भाई, मतलब टॉम क्रूज लाइक मोदी जी सेइंग व्हाई आर यू यूजिंग यूपीआई कैश दो भाई. मतलब टॉम क्रूज दौड़ दौड़ के ब्लास्ट कर करके भाई हमारे कान और सारे सेंसेस को एंटरटेन करता है। वो बंदा कह रहा है
भाई
व्हाई आर यू शाउटिंग।
genuinely, like I genuinely think ये position up. I think even if you play against the strongest player in the world, I think Stockfish हटा दो. I'm talking about humans. Then you're not going to lose this.
भाई दिस वाज अ
Stockfish भी ना
ब्यूटीफुल मूव।
रिपीट ही करेगा यहाँ पे.
वाओ। तो दिस इज ग्रेट न्यूज एंड सहज निहाल का टाइब्रेक अच्छा होना हो बट रिजल्ट बढ़िया लग रहा है। एंड लेट्स होप सो ही कैन समहाउ विन दिस।
भाई insane. भाई 2.5 hours in and निहाल is already completely winning. भाई इससे बेटर और क्या चाहिए.
वाओ।
मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या हुआ आज नौदिर बेग के साथ. He's not, he's usually very consistent, I would say.
भाई वही ना।
I've
द
never
रीजन
seen
व्हाई
him blunder like this so early on.
Noderbek did not make it to the last candidates, I think he lacks that final crunch moment similar to Arjun. The same thing Arjun has been suffering with. He won everything else last year, got to 2809 rating and still didn't qualify to the candidates because वो जो फाइनल गेम होता है ना, जो फाइनल जो बिग मोमेंट होता है, वहां पे ही लॉस्ट टू प्राग एंड वहां पे ही क्रम्बल्स। इनफैक्ट वो इतनी बार सेकंड आया है कि भाई मतलब it's just, incountable, uncountable, जो भी वो लगाना
Hmm.
है pronoun whatever, भाई मेरे तबीयत खराब है बट लाइक इज कम सेकंड सो मेनी टाइम्स कि भाई सेकंड सेकंड पोजीशन को अर्जुन पोजीशन आप घोषित कर सकते हो लास्ट ईयर के बेसिस।
Hmm.
सो आई गेट अ फीलिंग कि नोदरबेक हैज द सेम इशू। he cannot really somehow win in that crunch moment, for example this, and you see him crumbling like he tries to overpush, which he did in this game.
Yeah, very similar to Gukesh, I think, in that sense. But okay, Gukesh, crunch moments mein he's the boss, yeah? Yeah,
By the
could
way,
be.
Arjun has played bishop d6, by the way, your move, Sahaj, on the board.
Plus 1.1. I mean, knight d7 queen g5 करके उसको कुछ अटैक करना है किंग साइड पे. Think this is, I think maybe Arjun kind of trying to push the game further.
Yeah, rook d2 is not easy. Like, I think bishop b2 is the logical move, which I think also gives white a slight edge.
Hmm.
Rook d2, knight b5 is not easy at all. So, Arjun trying to complicate matters as he usually does.
Hmm. Would love to
By the way,
see how Nihal actually plays here.
yeah. Sahaj, maybe one look at the Gukesh game because I think his opponent has made a blunder, and now Gukesh is also close to winning.
Oh, beautiful. This was the position d takes e3, he takes, that's a bad move. Knight takes d8, and this is the current position. If you go rook d8 in this position, then I'm guessing just bishop e3 and you're just a pawn up. And if you go ef2, then king f1, rook takes d8 is forced. Then you have to defend this pawn on d3, but you will capture the f2 pawn and you're still going to be a pawn up. So Gukesh, I think, winning as well, yeah? Close to winning.
Yeah, very likely. Very likely. So things looking good for the world champion. He needs that win. We know it, how much he needs it. So maybe we jump back to the game of the best hope
Nihal.
we have right now. Nehal Sareen. Let's go.
Okay, Nihal, come on. ef6, we see the blue arrow plus 2.5. I think the bar should be higher than that because if I leave it on a higher depth, I think it's definitely going to go more than this. It cannot get better than this. To have this position against Nordirbeck is insane.
Is Ukesh playing too fast in this tournament? Not really. I think today he's playing fast, and that's likely because he got his opponent in his opening preparation. So that's why he's playing fast. In this tournament, I don't think so. In fact,
I
he
don't
has
think
been
Gukesh plays fast in general ever.
yeah. Sahaj bhai and chat question for you. Do you think Nihal finds EF6? Yes or no?
Okay, let's put it like this. If he doesn't play it, I would genuinely be shocked. I will genuinely be shocked if he doesn't find it, actually.
I kind of agree with you. I think bishop e3. See, is the bishop e3 I want to play because now g7 is defended. And I see कि queen c7 जाएगा उस case में. Then ef6 automatically becomes the first move I consider.
Exactly. Why you broke it down perfectly here. I'm telling you. Unless, you know, Nihal says bishop e3, queen c7, and I maybe have some bishop c5 types ideas. And ये बड़ा वो मतलब like sometimes when you have a winning position, you want to make sure you have a winning position strategically speaking, instead of wanting to calculate every single line. Because sometimes maybe it's laziness, sometimes it's like you feel more comfortable in it. Like if I played bishop c5 here, like, and you take the bishop on e7, भाई इसमें क्या कर लेगा Abdul Satoro? I feel like this is pure suffering for Abdul Satoro for the next like 3-4 hours, pure suffering, and that if he's lucky
Agreed.
he can save this.
Agreed. And also,
But
I think structural change, है ना Saj bhai? Like when you take on f6, you are changing the structure of the position. That's a committal
yeah,
decision. You can't take it back. So I
and you
think,
have to calculate, you have to
yeah,
calculate all of those lines deeply, and you are thinking भाई ये भी तो winning है, and then आपको लगता है 19-20 का फर्क है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, let me save my time, मेरे opponent का up time already 35 minutes है, and he's not, clearly he's not playing his best chess, and I know I'm better, let me just play a hand move.
yeah. By the way, chat, 900 people watching. Do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. Diamond membership on the line. I do think Arjun Nihal both still have a chance to qualify if they win the remaining two games. 2 games to go, Sahaj. Arjun slightly worse, but Nihal is objectively winning. Yes, it is Nihal style. Keh rahe Vishud bhai, this moment defines his future. That's a big statement. Yeah, this moment defines his future. Wow, huge words.
Amazing. Raghav asking what is Nordirbek's main strength? I would say stamina probably, and probably how he every single game he plays for a win. Like against Erdogmas, like he was pushing for a win for 8.5 hours. That's just in this tournament alone. That, I mean, also that has a big psychological effect on your opponent, right? And if the previous time they had to defend against you for that long, the next time they play you, they're going to be a little affected by it, right? Yeah, he's
Yeah.
also a great attacker, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Gukesh is winning. Yes, chat, you know Gukesh is winning. But I think we're going to stick to this game. We just saw Gukesh's game because this one is the crunch one. And Nihal Sarin could be one move away from a completely winning position.
For sure. साहिल भाई मैं एक सेकंड में आया, right back.
EF6, which has as the defender on G7, right? So why is it the best? The idea is to attack the queen. So far, our attention is focused on the king side, right? Queen G3, Rook D1, Rook E1, Bishop H6. Now, White has to switch. White has to say, by king side pe, I have really made the black pieces passive. Rook F7, Bishop E7, F6. I have created weaknesses. Now, it's time to focus on the queen. Look at the queen. If you had to move the queen, where would you place it? It only has 3 squares: A7, C7, and B5. And once you play bishop e3, you take away b6 and a7 in one go. So c7 and b5 are the only moves. So what happens now? You think, how do I take away those 2 squares? What if I take on f6? Bishop takes, and now bishop e3. Now you don't have a7, you don't have c7, you don't have b6, and suddenly black is struggling. So queen to focus. I think that switch is why it's a bit difficult, but it is in Nihal's strength. And even if Bishop, I think which is the logical move. Like logical move, you want to harass the opponent queen. What if e6 and then rook takes f6? By e6, rook f6, queen g7 is checkmate. So I wouldn't really worry about that one. I think that will be pretty easy. I think that's what we would play, but Noderbek definitely not. Nihal will not find this career. Balaji, I think only time will tell us. So do not go anywhere. समय से पता लगेगा कि क्या होने वाला है. We're going to Vishal's game later, I think. Right now, this is the crunch moment in the game, in the tournament. Nehal could botch it up, and then suddenly, Nodrbek, ek mauka mil gaya na, he's not gonna let it go. So we cannot make a mistake here. Of course, Tomito Bhai, it might be the first time that Ian is not going to make it to the candidates. I think first time in a long time. Let's put it that way. Last 3-4 candidates, Ian ne zarur khele hain. So yeah, can we do the whole? I think board mere control में Sajai has joined.
Mm-hmm.
Sajai, can we look at the variation once more? So e takes f6, bishop takes f6, and now bishop e3. And the queen literally has only one square, that is on b5. In fact, the best move is c5 here, apparently, which is, I mean, I'm going to ignore that maybe. So let's play
Mm-hmm.
queen b5. And now knight c5. And suddenly, आपके सारे pieces awkward हैं. And if you take the pawn on b2, for example, rook d2, queen takes c3, एंड रुक D1 एंड बिशप को आप गुड बाय बोल सकते हो. इट्स +5 नाउ.
He's losing a piece here. And I think this position is a perfect example of domination.
Hmm.
Like the knight is fantastic, the rook is fantastic, the queen is, looking at all the important squares. Black's queen is completely out of place. Can also get trapped actually. It's very likely that it can get trapped. Like it doesn't have a lot of squares. The bishop is not really very good. This bishop is a complete, bishop and on e3 is fantastic. Rook भी एकदम white के सारे pieces एकदम perfectly placed हैं यहाँ पे. It's a very good example of domination.
Yeah. Applies to Arjun and the whole pack who said in a chance to earn in the tourney are going to bring their A game for the World Cup. That is true. I think World Cup is only one shot, yeah. So ideally, if you can, you have to qualify from here. So Nihal Sarin with a good chance to win this game, and he could be, if he wins, then he could be one win away from qualifying.
Now he's thinking. I'm really happy that he's thinking because the more he thinks, I think the more likely he is to play EF6. Yeah, because then
Yeah,
he's calculating the lines.
true, true, true. Agreed, Sajbhai. How many spots from FIDE Grand Swiss? 2 spots from this and 3 spots from the World Cup.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, EF6. Never have seen Abdul Sattarov being in this position after in such early stages of the game. Yeah, this is crunch moments. Let's go. EF6 Nihal. Oh, by the
Wow,
way,
his time.
Vincent also having a spectacular advantage over Blue Bomb. Vincent is winning today, bhai. Vincent is winning. Like, I think it's like it's plus 1 point something for sure.
Plus
I'm not
two.
changing the game, but plus two, eh? Oh,
Knight G5 is +2 for Vincent now.
so Vincent ends basically Blue Bomb's hopes, yeah?
वाओ. ब्लू भी कहेगा भाई अपनों ने दगा दिया तो क्या
हाँ
करेंगे बेगाने. हाँ.
भाई 9 राउंड का टूर्नामेंट होता तो ही वुड हैव बीन नंबर 1
वाओ. भाई परम का सोचो यार. ऑफ कोर्स ब्लू इज इवन हार्ड, but परम ब्लू बाम हार्ड लक या.
for sure, yeah. And yeah, Vincent I think is completely winning as well. I think he's gonna take the W. But I'm not gonna qualify now. For sure not.
बाय द
And
वे
सूत्रों
स्टिल
के
नो न्यूज.
मुताबिक कुछ हुआ नहीं है. Just letting everyone know.
हाँ. सो कुछ भी होगा तो चैट आई थिंक इट विल बी क्रेजी. नहीं सागर ब्लू बाम हिंदी में कहावत थोड़ी बोलेगा. भाई हु नोज. हम लोग जर्मन सीखते हैं, क्या पता वो लोग हिंदी सीखते हो भाई. आई थिंक इट वुड बी हार्श टू जज कि दे विल नॉट बी लर्निंग हिंदी. इंडिया आ ही रहा नवंबर में भाई. ब्लू बाम क्या पता आ रहा. हु नोस. ही इज लाइक
He must be playing
नमस्ते.
World Cup, no?
Yeah, he must be after this performance. I hope he gets a wild card or something. Yeah. Even if he's
Would be
not there.
nice actually. Would be nice. Is he not qualified for World Cup?
I'm not sure. Like he might be, but if he's not, like he should get a wild card. But I'm sure he should be. इसकी rating इतनी high है.
Why isn't Grand Swiss held everywhere? Because it holds, like the winner gets a seat to the World Cup, which is also once every 2 years. So it makes sense. It aligns with the event.
Saj bhai, what do you
Next,
think? Can MSRT को beat Blue Bum? I'm hoping कि chess नहीं लिखा है तो that's like the hope there कि chess की बात नहीं कर रहे हो आप.
मैं सब्सक्राइबर्स बोलने वाला था. And yes,
भाई आज के बाद Blue Bum अगर चैनल चालू करेगा तो भाई 50 के तो ऐसे ही हो जाएगा उसके भाई 2 दिन में.
I
क्रेजी चेस भाई.
don't think so. I don't think so. It's difficult, भाई. Difficult to be
भाई ब्रो
very off.
डालेगा ना भाई. हेलो इंडियंस, मैं तुम्हें 3 प्ले को तोड़ दिया है भाई. 3 लोगों को नॉकआउट किया भाई ब्रो. सब्सक्राइब. Oh man, I'm too sick to do this.
But not many people can have the same energy. But yeah, coming back, कितना टाइम हो गया सोचते हुए? 16 minutes. It's
Wow.
time. It's time. It's time. It's time, Nihal. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
वाओ क्या एक्सेंट है भाई. होता है ना भाई, हम लोग बाहर जाते हैं इंडियंस तो एक्सेंट अपने आप आ जाता है. ऊपर से क्या होता है साजिद, व्हेन पीपल काइंड ऑफ लिव अब्रॉड फॉर मेनी इयर्स, देयर एक्सेंट इन इंग्लिश चेंजेस because they converse in English, but their accent in Hindi remains the same. I've
हाँ,
noticed this a lot.
because you are born with it, no? I don't think it changes in that sense.
Yeah, so It's funny, like 'cause you meet somebody after a while and suddenly their accent is different, but Hindi में बात करो तो is
नहीं,
exactly
मेरा
the same.
हिंदी चेंज हो जाता है कभी कभी, लाइक इफ आई एम स्पीकिंग टू
Really?
समवन फ्रॉम साउथ, तो कभी कभी चेंज
हाँ.
होता है मेरा. आई डोंट नो, फ्रॉम
Hmm.
इट रेयर बट होता है कभी कभी, बिकॉज आई नो कि इफ आई स्पीक अ बिट स्लोअर, लाइक इफ आई स्पीक इन सर्टन डायलेक्ट, उनको इजीली समझ आएगा.
Hmm.
So it happens.
True.
Oh,
Oh, doesn't find it. Bishop e3, but second best move, Saha. Still a very nice position though. But yeah, that was a miss.
that was a big miss. Huge miss. Queen c7 forced है. Queen b5 खेलेगा तो by the way it's transposing, yeah, into that line. I don't understand
Yeah,
if I play queen b5, don't you have to play ef6 now?
you have to actually.
तो पहले ही मार देता.
Apparently, c4 is also possible after queen b5. Queen takes c4, bishop b6.
Ah, okay. Interesting, yes. Hmm. Okay, not the best move. Is still close to winning, I would say. Queen c7 is the best move for black, and I think we were discussing it a bit earlier. You will go ef6, black will go queen g3 and h g3. Black will just go bishop f6 or something, and I think it is impossible for, this is a two result position
Yeah.
where one
By
result is
the
way more likely, I think.
Gukesh is now +3, Yu Yangi is now +1, and Nihal is also +1.5. So, तीनों players white से जीतते हुए. Queen season played.
Ooh, okay. So he understands the risk. Probably saw ef6 also, huh? Bach gaya. Now you take on f6 and that's it.
Or what if he doesn't take even now? Yeah, what if he plays bishop c5?
Bishop c5 is what my move was, because I thought यहाँ पे तो कुछ खो I mean only white is playing here. Why not f takes c7? Because you can return the queen back to c7 and it's unnecessary to go into that when you're already in such a great position.
Raj bhai, I'll take a short rest. I'll be back in 10
Yeah,
15
sure.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
sure,
तब
sure,
तक
sure.
Nihal will be winning.
Hopefully. आपके जाने के बाद ही हुआ था. So maybe it's going to happen again. Let's go. By the way, taking a quick look at Vincent versus Blue Bomb, because he seems to have a completely winning position. +2, at least from what I can see. AB5 यहाँ पे मारेगा तो knight G5 is the move. Attacking, hitting these pawns. Of course, H7 is the main target right now. And if you play H6, then knight E4 and bishop takes H6 is on the cards. And if you play bishop takes G5, then just bishop takes G5. And at some moment, white is going to throw bishop F6 here. At some point. I feel like Blue Bomb is just dead lost. Arjun game, please. Let's go to the Arjun game. This is the current position. Bishop, we were looking at bishop d6. White goes rook d2 and now bishop to e5 and now knight b5, the best move by Yu Yangi, keeping the pressure on the d6 square. Maybe his plan is some a4, bishop a3 and to activate the bishop. Maybe then he can go d6. And Arjun wants his queen to be on g5. Like if I could just pick it up and put it on g5, it would be amazing. But he's not getting that time. So Arjun in some trouble as well. Big, big trouble. Nihal blunder, not a blunder. It was a miss, but I think he's still in a much, much better position. Is Nihal losing now? No, he's not losing. Arjun play. He will play Queen G5 anyways. Just like jump it. Yeah, he is. Maybe Queen D7, Queen F5, Queen G5 like that. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Somehow I'm not convinced with this position. I feel like he's struggling. There is also a nice idea for white. He can go knight A7 and knight C6. Like that looks a bit annoying. Oh, actually, there's a nice tactic. Yeah, if you play, oh yeah, that's why he plays rook b8 because it's a nice prophylactic move. But for example, let's say if you played h5, then okay, there is d6 also. This d6 is the bigger problem. Yeah, this is a bigger problem because d7 is my threat. You cannot play c6. That's why he went rook b8 so that if white goes d6, then he can play c6 and no longer d5 is threatening the c8 rook. Gukesh winning. Lovely, 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 lovely. Let's take a quick look. Oh yes, he is completely winning. This was the position, knight d8. He took ef2, king f1, bishop d8. Knight e4 आता है, knight d7, king e2, and now planning rook f1, rook f2. Black plays knight f6, and this is the current position. He's just a pawn up, basically. The d pawn is extra, and everything else is balanced. So you just take, bishop takes, you bring the rook, you bring the bishop, and you just take on f2, and it's very comfortable. Should be winning, I think, yes. So yeah, that's the current situation. By the way, Hans versus Pragg, we can also take a look. Someone in the chat is asking. But Pragg doesn't have any chances to qualify. It is only Hans who has some chances there. He has just played rook c4. He's a pawn up in this position, but he has two pawns on the d file. Black only has one. Everything else is the same. With rook c4 is threatening the bishop on d4 to make a decision. Either take on e3 or take on b2. Do one. He's supposed to go rook c4, dc4, bishop b2 here, and he gets the pawn back. And maybe then the position is more or less equal. Yeah, because if you play rook b1 to have the spin, maybe I can have bishop c3 to attack this, and I can play b5 next. Okay, some chances for Hans, but okay, more or less looking equal-ish. Vincent mistake. Oh, taking a quick look. We're looking at, oh, I see, I see. After takes, we were looking at knight g5, but he likes bishop g5 more. Bishop g5, because after bishop g5, if you go knight g5, this is way stronger because no one's challenging this knight. And if you play h6, then knight e4 aata hai, and then knight d6 in the next move, c5 is hanging. And this looks super scary. But bishop g5 is a mistake because apparently black has f5 in this position. Draw between Giri and Ali Reza, yes. From a GM's perspective, what's stopping Vidit from working on his time management issue? He could be a great player if he fixes this issue. I think it's not that simple because also he also makes those good moves because he spends time on certain situations. That's how he thinks. That's how he approaches the game. So if he starts playing a bit fast, maybe it compromises the quality of his play. So, then there will be a new problem. And then if you fix that, then there will be a new problem. This is the constant struggle of an advanced sort of a elite chess player in the sense. If stream gets 1000 likes, I'll buy Cheeky Chigorin. Let's go, bhai. Cheeky Chigorin kyun, bhai? Let's go. 1000 likes, chat. We need it now. Pure incentive. Okay, I think going back to Nihal's board because Queen c7 and he's still thinking, but I don't understand why think for 17 minutes on Bishop e3 and after Queen c7 you're thinking again. This doesn't make sense. Queen c7 was so like it's the only move in the position, no? I know, but he would have looked at Bishop c5 when he played Bishop e3, so I don't understand why he's thinking now. It's already been like 6 minutes. He was ahead of Nodirbek before, but now it seems like he's below, and that just makes me a bit scared. Play like Alireza when time is low. Yep, super simple. I wish everybody just did that. Why don't GMs play Grand Prix attack? I think, didn't Alireza play it in this round? Look, knight c3, knight. Okay, he didn't play g3, but he went bishop b5 here. But similar idea, no? So you do play it. People do. Ajkal, every line is playable. By the way, this is the position between Vincent. He played f6, big inaccuracy. He should have gone f5, but not a big difference. You take, and now simply either bishop f4 or you take the pawn on f6. Both of them give white a pretty good advantage. I still am thinking that Vincent is looking almost winning to me. f4, yeah, same thing. You play g3 afterwards, no? Okay, so this is the position. कुछ updates हुए थे Vincent वाले board पे, but taking a quick look at, oh, knight b5, rook b8. He plays a4 to have bishop a3. We discussed this idea before, and black goes queen d7. And look at this. Actually, d6 is now the only move for white. And that makes things super tricky for Yu Yang Yi because if you don't play d6, then the pawn on d5 will fall. And if you play d6 and black plays c6, then where do you put this knight? You have to put it on d4. Black cannot take this pawn. It's poisoned right now. If you play queen d6, this is a very nice move actually here. Knight f3, which I think is simple enough actually. Take and just bishop b2 and you just dominate the dark squares. But if I don't take, Black can actually start launching an attack on the king side here as well, which is kind of interesting to me. And mistake! Bishop a3, mistake by Yu Yangyi. I think this is the crunch moment. Yeah, I think he's waiting for rook ed8 and where he can play d6. That's a mistake, big mistake. Yeah, he's also planning queen f5, queen g5 too. Nihal mistake again. What? Arre, he went for the line that I was talking about here. This is the position I was talking about. And I was saying after bishop c5 how simple it is for white to play, and it's basically a two result position. And it felt like, this is I would expect Nihal to play this if he played fast. But sochne ke baad, I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But also now Nodirbek's next move is not easy. He has to go f takes e5. Like that feels wrong. Like you're doubling your pawns. This one definitely is going to be weak. And if you don't play f e5, then what do you do even here? Nihal got nervous. Could be, could be, could be. He had a completely winning shot. I mean, when he goes back and checks his game, he's not gonna be happy for sure. Can Arjun win? Arjun can win, I think. The position is messy and it favors him in that sense. सेम फालतू का टाइम खोट ही गया भाई ऐसे नहीं होता यार आई मीन ही मस्ट लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स मस्ट हैव गॉन थ्रू हिज माइंड बट ही वाजंट कन्विंस्ड विद दैट TF6 वाली मूव ही डजंट हैव द बार इन फ्रंट ऑफ हिम ना लाइक वी डू दैट्स द डिफरेंस Mishra drew. Okay, okay, okay. So second game update. Abhimanyu Mishra and MVL have drawn their matches. So of course now for Arjun and Nihal, this is great news because Abhimanyu had the best tie break in this event. So if he won both of the games, then he would clearly qualify. But now the situation is different because if Nihal wins and if Arjun win, then their chances they are basically they will have the top a tie break on their points. So if they win one more game, then their chances to qualify are really really high. This is the position. F6 was so straight club level strong player can also. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, it is simple, true. It is simple, but you don't know what he didn't like about it. Clearly, he thought about it for like almost 20 minutes, yeah, but he didn't like it. So clearly, he didn't like something about it. Tie break समझाओ. It's basically just people are sending me let's challenges right now, but I can't play. But tie breaks are very simple. It's just rating average of all the people that you have played in the event. That's it. Because Abhimanyu has faced the toughest opposition, he has the highest tiebreak. I think his uh like average rating is 2733 or something, which is insane. Okay, be nice, chat. Be nice. Yeah, 27. I'm just taking a look at what is his thing. Abhimanyu has 2733. It was accurate. Vaishali in time trouble. Okay, quickly switching back to that game of Vaishali, and then we'll move back to the open section again. By the way, Vaishali in trouble. We have a super chat right here. Why NM Tiku was not provided many chances to play big tournament? Isn't it unfair, Sahaj? I saw him finding many brilliances during stream. Yes, yes, yes. Very unfair, bhai. Great, great point there. Uh, And but वो खेलते नहीं ना यार. That's the thing. He's not interested in playing. He's interested in growing his subscribers. That's the point. That's what he wants to do. But coming back to the game of Vaishali, she's in a worse position. And according to the standings, at least, Vaishali is coming second right now. She has the best tiebreak, but Lagno is on 7. Like she's half a point ahead. So if Vaishali draws this, it really, really affects her chances to qualify. If she wins, she is good. What does that mean by highest tiebreak? Does this simply play round robin with tied players? No. Tie break means अगर आपके सेम पॉइंट है जैसे आपके 7 पॉइंट है मेरे 7 पॉइंट है ठीक है वी बोथ हैव 7 पॉइंट्स then the next thing that applies is your tie breaks meaning the average of all of your opponents that you have played the average of those ratings जैसे एक 2600 हो गया एक 2700 हो गया तो उसकी एवरेज हो गई 2650 Just like that, they calculate this, and then they calculate the average, and then they understand who did you play, and that person gets the highest tiebreak if their rating average is higher. Simple. Pragg has any outside chance? No, he doesn't. And I think from the looks of it, Vaishali's game does not look good to me. I think she's in big trouble here. Okay, switching back to the open section here. This is the current position. Nordirbek still thinking, and Arjun apparently has made a move, and he has gone Rook ED8. So best move for him, putting pressure on the D5 pawn. Bishop takes D5 is a potential threat here, and once again he has to play D6. But now I think D6 is more likely because after C6 you can put the knight on C7, and okay, your rooks and your bishops kind of defend it. But it's a crazy position, and I think yeah, in positions like this, Arjun is a very dangerous player. Can Pragg can't qualify from FIDE circuit? He can. He's number one right now. So most likely he will. Nordirbek is continuously staring at him so that he gets nervous. Um, could be a strategy actually, could be, but no, Nordirbek does give those stares, constantly. It could be a part of his strategy as well. You never know. Thank you so much, Kartikeya White. And then thank you so much for watching. Nordirbek. So yeah, okay. Continuing with the games. This is the position. Arjun plays rook d8. He has 25 minutes on the clock. D6 being the only move. If you don't play D6, then the advantage really goes away. And even after D6, it is really difficult for uh, for white to continue. Like after D6, C6, you have to go knight C7. By the way, Lavanya Sangha, thank you so much for the super chat. कुछ बोला नहीं आपने लेकिन, but thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for watching. So after knight C7, black goes queen to F5, and like कुछ normal चाल white के पास भी नहीं है, कुछ normal चाल black के पास भी नहीं है. I'm thinking something crazy. I'm thinking G5, G4, G3. Let's just go. Let's just go. Yeah, D6 does look natural, but I'm just explaining the follow-up is really weird. Like, how does white continue in this position? White has to play B4. Um, Also, it doesn't protect your D6 pawn. You can take and play C5. Bishop goes back to A3. Like, this is a weird move to play, I think, in general. And now H5, you just start launching this pawn down. I think this is not an easy position to play on for Yu Yangi, especially with 23 minutes on the clock. So I think we might see a mistake here. What about bishop A6? I think somewhere here. For white, you mean? Nah, 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 nah. Your bishop is amazing. Black's bishop is really bad. This would be a horrible move. Like black can just black. What is he? Black is already better. Just takes. I mean, your good bishop, my bad bishop. You should not be the one trading it. I should be the one trading it. I should be the one trying to, get. Um, I should be the one spending the move to play these moves. But anyways, let's go rook d8. Justice for my super chat. Why we did read your super chat, but आपको साहिल भाई का wait करना चाहिए था. Exactly. Okay, that's the current position. By the way, Nihal has played bishop c5 and Nordirbek still thinking. And in Pragg's board, no major updates. Okay, there is slight update over here. He went bishop takes e3. He didn't take the pawn on b2. Clearly, he didn't like something there. He took bishop e3, rook e3, and this is the current position. Han's still a pawn up in this position. Yeah, still a pawn up. But these are double pawns, so not much you can accomplish with this. Yeah, Pragg ka to, I mean he's gonna qualify 100% anyways, but yeah, that's it. Okay, going back to, I think दोनों ही बोर्ड इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है, अर्जुन के भी निहाल के भी. Let's stick to Nihal because I think he has been thinking for quite some time and he's gonna make a move soon. You mean enhances game, Shaurya? If you mean enhance his game, whether it's difficult to if white can play, look, those are two different questions. But is it an equal position? Yes. Can white play? Yes. So I mean, even if it's like I remember the game between Hans and Abhimanyu, it was a fortress for like 50 moves, but Hans kept playing because he just wants to play. He just wants to. He's waiting for that one mistake by his opponent, which his opponent didn't make. But sometimes they do. So you completely play all the way through. If you cannot lose in any position, you play. I mean, even if you can lose, you still play. Yu Yang, he played a move. Okay, going back to it, he did play d6, so the move we were expecting, and black goes c6. And now look at this. Black has to play. White has to play knight c7 here. Only move. If you go knight d4, it's a bit worse already for white because there is knight e8 and you lose the pawn on d6. Not a very difficult thing to spot, but yeah. Also, his time is getting a bit low, and the position is just starting to get complicated. So, by the way, knight c7 played. Let's go. And now queen f5 is what I expect from Arjun to carry the attack. Yeah, we were wanting the queen to be on g5 and some attacking possibility, some attacking prospects. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No direct mistake again. Not really a big one. Whoa, let's check it out. Bishop c8 was played here. I wouldn't say this is a big mistake or anything. Yeah, fe5 I thought was a very difficult move to play because his chances just go completely zero. His chances are completely zero even right now. But yeah, now he has to go rook takes d8. Best move. And if queen d8, what happens? Because I'm thinking queen d8 is better because you have some, okay, but you have no access to the to any of the squares, so it doesn't matter really. You go bishop e7, queen e7, and then you try to route this knight to d6 basically. So knight d2, knight c4, or knight e4, and then eventually you reach the d6 square. That's what you want here. And basically, you're playing a good knight versus bad bishop position, and Nihal can play this for centuries. No chance. Best moves, yes, these are all best moves. Bishop c8 for Nodirbek. Bishop c8 was the second best move, but okay, not really a massive difference between Bishop c8 and fe5. I think he doesn't want to take this pawn because then he doesn't have a chance to win. Doesn't Bishop c3 win an exchange in Arjun's game? Let's take a look. She was discussing this exact same subject today in a class that if you play bishop c3 here, your bishop is way more active than these two rooks. You should not be playing bishop c3 here at all. If you played bishop c3, then white has, I think, you can just even sack it. Just queen c2, bishop d2, queen d2, and white is close to winning here because this bishop is going to get to b2, and all of these squares are just super weak in black's camp.
यो साज भाई व्हाट्सअप भाई क्या
Yo,
चल
yo,
रहा है
yo.
निहाल की गेम में?
It was just on Arjun's board. I think Arjun also looking very, very scary. I'm not even sure कि यहाँ पे better कौन है. Like I know Bar says white is better, but the follow for white is so difficult. And he has less time as well. I think Arjun has good
Oh,
chances to win here as well. Very good chances. And Nihal, by the way, made that move, yeah, which I was talking about with bishop e3, queen c7, and bishop c5. It feels so natural to play this because you just want to remove the dark bishops. And black goes bishop c8, bishop e7 he takes, and black goes queen takes e7. Still has a +1 advantage, but not a winning one anymore.
but yeah, I mean, imagine being Noderbek, right? Because you're thinking, bhai, like Nihal jeete na jeete is question number two. How am I winning? So from Noderbek's perspective, do you think he kind of takes even more risks just to kind of create some winning chances, or do you think Noderbek's like, bhai, ye game to gaya, I'm not gonna do it now. It's not possible.
I mean, it's literally impossible. Like you need like a miracle.
Yeah.
You literally need a miracle here.
Mandar, I
Sahaj
saw your
bhai,
super chat, by the way. I saw your super chat, भाई crazy भाई मतलब I think भाई हाय भाई I think अगर स्टॉकफिश के साथ आप आपका दोस्त हो तो कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई I think जिंदगी में. हाँ सर भाई
Sahaj
saying
bhai,
what?
Kaisa base 24. I don't think I've seen this software before. I use Chessbase only. I've always used Chessbase my whole life. So then it's really good. I'm very comfortable with it.
ताज भाई आर यू श्योर वो जो उन्होंने बोला वो चेस इंजन ही है कुछ चेस डेटाबेस ही है.
No, not really.
बिकॉज इफ आई
I thought
रिमेम्बर अच्छा हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है हाँ चेस चेस का ही है फिर ठीक है.
you use this term in chess a lot, no?
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
ब्लू बॉम वर्सेस विंसेंट ब्लंडर भाई किसने ब्लंडर किया ये भी तो बताओ कि नो ब्लंडर्स येट नो ब्लंडर्स डरा देते हैं लोग यार
I don't know if you saw this, but Mishra has drawn.
या मिश्रा ड्रू टू
Oh
एमपीएल
wow. That's a big update, yeah. So if we win, we're gonna cross Mishra now. That is a big accomplishment for I think both Nihal and Arjun.
हम्म निहाल वाज कंप्लीटली विनिंग दो यार, थोड़ा वो लग रहा है ये गेम अभी खत्म हो सकता था. तो साहिल भाई,
True, true.
बिटवीन अर्जुन एंड निहाल हुज गोना विन? अगर आपको एक पोजीशन देख के बता दो, who's going to win this? Because
Of course, Nihal, yeah.
I have a genuine feeling कि अर्जुन's gonna win this.
So Arjun might win this, but Nihal का, I mean, नोदे में जितना भी फैंसी हो, जितना भी स्टेयर कर ले, स्टेयरिंग कॉन्टेस्ट जीत सकता है, बट गेम जितना मुश्किल है साज भाई यहाँ पे.
हम्म.
बिकॉज बिशप ऑन C8 कह रहा है भाई मैं गेम से बाहर निकालोगे तो स्टे करूंगा ना भाई. लाइक इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट इफ यू गो टू द नोटरबेक गेम, निहाल गेम. इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू इवन क्रिएट चांसेस. फॉर एग्जांपल पानी पैसे में डुबाते हुए, पैसे पानी में डुबाते हुए, मंदर भाई कह रहे हैं जर्म से आता है टिक भाई. भाई लो, हो गया भाई, सुपर चैट भाई, आंसर कर दिया मेरा.
अरे बोलो तो सही.
टिक्कू चाचा जी, इंडिया में हैव लॉस्ट अ डायमंड हियर. नाइस. थैंक यू, थैंक यू. हाँ भाई, बीमार मत हो बस, जिंदगी में हेल्थ अच्छी रखो.
हम्म.
बाय द वे,
अभिमन्यु मिश्रा कुछ ज्यादा ही अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा भाई. वर्ल्ड यंगेस्ट ग्रैंड मास्टर मेरे भाई, फुली एक्सपेक्टेड. Okay, so queen takes e7 taken here. Now the problem is if you take it, then the queen becomes active on this open file. So he should not be taking immediately. He should go knight d2 apparently to go knight c4, knight d6. Same idea. And black still has to go f takes e5, which feels very annoying here once again.
yeah, but knight d2 is always been a nice move, right? In many positions, and he hasn't been able to find it. And after f takes e5, you don't grab the pawn back, you just play knight c4 with the idea of knight takes e5. So I think it's a logical move, but not something Nihal has hinted that, he might find this idea. So I'm not sure if he plays knight d2, Sahaj.
Hmm. Tough to है.
Arjun is taking a lot of time. अच्छी बात है भाई, अच्छी बात है, लेने दो. The position is quite complicated. He's ahead on the clock. So as long as I think it's a way ना, चेस दो प्लेयर का गेम है. अगर अपने ओपोनेंट से आगे हो टाइम पे तो यू शुड नॉट वरी टू मच. आई थिंक दैट इज अ गोल्डन प्रिंसिपल. स्टे अहेड ऑफ योर ओपोनेंट ऑन द क्लॉक एंड यूल बी फाइन.
Yeah, I mean, but निहाल का टाइम तो कम है यार.
निहाल का, वो तो है, निहाल का टाइम कम हो गया है, बट एटलीस्ट चलो पोजीशन वाइज ही इज डूइंग वेल, या.
He has easy moves more or less, I think.
आई वाज थिंकिंग बाय द वे Sahaj, maybe it's not the best. It's not really possible actually. I was thinking rook d6, but fe5 is a bit of a
Oh,
problem, yeah.
ever looming
Yeah,
threat.
yeah.
I don't know
Just
if he
join the
goes for.
stream.
Uh-huh.
वेलकम बंकिंग मास्टर जी. आई थिंक इंडिया में दो ही प्लेयर के पास चांस है, टाइटल आपको दिख गया होगा. इट इज निहाल एंड अर्जुन, टू प्लेयर्स फाइटिंग इट आउट विद 2 rounds to go.
Hans or Pragga. Bilkul. This is the current position. He played Queen F5 and then G3. This is where we left it, by the way. Think Hans can put some pressure here, yeah? Hans can actually beat Pragg here.
भाई नहीं यार, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए यार साल में.
But do result position है. Pragg थोड़ी ना जीतेगा यहाँ पे.
भाई पर ही ऑल्सो बिकम्स अ कंटेंटर देन ना, एज वी डिस्कस. लाइक प्लग की रेटिंग बहुत हाई है, तो हैंड्स की एवरेज बहुत इंप्रूव हो जाएगी इससे.
Hmm. I mean, if he
इन
beats
कपिल,
Pragg, then of course he deserves it, you know.
ट्रू, ट्रू. इन कपिल देव्स वर्ड्स, मुश्किल नहीं पर टफ जरूर है. वाओ, वाओ, ग्रेट वर्ड्स.
ये बुलेट होता तो मैं G4 खेल देता. G4 actually not a bad move, no?
एक्चुअली,
It's decent. But
क्वीन
okay,
h6
why?
रोक h3.
हाँ. एकदम वो
हाँ,
साहिल एकदम बुलेट मोड में आ गए एकदम.
बस भाई निहाल को देखे जा रहे हो तो um is there a world in which a guy at 7.5 qualifies? I think yes. For
No.
example, let's say Firouzja and Anish are on 7. and let's say Nihal even wins, I mean, and the final round everybody draws, then nobody gets to it. Because I don't think we're gonna get only Vincent will be on 7.5. That's the only guy. So if he draws, okay, but if he loses, I think we can have max as 7.5, right? Or no, because सात वाले से मैच होगा वो जीत जाएगा. Actually, no. एक बंदा क्वालिफाई कर सकता है 7.5 पे, I think.
Like the chances right now, Alireza and Anish are on 7 points, and Vincent and Bluebum are playing on 6.5 points. उन दोनों का अगर ड्रॉ होता है तो सबके 7 पॉइंट हो जाते हैं. फिर लास्ट राउंड में सबका ड्रॉ हो जाता है तो सबके 7.5 हो जाते हैं. इन दैट केस यस इट्स पॉसिबल, बट इट्स वेरी अनलाइकली. Move for Arjun and Nihal. Let's go there. Okay, knight c7. No, there is no move. ट्रोल कर रहे हो यार आप.
क्या साल में 11 तक सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे भाई? हम तो खींच खींचे कर लेंगे. प्लेयर्स कर पाएंगे क्या? आई थिंक इज द बिगर वरी. आई होप वी हैव समथिंग टू cheer for tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping for. कि साथ में एटलीस्ट एक इंडियन का चांस तो होना चाहिए फाइनल राउंड में, नहीं एटलीस्ट एक का.
यार कहाँ हम स्ट्रीम के शुरुआत में टॉप 3 सीड्स सारे इंडियंस एंड अब ये बोल रहे हैं कि एक ही हो जाए यार.
एंड वो भी
एक
इट्स
का
नॉट अ
चांस हो तो
ट्रॉफी.
मजा आ जाएगा.
इट्स नॉट आइडियल. बैटरी चार्ज कर लो. बैटरी चार्ज है मेरे भाई. रेडी टू गो.
By the way, Nihal under 15 minutes, by the way, just made a move. Nihal, he goes EF6 in it. Oh, by the way, FE5 not allowed. He takes EF6 himself. This is gonna be, I mean, it's still better for white, but I feel this is not gonna be that difficult to hold for Nadirvek.
But apparently rook f6 is the only move though. Queen f6 and knight c5, and suddenly Noderbek is again close to lost.
And then knight D3 and knight E5, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Yes, Nipun bhai. I think one person can potentially qualify 7.5 pay. Depends, as we discussed, on a bunch of results. Gukesh game, please. We can have a look, Saj, if there's something crazy going on.
On which game? Gukesh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Took a look at it earlier. Has a lot of time on the clock. So basically, it was a two result position because he has an extra pawn for basically no compensation. Just a matter of just converting this. He's completely winning, yeah. Completely. Finally, yeah. Nice. Nice to see Gukesh back. This feels like a Gukesh game.
Also, I think time wise, no hope. Yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely no hope. So, um, yeah, the Gukesh we've been missing for so far, and he will go to 5 points. Hopefully, he finished on six. That will be at least more than 50%. So, that is great.
Okay, so shall we go back to Arjun or Nihal? Nihal, by the way, having 16 minutes, Arjun having 19 minutes. So we are approaching that territory where players are under time pressure.
By the way, if bad news, if you want to hear bad news, do you want to hear bad news, Saj bhai?
Always.
Um, Vaishali is now, I think, close to losing. And if she loses, I think her
अरे
chances are over.
यार, I was also
Her,
saying earlier कि उसके chances बहुत खराब लग रहे हैं. Should I switch?
yeah, maybe for 1 second. And even though Black has made a mistake, it's still much worse for Black. We need the bar. And 45 seconds to play 14 moves. That also looks like a disaster.
Yeah, yeah, this is bad. She's fighting though, Rook E7, best move.
I mean, a
But
draw maintains the
takes,
chances.
takes
Draw,
an H3.
also
ड्रॉ
chat
होगा कैसे
Tanzong.
यहाँ पे यार, टाइम इतना कम है.
But Sabe, ek cheez hai, Tanzong, if she beats Katina Lagno, she's already qualified for the candidates. So Vaishali, if she draws and Tanzongi beats Katina Lagno, there's a chance that Vaishali might be in first place.
भाई टेन जोंगी कैसे आ रहेगी उसको, बेटर है लागनो की. आई मीन हाँ, थोड़ा अटैक है वाइट के पास. आई गेट इट.
कुछ हो जाए भाई, कुछ हो जाए चमत्कार, but फिलहाल के लिए Vaishali struggling.
या
Meanwhile,
दैट टाइम इज
Arjun
रियली
has
बैड.
played Queen F5, the best move in the position, Saj. Let's go.
या दिस इज द पोजीशन. of Arjun, Queen F5. We were discussing this a bit earlier. Okay, I was liking some ideas like G5, G4.
Wow. But ऐसा लग रहा है white ने max out कर लिया. I don't see how you push that pawn further. That's my problem.
You cannot push the pawn further. This pawn is going to remain here, but it's a problem. It's a nuisance for white. For black as well, but yeah. We see G5, G4. We need to see G5, G4. अर्जुन लुकिंग लाइक वैशाली भाई कैसे? हाउ? ओ अच्छा
Actually,
भाई वो चेंज कर दो यार.
yeah.
अर्जुन लुकिंग लाइक मरिया मुझे चुका ना फिर तो.
Okay, brothers कह रहे हैं peace. By the way, Rook F6 played, and Nihal plays Queen to E3.
ओके. And now I think he has some f3, knight c5 type of ideas. Maybe basically he has one weakness, which is the pawn on e6. And now the knight can go d3, e5, something like that, and you can kind of go put pressure here. But
Yeah,
this
it
must
feels
be
like,
holdable.
yeah, but I also feel ki this is something where first of all time matters less now because I mean position is solid. Nihal can always play h3 and maintain the advantage because e5 is not possible. And also I
Is
think
it?
yeah,
Is it? It is, no? Queen e5,
how
there's
is
rook
it?
e6.
Acha, oh,
Oh, yeah, knight c5 only move, by the way, yeah?
oh wow. But okay,
It is
next move I
possible.
take it, yeah? Next move I take it. Then in a couple of moves I will take it.
Queen d5, rook g6 is what I want. And then bishop comes out to h3. I don't know. I'm just, if you're giving me free moves.
Hmm. Wow. Nodabek still fighting then.
Shai, did you ask
Okay.
Nico about that super chat question? I did actually. I did. He mentioned it
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah. Super chats are awesome by and Mandarbai is also awesome. I think what Nihal is doing wrong is thinking a lot sometimes with direct moves, which ends up in a time scramble. I think अगर वो EF6 उन्होंने निकाल दिया होता, the game would probably have been over already. So it's a harsh game, chess. Yeah, sometimes you feel you're so close, and
No, it was here. Rook d8, df6. Dead lost. Crazy why.
Vincent game almost over. Really
Okay,
doesn't
putting it
feel
up.
like it. Doesn't feel like it. In fact, feels
It's not
like
equal.
black is back.
Black is back. You feel like black is back here.
Yeah. I mean, it's
In
कहाँ
Vincent
मेरी
versus Blue Bomb.
I mean कहाँ मेट होने वाली थी भाई नाइट जीफा के बाद मेरी.
I feel like black is going to suffer this for such a long time.
हाँ बट लेकिन आई मीन कहाँ मेट होने वाली थी भाई लिटरली दो तीन चालों में लाइक नाइट जी
Hmm.
फाइव क्वीन वाज ऑन एच फाइव. एटलीस्ट नाउ आई एम प्लेइंग एन एंड गेम आई कैन ट्राई टू डिफेंड.
By the way, Nadirбек played. He went b6 in this position. I think to in an effort to play c5 and bishop b7. And I think Nadirбек finding some counterplay again.
साज भाई वी नीड टू कम टू E5 क्विक. या वी डोंट हैव मच टाइम आई फील
Yeah.
बिकॉज अगर हमने अभी नहीं किया once black plays C5 coming to E5 will be next to impossible.
Hmm. I'll still choose white here, obviously, but I don't see that clear cut path to win.
We all know Nihal has a good advantage. Can he hold on to his nerves? This is where Gukesh was unbelievably handling the pressure even in 14th game. I agree, but 14th game is probably not the best example because 14th game there was no way Gukesh could have lost that one. So
Hmm.
yeah, I mean it was risk-free advantage. यहाँ पे भी risk-free है to some extent, but the situation was a bit different. But I agree. I think Gukesh has great nerves, yeah, in these crunch situations in general.
For sure, for sure. Young Yu Yangi made an inaccuracy? Oh, yes, he did, actually.
Really?
Inaccuracy on the board. Queen f5 के बाद he played queen c2. He had to find b4, by the way, only with. It was such a hard move to play. I'm telling you, Arjun thrives in these positions.
Things
साहिल
looking.
भाई ने बताया था कि
Oh,
लास्ट एक दो राउंड में सेम कंट्री के बंदे से पेयरिंग नहीं होती. आई थिंक लास्ट राउंड में होगा. लास्ट राउंड में होगा. बट सेकंड लास्ट चलता है अभी भी.
yeah, last round में नहीं हो सकता because I think people can on paper fix games, so they want to avoid that, and उसकी वजह से last round में कभी होता नहीं है. I think that's fair also, pretty fair.
Of course.
I think Gukesh is +5 now. I think uh,
Amazing.
this is all but over. So very important win for the world champion.
Not yet.
Um, not yet, but
सूत्रों ने
yeah.
कुछ नहीं बताया अभी तक.
True, true, true.
Sutra are very quiet. Oh, beautiful move by Arjun there. Knight to d5. He's wanting to grab this pawn on d6. And if you take on, can I just take it all the way? Bishop d5, bishop d5. I can actually, yeah. But this is probably what Arjun wants. Bishop h2 check, king h2. This is equal, but Arjun will feel comfortable here. क्योंकि imbalance आ गया board पे. But time भी कम है आपका boss. So it is good.
Yeah, yeah. Feeling
Arjun can
kind
win
of
this, I
striking
think.
back.
Good, good. I think very good improvement. But one thing I don't like is you have bishop c6, bishop d5, c d5, knight b5. Then you keep this pawn on d6 for now, but you still have some attacking chances on the king side.
Maybe bishop a6 is. I tried to take the knight and then the pawn.
Ah,
Oh
you have
wow.
f4.
Oh,
Insane. What is f4? Oh, that's a crazy move.
that's hard to see. Why? Nihal shaking his head. Really? Oh wow. In fact, when I went for a short break, Sajbhai, I was checking the sutra. तो मैंने इंस्टाग्राम खोला वहां पे फिरोजा का मोमेंट था जहां पे वो ड्रॉ हुआ.
Uh-huh.
And Firouzja was super pissed. Like he was super pissed, holding his head. Why he missed knight c3 and that draw. So he didn't want to draw. He just completely missed knight c3 and was really mad at himself.
Hmm. Because now he has to play against with black again, and he's so close, and it might not happen. You never
Yeah.
know. That is
By the
sad.
way, Vaishali is now lost, I think. If
Oh,
black finds the only move, I think we can stay to this game.
we're
Maybe, but
51. Should I go to this game or?
no, Nihal is okay, I think, because 15 move और है.
Hmm. Well, maybe एक coffee बना के आ रहा हूँ. Be right back.
Will there be tie breaks in case of same points? No, actually, because tie break यहाँ पे है performance rating or average rating of your opponents. In that case, usually माना जाता है कि अगर आप stronger average से खेल रहे हो, तो you have more points. You have faced tougher competition, so your tie break is better. Same way, I think वही है यहाँ पे कि भाई अगर आपका average rating opponent से कम है, मतलब आपने weaker opponent से खेला है, that means your tie break should be worse. So makes a lot of sense at least optically. एंड टाई ब्रेक वाइज बेस्ट टाई ब्रेक अभिमन्यु मिश्रा का है बट ही ड्रू सो उनके चांसेस होते हैं खत्म बट आई थिंक अर्जुन टाई ब्रेक इज बेटर देन निहाल्स व्हाई नॉट नाइट d4 इन निहाल्स गेम यार निहाल गेम में देखो बाय द वे क्वीन d4 ही प्लेड व्हाट भाई दैट डजंट फील लाइक द राइट मूव टू मी चैट लुक एट दिस मे बी आई एम रॉन्ग बट किसका किंग वीक लग रहा है तुम्हें चैट यहां पे हुज किंग डू यू थिंक इज वीकर इज इट व्हाइट और इज इट ब्लैक That's an important question to ask because usually जिसका king weaker होता है he is the one who benefits from a queen trade, right? यहाँ पे I think black का king is weaker because उसका f pawn has moved, right? तो मेरे point of view से you have the safer king, then why trade queens is the question. No, I mean comparatively, Bhavesh bhai, I know black king is not exactly under attack, but comparatively black king can be under attack more than the white king, yeah? उसका एक pawn कम है सामने. So you don't want to trade queens, and also very important, you have the queen and the knight. As we know, the queen and the knight are a deadly combination in an attack. So queen d4 logically to me makes no sense at all. Absolutely zero sense. So I think this is a big mistake by Nihal, who's panicking a bit, who was +4 almost at one point, and now it's just plus zero point 0.4. I am not sure he's going to win anymore, chat. And I think maybe Arjun is the one who has the better chances because the game is more complicated, even though he's minus zero point 0.4, because ये game काफी draw के chances. Oh wow. By Nodir Bek ने मना कर दिया. So still a decent position for Nodir, but I think that's not the best move. I think Nodir Bek trying to maintain his winning chances because even though Queen to 4 पे निहाल के लिए बेस्ट नहीं था, बट नोदर बेक के भी चांसेस जीरो थे जीतने के. सो नोदर बेक मजबूर है भाई. मजबूर है कि भाई मैं क्वीन ट्रेड नहीं कर सकता. But you need to get the knight to e5 chat. That is the way forward. जब knight e5 पे होगा white का, imagine rook d8 in some cases is checkmate and knight is close to the king. Sahaj bhai, look at Nihal's move queen d4. I'm really shocked by it.
What is happening? It's like his advantage is just going more and more. And I don't know what's happening here.
Because I thought black's king is weaker. Why would you trade queens? You have the queen and knight. It doesn't make sense. And Nodebek ने मना किया भाई literally.
No, no, I mean, he wants to play for a win still, na? Maybe he goes
Exactly,
rook
but
d1, I don't know, and queen d8 check or something. पर उसमें जीत आप जीत कैसे सकते हो उधर?
वही तो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा. What was queen d4? Weird move actually. Although
Time
after
pressure भी है right? 9 मिनट पड़े हैं यार उसके पास. He must be in a lot of pressure right now.
yeah, and also after rook d1 Sahaj, the only move for black is e5 apparently. So maybe Nodirbek has found a way to keep the game going, but
But queen d8
he
check.
again.
But queen d8 check is just a draw, no?
Yeah, e5 is the only move actually. It's the only move after rook d1.
No, no, I know. But after e5, I can play queen d8 check, and that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Queen d8, rook d8, rook f8, and it's a draw. Yeah, rook d6 maybe
Yeah,
out.
dead draw. He can continue
Wow.
the game with queen c4 check, but yeah, queen d4 is a very weird move. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be that his previous match against Ali Reza, I mean, maybe he's tired and maybe he's also not in the best shape, yeah?
No, but I mean, last game में at least you knew, yeah, कि draw is enough, win is enough. यहाँ पे तो you know कि win is the only way forward. So that's why I'm a bit shocked with queen d4. Maybe he banked on the fact कि फिरूजा ट्रेड नहीं करेगा. But still, yeah, मतलब knight belongs on e5. I think वो maneuver उन्होंने अब तक देखा नहीं है. That's the problem. He needs to get the knight to e5 somehow.
No, he knows it, of course, but he's not finding a clear path of doing so. And also, queen d4 is a weird place to put it because you can also play c5 and e5. Both of them are, you're putting your pawn on a dark color, making your bishop active, and now it's coming with a tempo.
Agreed. And by the way, Vincent Keimer's game is now, well, for I know lack of a better word, equal.
Really? Completely?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this was the position. He played c4. That was a slight inaccuracy. Knight f7, and he had to play bishop f4 पे जाना था. Between these three squares, I think e3 is the most logical one, but
Yeah.
that's the worst one.
Wow.
No, he can still play rook e1 and he can still try to play for a win, but yeah, 13 moves here in under 15 minutes. Still not easy. By the way, some update in Arjun board as well. He did go bishop d5, c d5, knight b5. And now it's completely, but I'm telling you, Arjun will win this.
Why? Let's hope so. And by the way, rook d1 played in Nihal's game. And now e5 is the only move for Abdus Sattar of Nodirbek. If you play a random move chat, for example, let's say h6, apparently queen d8 check, queen takes d8, rook takes d8, rook f8, and rook d6 is just winning for white because I don't think you can save all the pawns.
And if your pawn is on e5, you can play rook f6.
Yeah,
That's the difference. That's why e5 now is super important.
but he'll see it. Yeah, very likely he'll see that. Yeah, played.
Like 44 seconds. He goes queen e3 again.
But Sahal, this is dead equal now. Bishop e6. What's the advantage? Where's the
There is
advantage?
none. There is no. I mean, you still have an isolated pawn, I guess. Is IKP also a thing in chess? King's pawn like IQP? No, it doesn't happen as often, but you can call it an isolated king's pawn, I guess. Then आपको isolated bishop's pawn भी कहना होगा, knight's pawn भी कहना होगा, but IQP is the most common. That's the one that happens the most. So IKP usually आता नहीं है. It's not really a thing. What is
Wow.
the highest score by a player ever in Grand Swiss? 8.5, and I think it was Vidit.
Wow, chat. I think Nihal losing his advantage completely now. And honestly, I would momentum देखते हुए I would start saying कि this is just a draw.
I dead draw लग रहा है. Dead draw. By the way, Hans थोड़ा better हो गया है Pragg के साथ. And Pragg under time pressure as well. Look, this is the current position. Queen a5 played. +1 advantage for Hans. He has to find bishop b7 though, only move.
That's my question. Do you think there'll be any Indian on 7 points now?
Arjun can be, no?
So guy will be there, yeah?
I think Arjun. Yeah. You are asking just between if Arjun and Nihal are gonna win. Those are the only two
Yeah,
players on
yeah,
6 points.
yeah,
Or
yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
any.
Yeah. The
I think
only
Arjun
one with
can
the
win.
chance. Chalo, let's hope so. Also, Arjun, by the way, if we go to his game, has an only move now. Because if he doesn't play h5, there is queen g4. And after that, I'm not sure if he can actually win this.
Queen g4 plan है क्या मेरा?
In terms of like nullifying every single like attack, potential attack, like queen g4 and
Hmm. So let's go, Arjun. Come on, h5. You love these types of moves. Come on.
wow, I still can't believe Nihal ka game Sahaj bhai. I think that was so close. So close.
The tournament was a disaster for top Indian players. They lost so much rating plus very less chances to qualify. For the top players, I would say more or less yes. More or less yes. To qualify, only Arjun has a very, very little chance if he wins both games. Yeah, apart from that, not really. Yeah. By the way,
At this moment,
Parham is losing again to Andy
yeah,
Woodward. You remember that game, the kid who beat Aronian?
yeah.
He defeated Parham also. I mean, he's defeating Parham as well.
Wow. Param Bichara another, he was playing so well.
Hmm.
Is Gukesh out of the world top 10? Yes, he's world number 12. And even if he wins, he will stay on world number 12. So his ranking will not improve, I think. Um, so yeah, he will be out of the world top 12, I think. If he wins tomorrow, maybe it can go to world 11, but as of now,
Hmm.
it will be world top 12.
I feel like games थोड़े जल्दी खत्म हो रहे हैं आज. हो सकते
Really?
हैं. Yeah, I feel like it.
I doubt it because usually अब तक एक दो गेम खत्म हो जाते हैं. अभी एक भी गेम खत्म नहीं हुआ है.
हाँ, but I mean, if you look at okay, Arjun का game, let's put it aside because that's the game I think that's going to last a bit, unless there is a mistake, early on. Then you never know. Nihal के board पे तो like there is nothing left. I think here you cannot really play here much, especially considering what he had before.
Yeah.
Okay, there's still good knight bad bishop. The pawn is on e5 though. It's weak.
True, true.
Accuracy for Nihal is 90.7 and for Nordirberg is 90.2.
Why Hans is now plus 1.6 against Pragg?
Oh, I'm telling you, Hans has a chance. Hans has a chance. ट्राइम्स, ये बढ़िया।
Wow.
90 to 94, good. I think that's a good idea. I mean, कभी तो 92 खेलो यार. But I think there's rook d6. 94 there is rook d. Queen e5 में क्या हो रहा है? 94 में तो rook d1 है. Queen e5 में क्या हो रहा है? Just queen d7 I'm guessing. I'm guessing. Oh, bishop c2 also. Yeah, queen. Actually नहीं, इसमें तो queen 8 mate है. तो queen d7 yeah. Yeah, and
Wow.
it's black who ends up winning this. So it has to be careful. He goes rook
By the
e1
way,
by the way.
yeah, rook e1. भाई ये चल क्या रहा है? पहले क्वीन d4 rook d1, अब क्वीन e3 rook e1. I'm
ये नाइट को उसको मूव नहीं करना है. मतलब इट्स बिन लाइक व्हाट अरसा हो गया इस नाइट को मूव करे हुए.
भाई
15th
this
मूव पे
looks.
गया था. अब 27 मूव हो गया. 12 चाल से वो कंप्यूटर चीख रहा है इसको ईफा पे रखो.
Look at this. So c5 from black, and now queen takes e5. You win a pawn. Rook e6. Queen d5 only move now because you have to pin the rook, otherwise mate. And now queen to d7.
उफ.
If you take the queen, rook e1 is mate. So queen c4. And chat, question for you: what is black's best move in this position? One, I don't think Nodik will play because he doesn't need a draw. But what is black's best move in the position? Come on, chat. VD winning.
b5
We'll
is
have a look.
close. b5 is
Yeah,
close.
b5 is very close. H6, no. King f7, no. Queen e7, no. Queen b5, no.
Close.
Yeah. The best move is queen to a4.
By the way, the people who are saying queen b5, the problem with queen b5 is I can take queen b5 and after rook e1 I have queen f1 back.
Yeah.
So that's why queen a4, ताकि you cannot take on a4. This is a checkmate. If you go queen d5, then queen d7 again, queen c4, then queen a4 again, and that's a draw.
A draw.
Yeah, this is the current position. Rook e1 has been played. c5, by the way, answered instantly. Yeah, another back feeling like himself now. Huh?
आज
Now
भाई
he's
थोड़ा
not going
सा
to give a chance. Now, no
या
chance.
दुख हो गया भाई. बहुत दुख हो रहा है भाई यार.
Golden opportunity.
Yeah, looking exhausted. Please take my queen. Do you think
Do
Divya should
you,
play more open events? Yeah, she should. Saj bhai, right? I think it makes a lot of sense for her to play open events because that's what got her this amazing year.
for sure, yeah, for sure. By the way, 92 played.
Finally, yeah,
Lead.
finally, Sahaj, the night moves.
12
इंतहा हो
चालों के
गई.
बाद.
हाँ, इंतजार आई ना खबर इस घोड़े की भाई. Finally, at least now I have hope.
अब अच्छा लग रहा है. नाइट f3 पे आएगा, c4 पे
हाँ,
आएगा. अब अच्छा लग रहा है फाइनली.
nice, nice, nice. Some hope, chat now. Some hope at least for us. Arjun didn't play h5, really. Oh, he played queen f6. So, idea, okay, avoids queen g4. So, that's not possible. We
g4 पे
know.
h5 रहेगा मेरे पास.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe his
So,
plan is to not allow bishop b2, yeah?
okay.
So Gukesh
Good.
4.8 plus 4.8 Gukesh is. I mean, he think he's dead winning. I'm for sure he's gonna win today. Oh yeah, completely winning now, yeah? Very quickly looking at it. This is the final position. Basically just a free pawn, yeah? Just push, 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 push. And black just has to wait.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice to see this. Finally. Switching back
By the
to
way, Vaishali is drawing. Huge update. Vaishali is in a completely equal position now. So, some hope back again for Vaishali to qualify.
भाई draw तो नहीं है ये.
Really?
एक pawn down है ना वैशाली.
But wait, rook h5 is very strong here for white.
Yep. Putting this up. I don't know if this is a draw.
Oh, she's trying to come to d4, yeah?
Hmm.
Gukesh won today when he didn't have camera. He had bad games with camera. बढ़िया है भाई. I think India Pakistan से तब जीतेगी when we switch off the TV. साज भाई, what do you think? है ना? तभी
बिल्कुल
तभी
भाई.
मजा है.
तब बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Han's mistake. We'll switch to that shortly. 11 seconds for Vaishali. Come on, make a move. B3. Oh, that's
Yeah.
a mistake. G6. I'm telling you, it's not easy. Only move, by the way,
Yeah.
for black guy.
By the way, Hans is completely blundered, so it's equal now. So big
Really.
relief for Pragg.
Does she find rook G6, you think?
I think she will.
It's a simple enough move. No, you're also threatening rook G2 if you move the rook away. कुछ यहाँ
Yeah.
पे रुक एच वाई चेक देखिए कुछ हो नहीं रहा क्या? किंग D4, रुक D1 चेक, किंग C3. तो कुछ है नहीं मेरे पास बेसिकली.
Yeah. Reminds me of the Magnus endgame, but यहाँ पे
हाँ.
रुक G2 बहुत deadly है. So
Okay, switching back.
critical.
No, लग रहा है ये नाइट को हिलते देख के अब्दुल सदर को शॉक हो गया. He's also thinking for a long time.
True, 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 true. I think he's
ये
realizing
अभी
now
कैसे
how
मूव?
strong.
Okay, finally, he plays Queen D7. Can Magnus win Nihal's position as white? He's very deadly in these positions, I would say. Very, very deadly. So I think anyone in the world who has a chance is Magnus. So बहुत slow. He's a perfect understanding of endgame. So um, Arjun didn't play. He played Queen F6. Yuang is still thinking. By the way, look at this. An update in Arjun's board. He went Rook E2 and Arjun played D4.
Wow.
But ये तो equalize हो गई ना position. Knight D4 मार दिया मैंने तो just.
But he's banking on no knight d4, I think, Sahaj. He's banking ki white is not going to give the d6 pawn.
I mean, if you play D4 here, Knight D4 is my first thought.
Yeah, but I think I take on d6 and it's equal. He's banking on ed4, I feel.
Man, ED4 Bishop F4 looks scary for white. I would not play this. I think D4 Knight D4 is way more logical. Like you take on D6, Bishop D6, Rook D6, and just Rook C2. यहाँ पे क्या chance है अर्जुन के पास? I have a good knight. You have a decent bishop as well, but these pawns can be attacked. But I don't know. Maybe he
तो
sees something.
कल की स्ट्रीम छोटी कर दे क्या फिर साहज भाई? भाई यार, दुख. हाँ हाँ, ला रहा हूँ क्या बोला, दुख हो रहा है भाई यार. कम ऑन, ही नीड एटलीस्ट वन इंडियन टू विन टुडे.
तो गई यार. Chances gone. Cam gone और chances भी gone होते हुए लग रहे हैं यार यहाँ पे. Wookie winning? Yes, yes, we know. We just took a look at his game. By the way, let's switch to Nihal's board. Knight F1 he plays. Okay, so he plays Knight D2 to play Knight F1. That was not what I was thinking here. I really think कुछ nerves से related है साहिल भाई ये. He's not playing like himself. Or maybe he's just super, I don't know, upset about his previous round. Like it really hurt him
आई थिंक
psychologically.
सहज बेसिकली द आइडिया मुझे मुझे समझ में आया. Basically, if he's just trying to grab the e5 pawn, I think that's it. He's just thinking, how can I take that pawn? Because you're right, I think nerves here. Basically, he's thinking my advantage has evaporated, and the simplest way for me to get an advantage back is to grab that e5 pawn. So he's thinking, how do I grab that pawn? My knight is hanging, so let me move the knight.
Move ये free में थोड़ी ना होगा यार. Like Yeah, if I just go rook e6 or something, I don't want to play e4 because then you have knight d3 and then okay, you have a legit chance. But I just refuse to play e4, rook e6. Oh, knight. Oh, by the way, knight d4 played in Yu Yangi's board. लोग हो गया.
Oh,
बोल रहा था आपको मैं ये. तो क्या चांस है इधर? हाँ, maybe he sees like takes, rook takes, I'm guessing. Rook c2 and rook c5. And then maybe this bishop can find its way to d3. Maybe that's his hope.
I mean, Saj bhai, bishop takes c8, bishop takes c8. Um, अच्छा रुक c5 खेला क्या आपने?
हाँ, rook c5 खेला मैंने.
रुक c2, रुक c5, yeah? Maybe, but feels like too optimistic, bhai. I
Hmm?
think draw होगा ये. I think ये draw होगा, bhai. I think Nihal has now a higher chance of winning than Arjun, honestly. By the way,
Hmm.
e4 played in the Nodrbek game.
यहाँ पे भी rook c2 already happening. Rook c5 I think he's gonna do. Okay, e4. Okay. Was not expecting that.
By the way, update, Divya has drawn against Indich Alexander. So
Okay.
she goes to 4.5 points. Just a minor update there. Wait, Vaishali is completely winning. What just happened?
What?
She's completely winning. +5, +4. If rook h4, she finds. What just. And Sahaj, it's the same maneuver, yeah? The Gukesh maneuver, king walk. Again, risky.
What?
Yeah, she's rook h4
What?
is completely winning for
It's
Vaishali. This
just a.
could be a carry.
But
This
Rukesh
could
for
be a.
rook e8. Rukesh for rook e8 and d6.
D6.
No, she
This is a
misses. She
what?
plays d6.
Abey yaar. This was a candidate spot. Okay, this can still be winning by this. Will still be winning. Chat. A complete turnaround. Because
Oh, she misses
okay.
rook h4 again.
Come on, Vaishali. अब तो रुकेश और खेलना ही पड़ेगा. If she wins, she will go to number 1 in the standings. 7.5 points. Come on. Look at the standings, chat. She'll go to 7.5. Come on, Vaishali. Candidate spot on the line. She has to play it, Saj. She has
She
to
played
play
it.
Rook h4.
She played it.
Oh, let's go. Let's go, bhai. Let's go. Nice.
वैशाली the savior भाई. Let's go.
Wow.
कल की स्ट्रीम.
हाँ बच गए भाई. देखो कितना एनर्जी आ गई सडनली भाई हम दोनों में. लाइक वी
हाँ,
आर रियली
actually.
रियली लुकिंग फॉर दोस रिजल्ट्स यार. मतलब वो मिल ही नहीं रहे हैं.
You played rook e5. What happens?
Rook e5, I think d7 apparently just wins because rook d7, there's rook d1, I'm guessing.
Oh, okay, okay. She plays rook e5 by the way. Oh, Sahil bhai, rook e3. Rook d3 checkmate. Come on. Come on, show it.
Wow. Wow.
Chat, do you see this? Rook e3, rook d3 checkmate. That's so beautiful.
Come on, Vaishali, you have to do this. She plays it. Vaishali with a complete twist. She's about to take lead after round number 10. It's over,
साहिल भाई,
Sahaj. हाँ
साहिल भाई एक बार.
हाँ हाँ पता है but it's crazy यार. Vaishali winning.
Insane. 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 Rook d3 is such a beautiful checkmate, भाई. ऐसा हुआ कैसे? अभी तो she was winning. She plays rook
Okay,
e8,
now
d7.
yeah, d7, rook d7, rook d3 wins the rook and you resign, yeah?
And if I play rook e7?
Rook
Ah,
e7,
then check, king e5, rook e4. Takes and rook
oh,
e3. And GG.
it's over. It's basically over. I think
Free,
her
free,
opponent has
free.
to resign.
Hmm. Why are people saying Nihal drew, no?
No, Nihal is still playing. My chat मजे मत लो. I know you want to switch to the game, but अभी
You know,
Vaishali is
we'll
about to
catch the
win, yeah?
final moments here, no?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, beautiful.
d7. Bhai, Vaishali is gonna be the third Indian Saj bhai. So oh, by the way, Gukesh has one chat. Huge updates. So the world champion has defeated Gabriel Sargisan and goes to 4 or 5 points. Yeah, he goes to
Out
five, I
of
think.
10, yes.
Yeah, 50% score. Come on, Vishali, finish her off. And इसका मतलब chat, so women's section में Bibisara's game has ended, Song's game has ended, and Tanzongi and Katia Lagno are drawing an opposite color bishop queen endgame. So that will be a draw. इसका मतलब Vishali will go to 7.5 and Lagno will go to 7.5. So 2 plays 7.5 and final round draw with great tiebreak. I think she is all set to qualify.
Also, she's beating a 2-4, 8-4 player. Her average would be lower than that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
amazing. Okay,
And
come
now
on,
let's do
rook
some.
d3, final blow.
Yeah. भाई कान पूजा करो निहाल अर्जुन के लिए करते हैं भाई पहले आई थिंक लेट्स जस्ट एंजॉय दिस मोमेंट यार आई थिंक विन देखे देखे तरसा हो गया साज भाई
Hmm.
और लॉसेस ही समझ में आ रही है बस नहीं
कल वाला भी यार, it was a sad day. Ah, she finds it. Rook d3 check,
फाइंड्स
king
इट
e5, and rook takes e4. GG. One
लेट्स
move,
गो
one move. And she resigns. One move and she resigns.
लेट्स गो रुकी थी डायरेक्टली आल्सो विंस बाय द वे चैट सो
नहीं, rook e3 थे तो
वन
आए थे ना हम. King d4.
हाँ या ट्रू
Move 40 तो
कम
है,
ऑन
but लेकिन just take rook e4. It's so simple. Let's
लेट्स
go.
गो भाई साज भाई बहुत एक खुशी की किरण दिखी भाई मजा आ गया यार मजा आ गया भाई
Seriously,
देख के
bhai.
है ना
Absolutely. I think safe to say that she's gonna resign now. There's nothing else to play.
and that too
Yep.
defeating Maria Muzichuk. Wow, strong player.
Couldn't have gotten better than this. Let's go.
Basically,
Better.
chat, if you're
Better,
playing
better,
against an
better.
Indian, इंडिया से खेल रहे हो तो डोंट डू अ किंग वॉक पक्का ट्विस्ट होगा किंग को अपने घर पे रखो भाई सेफ इफ द किंग वॉक्स अप there it is a victory for Vaishali she takes sole lead in the women's section of the Grand Swiss and now only Katina Lagno I think is likely to join her and इसका मतलब कल अगर वैशाली जीतती है she is guaranteed of a spot with the win and draw पे भी काफी high chances yeah because her tiebreak is the best
Amazing, amazing show. And I think she might be finishing first after the round 10 finishes. And yeah, one draw and
actually
and that is
no
it.
Katina Lagno will be ahead Saj bhai her tiebreak is better
Really?
yeah. So tomorrow will be a
Okay.
critical choice for her. Yeah, does she want to push or does she want to draw? Because black pieces होंगे. Um, and the timings as we saw within 10 rating के अगर सब players है, so will be very
I'm sure she can do
interesting.
the maths there and come up with a
हाँ,
plan. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, you can do the maths and you can know exactly कि draw चलेगा कि नहीं. So chat, that's the women's section. Let's go to the open section back. And chat करिए, Vidit is completely winning. Can we look at that Saj by once?
Going to Vidit's board against Saric. This is the position. Final position. Okay, yeah, he's completely winning. Double rooks and rook versus bishop, yeah, basically. Vidit
Yeah,
always finds himself in those positions where he has to break a fortress.
yeah.
Last time also the same thing happened.
But again, this one I think he'll be able to do so at the at e5, maybe correct moment, yeah, whatever. But maybe Sahaj Bhai, we should switch to the game of Pragg because what just happened? He has blundered and it's +3 for Hans Niemann now. What just happened?
Queen e1 he played, and the only move here was king f8, which Pragg missed and plays bishop b5. Bishop d5 best move. By the way, he still has an extra pawn. King g7 आता है. Bishop plays queen e4, so gives him another chance. Bishop takes d3 is supposedly hanging, and he takes queen d4 check, f6, and then white plays a3, best move in the position. And now Pragg, huge mistake with bishop e2.
Wow.
कहाँ पर रखना था बिशप को b5 पे आई गेस या और f5 पे f5 is the best square but it's not an easy position though.
So Hans Niemann will go to 7 points, Sahaj, and he will maintain his chances to qualify to the candidates one game away.
That is insane actually.
That is insane. That is
That is
absolutely insane.
insane. Wow.
He said he'll do it and he's doing it. So that's amazing to see. And Pragg, I think I don't see him coming back. 9 moves to play in 30 seconds. I mean, it feels like yeah,
Sahil bhai,
he's
do you
gone.
know what it's gonna be tomorrow? Anish versus Hans.
That was the matchup in the Esports World Cup also. So when
Yep.
Anish won.
They also
Wow.
played some matches, no, that with on that other website that Hans has.
Yeah. They did. By the way, Nihal Sareen, uh, apparently is slightly better chat carrier. Yeah, I mean, it's a slight edge chat, nothing crazy, honestly. So yeah, I'm more worried for Prague right now. It's just done. Vincent also slightly better again. Strong players somehow even they lose the edge, they gain it back, Sarge. I think that's something I've noticed with Magnus as well. Um,
Hmm.
hoping Nihal can also gain the edge back.
Like crazy that Hans is defeating Pragg. That is insane to me. Like, क्या बात है
Cl-
यार?
classical game, Grand
Yeah, yeah.
Swiss. That's not easy.
Wow. Top board was a quick draw. The aspect of classical chess sometimes. Imagine any other sport where players basically refuse to play. So thank you, Win, for the super chat first of all, and secondly, it wasn't on purpose by I think by any player. It's just sometimes in chess you get situations where you have to repeat moves, and if any player plays anything else, then they end up in a worse position. So also in any other sport it doesn't happen, yeah, where you have to where if you try to play you're going to be in a worse position as well. So chess is different like that, but that's why they drew. And Ali Reza was visibly quite upset. At least that's the report we got after the draw. So it wasn't by choice, it just happened.
In fact, you can go and check a reel which I think the World Chess Federation posted. Like Firouzja was holding his head and like looked like he was in depression. Yeah, after missing night CT, so it's completely missed. I think we all knew कि आज everybody is gonna push. Usually, they chess has a drawish tendency, but I think that's why I think faster time controls make it more interesting. So we have variations of chess which kind of discourage draws. And this position, for example, yeah, Hans Niemann crushing India number one and world number four Praggnanandhaa, and it's just done. Yeah, I mean,
Wait, by the way,
this
Pragg has only one move, queen c5. Otherwise, he's dead lost.
wow. Anish did not lose respect. Yeah, I think with the black pieces you can't do much. In fact, many opening lines are built around. Oh, it's over. Hans Niemann is going to crush Praggnanandhaa. Sahaj, stunning.
Wow. I think Prague's time is probably the main reason because if you play Rook C1 to have this mate in one threatened with Queen G1, there's Rook B7 check and White just checkmates you one move earlier.
Wow, it's over.
And now just Rook
Look at
E4, yeah?
look at this A4 के बाद best move is actually giving up the bishop.
Oh, wow.
It's over. And after rook e4, best move is queen e2 for
Oh,
black. It's
because
over.
Rook E7 check is just dead lost.
Yeah. Kind of excited seeing how Hans play. Yeah, I think see we Hans is uh, a very interesting chess player, very strong. You want to see him win, but also like Indian players ko hara ke nahi na. That's the only thing which hurts. Yeah, Pragg, by the way, like will also lose a bunch of rating now. He will finish. He'll be 5.5 out of 10. Yeah, and he is
Hmm.
already losing 6 points. And if he loses, he will go below Arjun. I think if Arjun wins, even if Arjun draws, I think he will go below Arjun now. So Arjun becomes world number four again.
Wow. What does he even
This one,
play here? It's so bad.
wow, King H8.
Oh, that's brutal. It's plus 11 now for Hans. By the way, Vincent having a slight advantage against Blue Bomb again.
Storage saying mate in 20.
Uh,
Really?
Mate in 15 now.
Wow. Tiku can find a line where white can lose. Bye, Parva.
No,
I
I
can't
don't
place
think
hands.
so. You're underestimating how good this position is. It's
I
just dead
time
loss.
bhi nahi hai. It's over, yeah. King G7, Rook E6. GG hands. Pragg should qualify through circuit. He has had an unbelievable run of winning tournaments. In some aspects, I agree chess 960 is better. I think more than chess 960, I like the esports World Cup even more. But chess 960 has its own pluses. And also, I think Pragg has a fantastic year, but this tournament was a bit harsh for all Indian players. Na? So that's why I think this hurts. Um, but yeah, Pragg, of course, like will be a bit shook. He will qualify likely still for the world for the candidates, and there it is. He loses to Hans Niemann.
Wow, it's official. Hans moves up the ladder with 7 out of 10, and he's now, I think, top three. Yep,
Wow.
top three, one of the three leaders, alongside Firouzja, Anish Giri, and the third one is Hans. That is insane performance by the American player.
And I think if I'm not saying this incorrectly, I think he's already played Firuza, right?
Hans has no, Hans has drawn to
Yeah,
Firouzja, so he has
he has
Anish
played.
exposed.
Yeah, it's Anish. Yeah, then until Vincent wins, I think he's playing Anish.
So Vincent will also, their colors don't match. So with Anish, it matches. So I think
Got
Hans will get
it.
Anish.
By the way, Vidit is apparently completely winning now. If you can have a quick look, he has 16 seconds to play six moves. I think
Ooh,
once he
okay.
crosses that barrier, I think it will be simple pickings. But even now, I think it's pretty elementary.
No, remember yesterday, bhai. Okay, it felt elementary, but there was some crazy fortress in that position that none of us thought of. What is the tiebreak condition of Hans? Hans is on, yes, 2644. So it's basically the, actually Nihal's tiebreak is better than Hans.
But the thing is,
So
chat, let's say,
unlikely.
but Hans, if he wins tomorrow and there are only three players or four players, he could still make it actually. Because अगर चार player भी हैं साथ पे, if a couple of them draw and Hans wins, he qualifies.
Yeah,
So still,
also, but also let's not
uh,
forget, Pragg will definitely help his tiebreak.
yeah,
He's the highest rated player. Plug is the number one player, so that his average rating would go up by a lot.
true. F5, by the way, best move played by Vidit, not allowing the king to move forward, and now it's kind of in a mating net, right? So has no moves whatsoever.
Yeah, so he has to go G4 or something. Three more moves to be played by Saric.
I think once Vidit reaches the 40th move, I think this should be comfortable.
Hans's tiebreak is not 2659. Really? Are you sure? Did you do the maths?
Meanwhile, Sahaj
That does
bhai,
check out. That does check out.
uh, maybe Nihal is not completely done and dusted. Like somehow, I like his position more than I liked earlier. Like somehow the bishop is now blocked by the pawn. The knight
So
is
let's
on
just finish
e3.
the three moves, yeah?
Ha
Here.
ha ha.
Then we switch back to the other game. But what I was saying is that, you know what's crazy? Actually, Hans's tie break is, it might be better than Anish's tie break. There is a
Oh,
chance. So he might be finishing second right now.
I think it's let's see. Very interesting. And of course, I think final round का pairing say you can pretty much estimate chat before the game even starts कि आपका tie break कितना है. So
Hmm.
average rating का मतलब अगर performance rating होता you have to include your result. But average rating में even before like tonight once the pairing is out they can calculate whose tiebreak is better. So that means Sahaj ki they will know what they need. Everybody will know what they need tomorrow to qualify to the candidates.
What I don't need is to, by look at Arjun's position. It is so, so, so unwinnable. Like there is no chance that Black can win that, right?
Zero bhai. Zero.
Arjun's
I mean,
basically gone here then. Arjun का कोई chance नहीं है यहाँ पे जीतने का.
yeah.
Oh wait, wait, wait! Mistake by Vidit.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
अबे यार. Oh, he missed a mating net here. Why rook a7 check and the king cannot escape? King f6, g5, king g6, bishop e8 checkmate.
भाई, you can't be serious, Sahaj. I mean, this is insane. This is insane, right? And it's a draw now, apparently.
Yeah, basically it's a draw, dead drawn.
The only way, let's make a couple of moves. Rook a7 check, king f8 only move.
Yeah,
Rook check, king e7, rook check, and now you have to go king d6.
yeah, basically. And now, like h3 is the drawing move. Not simple, but okay, you don't want to give a rook h2 also, so h3 makes kind of a bit of
Why,
sense.
it's plus point 0.8 now. It's a draw. He messed it up again.
Now, with time crunch, matlab, when it's a time scramble, it's usually when it happens to him.
By the way, Nihal is apparently +1. Chat, can you have a look at that game, Sahaj? I don't see the +1. I'm gonna check.
There is no +1.
Rook c6. Oh, he was +1 after c4, but he didn't find c4. Rook d7, also a logical move.
In this position, yeah, rook oh, c4 here. Still a bit of suffering for Nodirbek.
Sahaj, would you agree? I
One
think
more move.
Nihal is our only hope now. Like, he's literally the only hope.
Bishop e8, by the way, played. Nice move actually, because after you go rook d8, then he can play bishop f7 and he gets to move 40.
Vincent, by the way, winning, completely winning now. So he will
Really?
go to,
I'm
yeah,
putting
he
it
will go
up.
to 7.5 points. And I think after Vincent wins, then Nehal Arjun have to win. And for Arjun, to it just, oh, Arjun ka to. Saj, maybe if I somehow take the pawn on b3 in the Arjun game, like, I don't know how I take it.
In the
How
Arjun
far
game?
can I,
Okay.
yeah, how far can I dream? I'm trying to understand, but um, looks difficult.
It's impossible to play to go for a win here. Mandar Bhai is asking a question. Sahaj Bhai, don't you think India could have fixed a podium spot if NM Tiku played this on? हाँ भाई, but उन्होंने उनको औरों को भी तो chance देना है ना यार. He wants to give others a chance. Too much now.
यार
By the way,
मंदर
King
भाई,
H2 के बाद
हाँ
only move for Arjun, Bishop B7 or else he's dead lost.
भाई, what is bishop b7?
I don't know, but and it's the 40th move.
He's gonna lose, yeah, I think. मंदर भाई, आई थिंक जिस पोडियम की आप बात कर रहे हो उसके लिए चैट चीयर करने नहीं आई है। वो अलग पोडियम है भाई। दिस इज नॉट द पोडियम आई थिंक वी आर लुकिंग आउट फॉर।
Good question by RD. Can it be Guki versus Pragg tomorrow? No, yeah, unless they are. No, no, actually, they cannot play against each other
या
because the ratings are too high. By the way,
भाई,
blunder
गए
by Arjun.
गए गए भाई, इट्स ओवर, अर्जुन इज लूजिंग।
Yeah, it's +2 now.
बाय द वे,
Queen
विदित्स
D8.
ओपोनेंट फाउंड दैट, सॉरी सॉरी, विदित्स
Hmm?
ओपोनेंट फाउंड दैट भाई, विदित्स ओपोनेंट फाउंड दैट ड्राइंग सीक्वेंस।
अबे यार. What am I supposed to do? What can we do here? This is just unlucky, yaar. Very unlucky. Very unlucky, I think.
बाय द
Today
वे,
is
एसएल
literally the
रैनन,
first. Go
या
ahead.
एसएल रैनन डिफीटिंग मैक्सिम चिगाएव ऑन रिजल्ट।
Nice.
वैशाली
अच्छे
लास्ट
रिजल्ट्स की
बाय,
बात करते हैं भाई.
हाँ, अच्छे रिजल्ट्स किया। हरे कृष्णा अबाउट टू विन एज वेल। कुछ तो पॉजिटिव, यू नो।
Insane, भाई, insane.
गाइस,
I
isn't it
think he's
अमेजिंग
gonna
हाउ
think for a long time here.
Amazing how Hans is doing so well, considering the whole world was against him at a point. Yeah, I don't want to get into the whole world was against him. I disagree with that statement, but I mean, sure, like it might have felt isolating for sure. I think I agree. I wasn't in the midst of it. I wasn't working with Escom then also, so I don't know exactly kya hua. But I mean, once you decide in general on a goal and you just give it your everything, I think you have good chances of success. Yeah, I think you genuinely do.
Hmm.
Um, and I think as which is that guy? This is guy who uh, Alex Hormozzi कहता है कि भाई, people think they have given their best, but they haven't. Yeah, not even close. So
Hmm. But they're going to Vincent's board because I think a bunch of moves are coming in. Oh, they just reached move 40 and Vincent is completely winning. Basically, he's going to give up the C pawn and he's going to get the B pawn and then they're going to play this endgame. But it is because black's pawns are broken really far apart, it's winning for Vincent. So he is going to be the sole leader. Yu Yang
yeah,
Yi has to find a very key move here with Queen D8. Not an easy one.
you will find Queen here, Sajbhai. And also, I think Nihal is our only hope now. Sajbhai, I'm gonna take a very short break. 10 minutes maybe. I'll be back.
Sure, sure,
Uh,
sure, sure, sure.
I'm gonna
Take a break.
pray. भगवान के सामने pray करके आता हूँ चैट में यार निहाल के लिए भाई. Let's see.
पूजा
Uh,
गैम्बिट वहीं कर दो यार एक बार.
हाँ वही करके आता हूँ मैं. I'll be back.
Okay. Nihal has a good advantage. I'm not so sure. Let's take a look. It's a comfortable position for sure. It's a comfortable one, but I'm not sure like how is he going to break through. Like if he brings the queen forward, then rook f6 से ये pawn पे हमेशा pressure रहेगा. If you go g3, then I can always put my queen on f3. Knight move कर नहीं रहा. Bishop से b3 मर रहा है. I guess you have to play c4. I guess. And then like Bishop e6 or rook f6 also looks interesting. What's wrong with rook f6? Ah, knight g4 and the queens get red. So queen exchange कर ली तो Nihal is winning basically. Queen है board पे तो Nihal is okay. He's still better, a lot better, but not winning yet. Queen d8 is findable even. I would have played it. हाँ I know. If VD plays king d6, then there is a nice like sequence where he's losing the g7 pawn. I can show it to you. Like for example, he plays king d8 actually, he doesn't play king d6. So I think the same principle. You go rook g7 here, and you try to threaten these pawns. You can go rook h2 basically, but then there is rook d7 check. Okay, only move. King goes to c8, gf5, and now there is no checkmate on h3 because my king escapes. You go ef5 and king g3. Okay, this is not an easy sequence for black for white. You can give a check. I go here. You go back. I go here. And you just cannot find a mate. If I played h5, for example, then rook l. This is definitely not an easy sequence. But सारिज के पास बहुत time है. That's the worrying part. Yeah, that's the worrying part. So king d8, he has to find rook g7. It's the only move, and on the sequence that I showed you is the only one. Well, there is one more, but I guess here we were looking at rook h2, I guess, no? After rook h2, there is only one sequence which saves the day, which is that gf5, rook d7, and all of that, all of that. If he doesn't find that, then he's in trouble, basically. Arjun lost? No, no, he's in a worse position for sure. He cannot win. He cannot win for sure. Siraj if we would have to tell one big weakness in Indian players, it would be losing winning advantage to a draw. Would you agree? No, because that's a weakness for everyone. In that sense, it's just you're only looking at the Indian players. I think a lot of players would what you classify as a winning advantage. A lot of players kind of uh, make mistakes from there. It's normal at every level. Probably a bigger one is I don't know. I think time management is a big one. I think for me. Time management I think is something I see for as a problem from everyone. Like कभी कभी. So for some it's more, for some it's less. Rook f2 check. Rook f2 check is also possible. No, but it's white to move. So rook g7, rook f2 check. I go king g3, rook g2 check, king h4, and the king escapes file like that. And if I see this, then I'm fine. Like here, I'm not worried because my king is out. I'm not in a mating threat here. Here I'm fine. But the problem is that this is not an easy sequence. Like he might end up making a mistake here. There's a very good chance. He might end up making a mistake. Saj, in almost all games, Nihal had a fantastic advantage, even winning in some cases, but somehow ended in a draw. Is there a reason for that? No, each one of those games were different, I think, in nature, and maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's he sees some variation deeply. He's not fully convinced by it, and then he overthinks, and something goes wrong. I don't think there is one specific reason why something like this happens. Each reason is different. And as I said, when you think of chess at an elite level, it's not that simple to say, oh, this guy is doing this badly, this guy's it's a mix, it's a combination of many different things that don't go your way. It's necessary for Nihal to win next games, 100% yes. By the way, he played c4. That's nice. So some update, some glimmer of hope there. And by the way, h5 now is the only move for Abdus Satarov. Otherwise, he's in a +1 advantage, Nihal. Would you agree that Arjun always loses candidate spots very closely due to blunder? But you must understand that he also gets to that point because of his dynamic play. So it's like a trade-off, yeah. He has to find the right balance. साहिल भाई कहाँ है? साहिल भाई आ रहे हैं? I think he's taking a short break. He will be back soon. Hari, I think finished already, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Hari won. Hari won against Ivan Chaparinov. So Topolov's like older second. So Hari has finished his game already. Nice game actually that he played. Okay, now this is the position. We have h5 as the key move. 50 minutes. Both of the players have. That's a lot of time. I really think यहाँ पर mistakes बहुत rare होती हैं because they have so much time to get their thoughts together. Um, yeah, and I think same situation in Arjun's board as well. The game is going to be a bit slow here. But he played bishop e8. The last move was a mistake in Arjun's position. And now queen d8. Let's go a bit deeper here because we didn't, we haven't checked this out. You are attacking the bishop. Then if black plays queen e5, the point is कि आपने b6 मारा तो मैं g5 खेल के I'm going to take the knight on f4. So white has to play g3, which is not an easy move. Let's just put it like that because h4 feels more logical. But h4 is second best here. g3 is the best for some reason. And you're just losing the b6 pawn now. I mean, technically, Arjun is lost. By the way, he plays h4. He makes a mistake. हाँ. And थोड़ा जल्दी खेल दिया इसने. बच गया अर्जुन. Let's go. Also, there is a cool idea here for white. Like, you can play g4, hg4, h5 in many lines. That can be very scary. Says that Gukesh found a sequence with seconds on his clock against Magnus. Sarich can easily do it. Ah, that is true. But Gukesh also was getting checkmated, yeah? Actually, here also, it can happen. So you never know. After queen d8, what if queen c6? Queen d8, queen c6 is knight d5. So queen d8, queen c6, and then knight d5. I'm guessing. Like this is hanging. There is a check. There is knight f6. You're just a pawn up. But he didn't find it. Yeah, he played h4. Huge miss. But still, Arjun is suffering here. Like Arjun के जीतने का chance zero है यहाँ पे. बिल्कुल zero. Criteria for a GM: 2500 rating and then three grandmaster norms. Vaishali won. Yes, Vaishali ended up winning. She had a spectacular like turnaround. she was in a worse position and then she was lost. And then in time pressure, she was always playing in time pressure, but her opponent, she got in time pressure for like few moves and then he just blundered the game away. And now Vaishali is leading with 7.5. And most likely, Lagno is also going to catch up with her. And they're going to tie for the first place with 1 round to go. Interesting. So yeah, H4. That's the current position. Arjun suffering right now. How about 1100 rating and 6 GM norms? Very tempting, but I think FIDE is not going to accept, sadly. Very tempting offer though. By the way, he does play H5, the best move in the position. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, I think now he's not going to make a mistake. वो time pressure में हो सकता था. But we know one thing for sure, that he wants to exchange the queens. If you manage that, then you're basically winning. Ah, maybe you can play H4. How is H4? Point is, I just want to fix your pawns on the light squares. And I don't think you can take here because queen d7, yeah? Attacking this, attacking queen f5 check. Rook f6 आता है तो g3 only move. Queen g5 पे rook. Okay, bishop. Okay, this is a bit difficult. Pi, look at this. Pinning the bishop, you play this and then queen d8, pinning the rook. It is a bit difficult. Quite difficult actually to find. Saj, love your patience. Thanks, bye. It's not patience, bye. It's fatigue at this point. Um, Your the other work is a much better. Arjun match, please. Arjun match we are putting up right now. He is still thinking after H4. And rightfully so. I think he has a difficult road ahead. You Young is not. No player is going to accept a draw here as white. How can we find a move like H5? It's like it's difficult to explain because it's very very advanced. I think to find moves like that, you need a bit of intuition as well. And intuition आपकी तभी build होती है when you consistently look at chess. Like every single day you're spending a bit of time. Then आपकी intuition धीरे धीरे build होती है. Then you start to feel it. And when you feel it, that's when you can find moves like that. Now H5 is working in this position, but it might not work in another. This is how intuition is built. Okay, Queen C7 he plays. Now, by the way, G4 is a very nice move for white. I doubt if he will play it though. Alireza and Vincent, you think are going to Vincent though, I think has a very big chance because he's going to be the sole leader. He's completely winning. No, I've been observing your style is patient, gentle, explanatory, and kind. Whereas a commentator, it's excellent. Oh, thank you so much. What do you mean by Vera? Was that a typo? Sahaj bhai, what went against you after you won World Champ at 70 and you were away after chess? I won World Championship at 10, yeah? That was very young. But I became a Grandmaster at 16 and then I started to explore other things. Sahaj bhai, Sahil bhai, to यार इतने सारे ट्रैप्स होते हैं चैट में इतने सारे हाँ it hasn't been the best Grand Swiss. Yeah, last वाला match was much better. Yeah, thanks to Vidit. This one hasn't been amazing. यार लग रहा था टॉप 3 में से I mean you can have at least one but now it's very difficult. But Vaishali's chances are really high. I think she's definitely going to qualify, and also Divya I think has performed spectacular in this event. So I am, yeah, I think I'm very very happy with that. Also, we got to see Gukesh versus Divya. That's also fun. Now, in which other event that I think something like this would happen? Exactly, Divya played very well. Like I think she's almost making a GM now, if I'm not mistaken. She also drew today to Injich as well, 2650 player. She is making a GM norm, yeah. She's already made a GM norm in this tournament. Already ho chuka hai. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. I know she's already a GM before you start saying stuff like that, but even when you become a GM, it's nice to make a GM norm because your rating goes up always. Okay, going to I think Arjun's board. Let's stay here. He plays Queen C7, and now G4 is the critical try here. If he doesn't play G4, he could play King G1, King H2, and kind of repeat as well. Like King G1 में गया, Queen C1 check, King H2 and Queen C7. But वो तो हाँ मेरे को पता था. I knew it. But see, to be a GM, you need 2500 rating. But when you make a GM norm, you make a 2600 performance. So even as a 2500 player, you gain rating. So it's a nice thing to make a GM norm even after you become a GM. It's not like it gets registered anywhere, but it's still nice. Like man mein it looks very nice. पर जीएम वो नॉर्म्स आपको यूज नहीं होते रेटिंग लेकिन रेटिंग तो पता लगती है ना आपको इट्स जस्ट फॉर द रेटिंग एंड ऑल्सो एक मन में भी यू फील नाइस दैट ओके यार मैंने जीएम नॉर्म बनाया इट फील्स गुड व्हाट इफ अर्जुन विन और ड्रॉ भाई it is like 0.23% no 0.01% chance not even two I'm not even going to give 2 3 because there's nothing I think in Arjun's board it's pure suffering for Arjun. And I think for Nihal and Abdul Sattarov, it's basically the same. But Nihal is the one putting the pressure, and it's going to be suffering for Nodirbek for a bit. Can Hampi ma'am qualify for the candidates? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I think if she plays the World Cup, maybe. Can Zoo and Divya be 2600? Time will tell. She's playing like a 2600 in this tournament. So she's got that going for her. And if she reaches that, I think it will be insane. Oh yes, she did. She did. She did. She did. Then I think she will. Why not? I don't know. I didn't speak to her and nothing has been announced. So, not really sure what's going on there. When I spoke to her last, I think it was in Chennai. She wasn't there in Chennai. No, she wasn't there in Chennai. She was there in Tata Steel, I think, where I saw her last, if I'm not mistaken. Sage Bhai is tired a bit by. Sage Bhai, any plans for playing more competitive chess and becoming 2700 and play candidates in future? No plans to play candidates, bhai. But I am playing some competitive chess very soon, in like 4 or 5 days from now. So super excited for that. बड़ा मजा आएगा वहाँ पे. Cookie finally winning. Yes, bhai, let's go. 6 round के बाद we saw a win. I mean, it feels like we are returning to normalcy again. Turkey again? No, no, no. I'm going to Romania for this Romanian Super League. So it's not really far from here, but it's a tournament. It's a very strong one, and I think a lot of Indians are playing there as well. I think what I saw there was Pranav, Buddy Pranav, and there is Karthik, and there is Abhimanyu Puranik is also playing in that event. So bunch of I think familiar faces. Am I grinding for competitive chess? Bhai, trying to, trying to. ये क्या हुआ भाई?
You know, भाई familiar face चाहिए था भाई.
Yes, 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 exactly.
Saj भाई, no crazy updates, yeah. People are again in their thoughts और कुछ हो नहीं रहा.
Yeah, true, true, true. क्या कर सकते हैं? Oh, my mom is
Uh,
writing, "Hello, Saj bhai." That's amazing. Hello, mom. No, no, यार Vincent second था गुकेश का. हाँ भाई, but the student the second has become the first, at least in ratings. This is the current position, by the way, in Vincent's game. +2 advantage on the board. I think he's trying to reroute his knight from d6 to f5 and then e3. रुक को हटाओ यहाँ से. And then knight c4, I take this. GG.
but I think um, knight d8 पे पड़ा हुआ है Matthias Blum का. I think it just looks like कि practically impossible to hold, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, basically. I think he knows already this is lost. But accepting for Blue Bomb is going to be difficult, no? Like he was on the top of the leaderboard for such a long time. Like he defeated Pragg, he defeated Arjun, and drew to Nihal, drew to Abdus Satarov. And he's had a spectacular performance so far. And एक loss से बस गया. That
Yeah,
must be so difficult.
agreed. And also, I just saw कि Arjun's opponent didn't find Queen D8, yeah?
No, he didn't. Big miss by him actually. By kal, I'm ready for Anish versus Hans. That will be so much fun.
I think फिलहाल के लिए लग रहा है chat कि maybe वैशाली will be the only one fighting for the candidate spot. I mean, top 6 की standings अगर देखो वहाँ पे एक भी इंडियन नहीं है, which is a shocker to me because Andy Woodward, wow, 6.5, and Matthews Boomer 6.5, Mishra 6.5, but no
Yeah, Andy
Indians.
Woodward defeated someone really strong today, no? He defeated Parham.
Wow.
He defeated Aronian, Parham, Ronak as well. He defeated. That's insane.
So Nihal again the only one, yeah? Queen E5 was the last move and he's still thinking. Uh,
Yeah, Nihal in deep thought, I think, right now.
Very hard though. For example, after Queen D7, Rook F6, the best move is Knight to D1, which I mean, yeah, of
Point
course
क्या
I
है
saw it
91
once.
का?
वो बताऊंगा नहीं साझा में, वरना मजा नहीं
अच्छा
आएगा,
अच्छा।
मिस्ट्री नहीं रहेगी.
मिस्ट्री चाहिए आपको, राइट राइट।
हाँ.
क्रेजी। Yeah, Nihal played a bit. Yeah, not like Nihal, I think. At least in the opening phase. Now missing that that bishop e3 was such a surprise for all of us. And that bishop c5 was such a big surprise. वो EF6 अभी मार देता अभी this match would have been over like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Saj bhai, don't you think Indian players lack hunger? Like NM Salty को definitely भाई, definitely hungry. Dinner time हो चुका है and भूख तो जरूर लगी है बहुत ज्यादा भाई, पनीर खाएंगे. But क्या इंडियन प्लेयर्स थोड़े पॉइंट्स खा सकते हैं? दैट इज द बिगर वरी. विदित की गेम भी आई थिंक इट्स स्टिल क्लोज टू अ ड्रॉ, मे बी सम चांसेस फॉर विदित.
Yes, someone is saying, hey Saj, why don't you upload videos of your analysis while you're playing competitive chess after match so that it will be beneficial for us common unrated man? It's an interesting idea. Interesting idea. I'm just not sure how many people are going to see that.
आई
Like,
मीन
just being
यू
completely honest.
यू ओनली नो आफ्टर यू ट्राई दो. आई थिंक ट्राई तो डेफिनेटली करना चाहिए.
Hmm.
एंड
VD
माफिया
winning.
गेमिंग ने रीडी विनिंग रियली.
किसी ने बोला अभी.
आई मीन टेक्निकली ही इज बट इट्स वेरी क्लोज फ्रॉम व्हाट आई कैन सी. It isn't as easy as it was earlier.
Hmm. H3 was a miss. Yeah, Rook G7 he had to find, but that was not easy. We did go through this line, I think, when you took a break, but H3, yeah, winning kind of, but not an easy road ahead for Vidit either.
Tikva, when you make that video, why I didn't become a GM? भाई मेरे तो IM होगा ना भाई, आई थिंक GM नहीं होगा.
Hmm.
बट
How many people watch your normal stream? But too many. It's too many. It is insane. Like,
तभी साझा शुरू नहीं करते, यूट्यूब क्रैश जाता है फिर
exactly
मैच.
why YouTube break हो जाता है. It is too many.
Yeah, if he had played ETX FC, it would have ended 2 hours ago. He would have went for it. If he was playing sub 2600 players, I still doubt it. I think he missed something in his calculations. I don't know what he missed. Um, like EF6, it just felt natural, but yeah.
Hmm.
It's going to be Vaishali again. Yeah, I'm hoping it's Vaishali. I mean, at least एक qualify होना चाहिए. Also, we have two Indians in the women's section already qualified for the candidates, Hampi and Divya. So, तीन होंगे तो बहुत बढ़िया.
Hmm. 0.27% for Nihal. I think it's more. More than that for sure. Only Nihal is. It's just pure suffering for Nodirbek, I think. But I just keep feeling that Nihal is a bit stressed or he's not playing like himself. So maybe if, when the moment arises, that he's not going to be able to catch it.
Arjun chance. Uh, I don't think so, yaar. Maybe White didn't find the best ideas, but Arjun is still pretty much passive defending. I don't see how you win as White here, unfortunately.
Hmm. Yeah, I think for Northern is a unwinnable position. I do agree with you there. And Vincent winning, Yuyangi, like I think Arjun is gonna suffer. By the way, Yuyangi played something. He just played Queen D4. This is why this position is pure suffering to me. Okay, I can just move my pieces around left and right, up and down, and all you have to do is just keep defending until I agree to a draw, which it's in I can do whatever I want here. This knight is so strong. This bishop is so bad.
What about Nihal Rook D5? I don't know. I'm not in the mood to blunder my rook by. I think there's the bishop on F7. After bishop takes, I don't know, knight, pawn, whatever you want to take. Yeah, I think only Northern can win that one. So maybe not.
But he goes rook d7. Now it's Northern's turn. You go bishop e6 or bishop g8 or bishop p8 or all of them are possible. बस बचाते रहो.
Red FM, चलते रहो. Gotham and Tico will be GM together. Why? तभी गौतम GM नहीं है. He's waiting for me. That's
Hmm.
the point. तभी बेचारा थोड़ा होल्ड करके बैठा है वो अभी.
वैशाली इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग. अच्छा क्या भाई.
Wow.
ऐसा लग रहा है इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर खोल के बैठे हो आप. इट हैपेंड
Maybe
लाइक ऑलमोस्ट एन आवर अगो नाउ.
maybe he means like that the buffet, huh? Dinner buffet. Like she's completely winning all the sweet dishes. Yeah, and I would love to have some sweet dishes myself. Maybe that's the hope. अपनी prediction बता दो कैंडिडेट्स में कितने इंडियन बोथ ओपन वुमेन वुमेन में तो आई थिंक 3 तो होंगे आई थिंक आई एम होपिंग
तो
कि
ये भी
वैशाली विल विन.
इस बंदे को बोलना पड़ेगा कि निहाल. पता है निहाल फिरोजा से हारा अभी. That's the next thing you say, right?
या
Says like, can you beat Levy in classical formats? I mean, he's not 2400, I think. So I would hope so. But in a game, like anything can happen. Anything can happen. You should not say things like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat him," but nothing changes
आई एम
there.
गोना बीट लेवी आज भाई.
भाई मतलब.
ओ रुक F6. uh
Okay.
I mean the bar gets excited for like 2 seconds after knight d5 but then just starts repeating. Yeah, knight d5 rook
Hmm.
f5 knight e3 rook f6.
Hmm. Being humble कहाँ भाई. 5-0 it will be.
Only if you're Magnus then you're allowed to say anything. Interesting. I thought तुम लोग बॉयकॉट कर रहे थे इंडिया पाकिस्तान. तुमको स्कोर पता है. पॉजिटिविटी भाई. If Vaishali wins Grand Swiss, she will be the first one to win it twice. That's a good point, Anushka. And I think back to back also. So that tells us like she's there to stay at the top.
What percentage chance you will give yourself भाई. But किस चीज में ये भी तो बताओ. Like in what? To beat Levy?
I think
भाई वो तो
so.
यार. I mean, as I said, he's 2380. I'm 2460. I think that's a difference at least. I will give myself a good chance. At least classical में तो. But I think Blitz में we are closer if I'm not mistaken.
आज 8-2. 8-2 हो सकता है एक्चुअली पॉसिबल है. नहीं बट
क्लासिकल
ब्लिट्स
में.
क्लासिकल में मे बी. बट ड्रॉज होंगे कुछ ना कुछ पॉसिबल तो है.
Hmm. Yeah, 8-2 you have a number, no? Oh, bhai. I don't want the weight of the crown, bhai. I'm good. I'm very happy.
भाई वेट ऑफ द टाइम भाई चल क्या रहा है निहाल स्टिल नो मूव्स
Mm.
बॉयकॉट बॉयकॉट कुछ नहीं करते दिस क्राउड इज टू शॉर्ट टेम्पर्ड I don't think that's what short tempered means, but maybe you mean like
भाई स्टैंडिंग्स के आगे
maybe
5-4-1 क्या है? वो T1 आप सबसे पहले देखते हो तो वो फर्स्ट है। T4 आप बाद में देखते हो तो वो फोर्थ है। नहीं भाई, टाई ब्रेक्स है, टाई ब्रेक्स।
if Grand Swiss is held every month, Vishali would cross 2700.
I played Gotham
Ah,
chess in 2018 and I lost. It was bullet. Really? I don't even remember that. Are you serious? No
you can go and
chance.
check actually. You can go to Levy's chesscom profile and you will see if there's a score.
Really? Why do I not remember this?
Maybe his ID name was different or something. Maybe.
By how do I see this? I'm on the. Oh, yes, I did.
Oh wow.
Yes, I did. I have played him before. What? Did I lose this? Arey wow, crazy. Don't even remember playing him.
Wow. Flex, yeah.
I don't think
Crazy
he was
flex.
Gotham at the time. I think he was not, no? 2018 में थोड़ी ना होगा Gotham.
Maybe.
Was he was he Gotham back then?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Could be. Could not be. But nice, yeah.
Crazy. तो 1-0 स्कोर है भाई अभी तो।
Levy को comeback
But
तोड़ना पड़ेगा
it's
भाई.
but it's bullet, so
Stalker chat is crazy, bro. Feel free to stalk anyone, भाई. जाओ enjoy करो भाई. Um, मतलब don't stalk भाई मजाक करता हूँ मैं.
mm. By the way, switching to Vincent, let's catch the final moments. पता लगा कुछ?
ओ साज भाई फाइनल मोमेंट्स कुछ मतलब हुआ है मतलब सूत्रों में मैं देख नहीं रहा
नहीं
था
नहीं नहीं,
सूत्र
आई वाज होपिंग कि फाइनल मोमेंट्स होंगे बट लुक्स लाइक देयर इज अ फोर्ट्रेस। भाई फोर्ट्रेस तो नहीं है ना ये? कितने पीसेस हैं? 1 2 3 4?
नहीं ज्यादा है
नहीं, टेबल पेस तो नहीं होगा इधर। एंड इफ यू लुक एट इट देन द it looks like there's not a clear way to break through here for white.
या चाइनीज के राइट
निहाल
में 5 4 1 क्या है मैथ्स है भाई सो 5 के बाद 4 आता है 4 के बाद 1 सो ये ट्राइंग टू टीच यू मैथ्स बिकॉज चेस में कुछ चल नहीं रहा है स्लो गेम्स सो
हम्म।
ट्राइंग टू टीच यू मैथ्स ऑल्सो क्या साज भाई
मैंने कहा बोलोगे 4 + 1 5 होता है। इट वॉज राइट देयर।
हाँ बट आई मीन इट्स I disagree although I think 5 4 and 1 I think this is the something
हम्म। ओके, रुक B6 चेक। भाई तुम मेरी रेटिंग के पीछे क्यों पड़े हुए हो यार? गेम्स लगता है बहुत बोरिंग चल रही है अभी।
भाई मुझे तो लग रहा है बेहोश होने वाला हूँ भाई ऐसी हालत है एंड गेम्स कुछ इंस्पायर नहीं कर रही भाई कम ऑन गेम्स यू हैव टू इंस्पायर
हम्म। The
not
biggest
bad
shocker I
you
think for me was Hans defeating Pragg.
भाई that's not even a shock that's like stunning मतलब बोलते हैं ना like it's like
Yeah.
unbelievable territory
In
like
classical movie, it's insane actually to think about it. कि Hans has defeated Pragg. I mean, that's a elite player, like world number 3, world number 4. And Hans taking, I mean, Pragg ka best format is classical, I would argue.
yeah
It's
do you
insane, I
commentary
think.
full time or part time I think commentary is one of the things I like to do today is not one of those days by health wise also and also the results wise but commentary is something I enjoy a lot Hare Krishna won. Can you have a look at his game? Definitely, Saj bhai. Let's have a look at game for a second जहाँ पे हम जीत रहे हैं भाई. For once.
वो तो खत्म हो गया भाई कब का.
तब भी भाई टाइम ट्रैवल करेंगे भाई खुशी के लिए.
This is the position. Let's look at the final moments. Oh wait, final moments ही नहीं आ रहे यार यहाँ पे.
Oh wow,
B5.
Hare Krishna won. He's completely winning, Sahaj.
Wow, check here. King
Bro,
H3 didn't
check. It's over. I think it's completely over. Yeah. Now we just
look if
Bishop F.
and you just win. Simple, beautiful, beautiful chess.
Oh, he resigned. Amazing chat. So Hare Krishna has won. Beautiful result there. Um,
Gonna get a big day for it. Okay, going to Nihal or Arjun, I don't know. यार अर्जुन का तो बॉडी देख के मुझे मतलब बहुत खराब लग रहा है. But it is draw though. It is technically draw though. He has put his pieces on the best place possible. जैसे knight d5 नहीं आ रहा, queen e4 नहीं मर रहा. I think it's hard for white to make progress here. I think Yu Yang is not gonna do anything drastic here. After queen c7, by the way, queen d4 was an inaccuracy by him. But yeah, it's pure suffering. For the whole day, hopefully not by. He has 27 minutes, he has 40. I'll give this game like an hour more. Or two. 1.5 तो पक्का.
मजे ले लो भाई साज भाई. I'm literally about to collapse. Like अभी ऐसे पड़ा हूँ भाई चेयर पे. Literally 15 मिनट भी मुश्किल लग रहे हैं मुझे. Um,
Go,
Arjun,
rest,
okay.
rest. होगा कुछ तो आ जाना
भाई
वापस.
क्या रेस्ट भाई, काहे कर रेस्ट भाई. कुछ थोड़ा खुशी मिलती भाई तो रेस्ट भी आता भाई. खुशी नहीं मिल रही है यार, कहाँ है खुशी.
By the way, oh यहाँ है खुशी भाई. Vidit found रुक जी 2. Let's go.
भाई पर
विदित को
वो
रुक जी 1
कैंडिडेट्स
निकालना है.
रुक जी निकालने, और कैंडिडेट्स पहुंचने वाली खुशी नहीं है साज भाई. इट्स इनसफिशिएंट खुशी.
Now that is true. But वर्ल्ड कप है. मे बी वहां पर तीनों के तीनों इंडियंस होंगे. थिंक अबाउट इट लाइक दैट. तब 4 हो गए.
साज
थिंक
भाई
अबाउट इट लाइक
डेफिनेटली
दैट.
ग्लास एक ड्रॉप फुल या मतलब क्रेजी.
ग्लास एक स्पॉट फुल. 3 स्पॉट
या
फुल.
बाद में रुक जी वन प्लेड एंड अपेरेंटली G5 is the best move for white, which looks ridiculous. I think
Why
we
not rook g7? Take and take. GG.
G5 is tough, but apparently G5 के बाद it's close to a draw.
कहाँ से -1.8 दिखा रहा है मुझे. वन
हाँ, but
माइनस
how do
टू
you win? How do you win?
चेक. किंग e2 rook g3 I guess.
Which rook? ये वाला. King D3 is a
ऑब्वियसली
draw मेरे
जी वाला
हिसाब
ही
से.
रखूंगा. हाँ.
King D3 is a dead draw.
किंग d3 ऐसे जाओगे ऊपर आप. ओके 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 ओके.
हाँ, it's a dead draw भाई. And I
So
would say
some
यहाँ पे
tricks, yeah.
white should. Yeah, it's extremely difficult I think to win.
यार मेरे को लग रहा है विराट का गेम सबसे लंबा फिर से चलेगा.
What if no Indians qualify for candidates? भाई शुभ शुभ बोलो यार. शुभ शुभ. If
um
VD would have won all the games he was winning, wow. भाई कितना बड़ा if है वो मैं तुम्हें बता भी नहीं सकता भाई.
Pragg will
So
easily qualify through FIDE circuit. Now that's a silver lining. And also Vaishali is also qualifying, yeah. Second time in a row for both of them.
yeah, although if Anish or Nodrbek finish third, get a bunch of points in the FIDE circuit, then I don't think it will be under question, but still I think थोड़ा pressure बन सकता है. डांस
Hmm.
करो यार, मन तो कर रहा है यार, बट फीवर है भाई तो गोना अवॉइड दैट फॉर नाउ. वी ने कितने चांस मिस किए हैं वांचुक के, वीडी का, केएल का गेम, केमर के साथ ड्रॉ, और आज का गेम. भाई वही है ना, आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट सेपरेट्स 2700 प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम 2780 प्लेयर्स. आई थिंक सेम फॉर निहाल ऑनेस्टली. आई थिंक ही आल्सो मिस्ड आउट एटलीस्ट एक गेम. याद है वो एच पॉन और डी पॉन जहां रुक d6 वाज विनिंग और समथिंग. सो
Hmm.
निहाल आल्सो मिस्ड अ बंच ऑफ विंस अलोंग विद इट. सो बोथ प्लेयर्स कुड हैव क्वालिफाइड.
That's true. By the way, moves are coming in for Nodirbek. Bishop e6 is the move. Some way white wants to trade off the queens, फिर जीतने का चांस बढ़ सकता है यहाँ पे. Vincent is going to win. Let's go. If Arjun draws today, he cannot qualify anymore. That is final. If
Yeah.
Nihal draws today, he cannot qualify anymore. That's final. I
By the
think
way,
I think
Rook.
Nihal will also push until the very end.
Yeah, Rook D1 played by Nihal. I mean, what is Rook D1? Not completely sure.
He's trying to play a longer game, yeah. 5 घंटे हो गए already, by the way. So no stream. No, no, no. Of course we will stream. I think Vaishali is there, and of course we will still follow the games of the Indian players.
Yeah, Vishali is a big one, yeah. Sahil already dead. Bhai, bro, half. Why Anish can qualify from here and not big points are 65 also chill. Yeah, I mean, I think we are chill only. What I'm saying is ki, like, one Indian is not enough somehow. We need at least at least two Indians. Actually, Arjun deserves to be there, yeah.
Hmm. For sure, for sure, for sure. So when are you getting married, भाई आप जब बोलो. समोसा और कोई भाई अभी ना इस टाइम पे यही चलता है चैट में.
Ah, nice question actually. I like it.
समोसा और कुछ छोड़ भाई. I'm a
दोनों
समोसा
खाने
guy.
का मन कर रहा है पढ़ने के बाद एक्चुअली साज भाई नहीं.
Actually yes, मैं सोच ही रहा था कुछ ऑर्डर
I
करने के
think
लिए.
काम कर Sparkling भाई. I think we have to give you correct answers. We don't want to lie to you. Maybe we might think one is better than the other. आप भिजवा दो. We'll taste it and let you know. I think which is better. Saj, I think that sounds
Hmm.
fair.
I think yes. उन्होंने हाँ बोल दिया तो
भिजवाओ
मेंबरशिप तो
भाई.
मैं भिजवा दूंगा भाई. बुडापेस्ट में हूँ, याद रखो.
यूरो में खर्चा होगा भाई. आपके पेट पेट नहीं भाई. फीवर है, कोल्ड है, जीरो एनर्जी, फीवर चल रहा है भाई.
क्या दिल्ली चले गए क्या फिर से?
नहीं
दिस
भाई.
साउंड्स
आई कॉट
लाइक
इट फ्रॉम आई
दिल्ली
थिंक.
सिम्टम्स.
आई कॉट इट फ्रॉम समबडी आई थिंक. तो वो बीमार थे पहले. आई कॉट इट फ्रॉम समबडी तो.
हम्म. बुडापेस्ट में समोसा मिलता है, बिल्कुल मिलता है. आई मीन एंड अ वेरी नाइस वन आल्सो. सूत्रों ने कुछ नहीं बोला अभी तक.
वही तो डिप्रेशन है चैट. सूत्रों ने कुछ भी नहीं बोला है.
सूत्र कुछ
दैट
बोल
इज.
देते हैं ना तो मजा आ जाता है यार, फिर हम थोड़ा
हाँ.
मूड में आ जाते हैं वापस.
हाँ. सूत्र कह रहे हैं भाई.
बाय द वे रुक जी6 बिशप h3 का प्लान. um yeah,
Look
that's
at
it.
this,
If
by
you
the way.
go
Rook d8 is the best move now.
what bishop h3, rook d5. No, rook d5 I have queen
Bishop
a1 check.
h3 and now rook d5.
The queen a1 check, no?
Queen a1, king h2, Nihal is winning.
Okay. क्वीन ए1 चेक बेस्ट मूव है वैसे. बोल तो आप ऐसे रहे हो जैसे मैंने कोई पता नहीं कितने सारे ब्लंडर कर दिए एक बारी में. यहाँ पे भी क्वीन ई4 ढूंढना है आपको. नॉट सिंपल. क्वीन f6 एंड देन यू हैव टू फाइंड नाइट f5 यार. भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो, ये थोड़ी ना दिखेगा.
दिखेगा
लुक
भाई,
एट दिस
दिखेगा.
मूव, नाइट f5 हियर. लाइक एक ही पेन है आपके पास, आप उसको भी बंद कर रहे हो. कुछ नाइट h4 का थ्रेट भी नहीं, नाइट e7 का थ्रेट है आपका. क्वीन e6 देन नाइट d6. कौन खेलेगा ये?
Nihal. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll focus on Vaishali's game. साल में साथ जो कान हिलाओ यार. मैं हाथ से खींच देता लिटरली. बट किसके लिए हिला यार? अर्जुन का कोई चांस ही नहीं है. एंड निहाल इज ऑलरेडी बेटर. सो किसके लिए करोगे यार गैम्बिट?
I mean, I think Arjun has zero chance, and
एंड ऑल्सो
Nihal also, I don't feel like has a very big chance either.
ऑनेस्टली इट डिडंट इवन वर्क इन दिस इवेंट. या सो थोड़ा सा वो भी डर है. मे बी इफ वी डोंट डू इट मे बी देन इट वर्क्स.
Yeah, that's what I feel because each time we have done it, it felt off.
Yeah.
ऑफ से याद है
Queen
किंग एफ वन खेला उसने भी. दिस ऑल्सो लुक्स वेरी ऑफ. आई वुड हैव गॉन किंग एच
yeah.
वन.
King H1 Queen F4 apparently was very strong. With the idea of Queen H4 and Bishop takes H3.
हाँ ओके, इज ट्राइंग टू अवॉइड दैट. दैट मेक्स सेंस. अभी भी क्वीन एफ फोर ही बेस्ट मूव है बाय द वे.
I have a gut feeling Young is going to blunder in time pressure in coming hour. I think the
ये
only
हु?
way Yu Yangi.
ओह भाई, ब्लंडर करने के लिए ना कुछ पोजीशन चाहिए होती है आपको. लाइक देयर इज, if white just says pass, black can do nothing here. Okay, maybe he's played g3, so maybe the bishop can somehow magically find itself on f3 and then magically play queen c1 and then it's winning. Oh, by the way, g4 incoming by Yu Yangi. I'm calling it right now. g4 king, g4 king g3.
टॉर्चर है भाई तो.
king g2. ओके. मेरा नेट नहीं चल रहा, दूसरा फोन है. मैं राकेश. अच्छा.
तो राकेश भाई एक काम करो ना.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
चैट में मेंबरशिप दे दो एक दो लोगों को भाई. आप तो राकेश ही हो.
हाँ हाँ
यू
हाँ.
कैन डू इट.
WhatsApp
लेट्स
WhatsApp
डू इट राकेश
WhatsApp.
भाई.
हम्म. तो ये बता दो, राकेश का मिडिल नेम क्या है?
वो तो मिल जाएगा शायद. आई डोंट नो. बाय द वे रूक F6 played. So he's trying to offer a repetition in the Nihal game. Rook F6 King G1. Rook G6 King F1.
अपेरेंटली रुक D1 खेलना है उसको यहाँ पे. कुछ नहीं है तो. किसी ने बोला रोशन.
King
कुलकर्णी इज
E1.
योर मिडिल नेम क्या? वेरी वेरी
I'm
स्मार्ट.
sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
आई नो. Okay, queen h2 is not possible because e4 is hanging. Why did he go here? So queen हो क्या रहा है यहाँ पे क्वीन f4 में भी? मैं जस्ट वेट करता हूँ जैसे क्वीन f4. आपका प्लान ही क्या है यहाँ पे? व्हाट डू यू वांट? रुक d8. आई जस्ट प्ले क्वीन e5. व्हाट डू यू वांट? भाई किंग f1 किंग g1 ही जाना है यहाँ पे वापस. और कोई प्लान ही नहीं है. लाइक इस पोजीशन में ना मैंने खेला किंग एफ क्वीन f4 रुक d8 क्वीन e5. आई जस्ट वेटेड एंड आपको किंग f1 किंग g1 वापस जाना है इस पोजीशन में.
Wow.
This is not Nihal, I think. Doesn't feel like it's Nihal.
That is for now sad. ये फॉर्मेट बहुत लंबा है. आई अग्री. Vincent and Firouzja right now. I agree. I think इन दोनों के best chances हैं. Vincent with the higher points and Firouzja with the best tiebreak.
इस मूवी में मेरी मैगी की शर्त है भाई. मिस्टेक होगा. ब्लैक से. चलो लगा ली. बट मैं राकेश भाई से लगा रहा हूँ, आपसे नहीं. किंग जी
King
एट. He's
G8.
just chilling. He's just chilling because he knows this is a bad plan. What is this? King D2 तो आ नहीं रहा तो किंग. What's his plan? I don't even know what his plan is. There is no improvement.
Yeah.
Do you think anyone
But
can dominate like Magnus did? Not for the foreseeable future. I don't think so.
by the way, Katina Lagno has drawn. So it's 7.5 for Katina Lagno and Vaishali. She's in second place. So if she wins tomorrow, she's guaranteed of a spot. If she draws, then it's tie breaks. So touch and go.
हम्म. पता है हमें बेस्ट मूव क्या वाइट की?
किंग F1 भाई.
You just played this and now.
साजा मेरी हाथ बहुत पतली लग रही है तो मैं ब्रेक लेता हूँ. आई ट्राई टू कम बैक
Yeah, yeah,
व्हेनेवर
sure, sure,
पॉसिबल.
sure.
हाँ.
Sure, sure, sure. No worries, no worries. Take care, bye. Sahaj, why? But bad plan is better than no plan. I true, but I think there can be other plans like King G1 pe rakh ke you can try something else. Okay, he goes Rook D8 check. I'm not really sure what his plan is. Like I don't understand the plan. Oh, apparently Black can play Rook F8 also here and just completely exchange the queens. But if he exchanges the queen, maybe it's easier for Nihal to kind of continue the game. And अभी तक सूत्रों ने कुछ नहीं बोला है भाई. Still nothing. That is what's insane to me. Do you think anyone can भाई अभी तो आंसर किया. Not for the foreseeable future. Peralta, not for the foreseeable future. Sahaj bhai, is Hans better than Pragg? No, not yet. And I don't think like they're very different players, but I think Pragg is he's higher rated, so of course I will say Pragg. The thing is, some players who were relatively down at the table during the early few games continue to draw games without any loss until any breakthrough, and now they have emerged at the top. हाँ ऐसा होता है बहुत. It's very normal. Like if you stay at the top, then everybody targets you. ऐसा होता है बहुत. If you like, for example, Hans, yeah, he think he drew his first two games against lower rated opponents, if I remember correctly. So I think, yeah, he played actually. He drew to Sargisian. So the guy who was playing against Gukesh today, Hans played him in the first round, and that ended in a draw. And then he played Chaparinov, which also ended in a draw. Both 26-20 players, 26-26, and one was 26-27. Then he defeated Rasmus Vane, who is 2620. Then he drew to Leon, who's 2615. Then he drew to Demchenko, which is 2620. And uske baad he caught his break, I think, where he started to play really, really, yeah, fighting chess. But yeah, it's pretty normal, I would say, overall. Going back to Nihal's board, he goes Rook D2. So he after check, King H7, he plays Rook D2 here, okay? And now if King G8, I'm guessing his new plan is Queen D1. Indians were top in certain games, but choked in middle and bottom. Guys rose to top. Exactly. Exactly. Can Arjun win? No. I think it's basically like 0.001% chance, something like that. Like things have to, I mean, things have to go really bad for Yu Yangi for him to have any chance of winning it. He's not worse, but he can't win either, I think. It's 0-0-0 though. At some point, White's going to go G4 and I don't know. This is going to be a draw. But Arjun is continuing the game, hoping for some, you know, something in this position. Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. No worries, no worries. Okay, so King F8, and I think there must be a draw here somewhere. I'm sure. But I think White is also trying to play for a win. Just 1 second, chat. Says by will Arjun push today or will take a draw? I think he cannot really push here anymore. I think he's just trying to put his pieces on like good squares. So this was the position, and after Bishop P8, it was a loss for Arjun, but not a very easy one. And after since then, I think since he hit the 40 move mark, he has tried to put his pieces in good places. So like once the queen goes to c7, pinning the king, and he plays queen d4, bishop c6, so activating the bishop. That's step two. And then he put the bishop on b7 because he knows the bishop is needed here. And the queen is now also active to come to f2 or whatever. White plays king g2, and now he understands in the future white has some g4, edge g4 and h5 type of idea जहाँ पे queen or knight king को कुछ pressure दे सकते हैं, and he plays king f8. and white goes queen f6, and I think he's going to go king e8 as well. देखिए यहाँ जाएगा तो maybe you can play g4 h5 and you can create some problems, but I think he doesn't have to. He can just play king e8 and I think it might just fizzle out into a draw. But सूत्रों ने कुछ नहीं बोला अभी तक, so they are still playing chat. They are still playing in this position, yeah. यूयांगी f3 क्यों नहीं खेल रहा भाई? यही थिंकिंग चाहिए यार चैट, यही थिंकिंग चाहिए यहाँ पे f3 की, कि आप f3 क्यों नहीं खेल रहे? GM title in chess is equivalent to Grandmaster at Coder Faces. I feel I don't know what this is, but ChatGPT पे डाल के देखो, see what it says if it's similar. Like I've done it before to see how which fields are kind of similar and which fields are harder than being a Grandmaster. But इसको वहाँ डाल के देखोगे तो I think you'll have a better idea. Blue Bomb, yes, bhai. Arjun Pragg at the same time, and now he's suffering on his own, yeah. But some fortress in the position. So let's not end this game right away. By the way, I saw a move right before I switched. He went knight e2, and now he's switching the knight back to d4. You know, I mean, I get the idea. Ah, okay, defends f3 as well. So either bishop d5 again, I'll just play knight d4. There is a chance, like kuch king d7, queen d6, you trade the queens and the king kind of runs in here. Something like that is possible. Thank you, bhai. Shreyan, bhai. You're so sweet. Vidit -4. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Checking that game right now. Uh, सूत्रों ने कुछ नहीं बताया अभी तक. Vidit is also still playing, by the way, chat. Rook h to check. Why not -4, -2, yeah? People still think, हाँ भाई लोग तो सोचेंगे यार जो उनको सोचना है. I mean, what can you say? Yu Yang f3. Yeah, f3 तो नहीं आएगा. But I think he's done something strange. I didn't expect the knight to be on d4. Bishop d5 आएगा, I think. White will go knight d4 and I don't know. To be honest, यहाँ पे अर्जुन ही मिस्टेक कर सकता है. Says 2600 when tomorrow, by tomorrow. The defending champion is trying to make a legendary comeback. Bhai, I don't think he's very happy with how this tournament has gone, but I'm happy to see that he's gonna, score some wins now. Look, अभी भी 6.5 7.5 पे अगर if he can finish, I think that's a good score, no? Overall. He's also his rating is also going up with it, I mean. So I think he must be more or less happy. But the candidates का qualification I think is important as well. I'm sure he does to an extent. Maybe not as much as he did in 2023, but I'm sure he does care, of course. नहीं तो खेलेगा क्यों? Of course you care. Whenever you play chess, you always care about these things. लोग बोलते हैं ऐसा, but you always care. Okay, going to I think Nihal's board because that seems the most exciting. King G8 आया. He plays Rook D8, King H7, Rook D2. अभी तो यही तो देखा था अभी. हाँ, Rook G6. Yeah, again he has to go King F1 and King G1. Wait, कुछ tactic आ रही है क्या? Oh, look at this. King D1. Do I have bishop? Yeah, I have bishop H3. I saw it actually. GH3, Rook G1 check, King E2 and Queen F4. I'm guessing. Yeah, and Queen F3 mate. Oh, ये tactics ले आके बैठा है. Look at this. King D1 पे Bishop H3 is happening actually. Crazy. Yeah, sure. I think he will quit chess by this year. The end defending champ. I don't think so. Chess players rarely quit यार. बहुत rare होता है. Saj, do you think Carlsen dominated because there were no good players? भाई क्या बोल रहे हो यार? What I don't even want to read this question because of course not. The players are, I mean, it's more fighting chess, but I mean, He did win Norway chess, no? Did win Esports World Cup as well. He wins everything he plays. Kamsky also quit before. I think वो वापस आया ना काम्स्की तो लेकिन काम्स्की तो वापस आया. He quit for like I think 10, 15 years, something like that. But then he came back. Like exactly your question, rage bait वाला question था. क्या बोल रहे हो? Manoj, have you ever played an IRL tournament? Do you even realize how hard it is to do it? Yeah, I mean, this is a ever long problem, I think, in chess because I think, and I used to face it as well, especially with my coach and with sometimes with my parents as well, कि they will see वो बार ऊपर नीचे जा रहा है या फिर वो evaluation थोड़ी सी ऊपर नीचे चली गई और तुझे कैसे नहीं दिखाए. But it's like it's when what you see over the board is very different. अब तो यहाँ पे देख के बोलना कि हाँ यार तो ये मूव थी आपके पास बट इन द मोमेंट चेस इज वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड इट्स नॉट सच यू कैन नॉट सिंप्लीफाई इट लाइक दिस वो हमारे लिए सिंप्लीफाइड है सहज भाई प्रग हार गया हान से यहाँ भाई यार इट वाज अ वेरी कन्विंसिंग गेम बाय हांस एज वेल एंड नाउ ही इज ऑन 7 out of 9 जस्ट सो यू गाइस नो ही इज बेसिकली फिनिशिंग आई थिंक सेकंड और थर्ड tied for second or tied for yeah it tied for first basically he is with Ali Reza and Anish and tomorrow I think it's going to be Anish versus Hans which I would love to see भाई बहुत मजा आएगा उधर Arjun does not have winning chances today not that I can see by the way Nihal thinking 20 minutes on the clock nothing from the sutras भाई this game is crazy crazy as a chess player who do you like more Magnus or Vishy it's a good question Vishy sir probably I can resonate with his style more Magnus is too solid for me. I've always been a more dynamic player, so Magnus can be a bit too solid for me. No, exactly. Some Indians don't. They want their own goat, and that's understandable. होता है भाई. Gukesh showing some signs like Magnus because even he's able to create something out of nowhere in the Norway chess, which is the ability, which very less people can do until he's dead lost. Good point. Good point. Um, Yeah, I think so. I think so. He did show that in Norway chess. Like he did something to Magnus जो कभी Magnus के साथ कभी नहीं हुआ आज तक. I know Samay भाई. I know, I know. Okay, King E2 played. Let's go. अब क्या करना है? The idea is simple. After King E2, you're getting away from the back rank. And also there's this Bishop H3, GS3, Rook G1 check, which we looked at. And that's not possible anymore. So maybe Queen F4. Just to add the pressure here. Is the pressure still working? Yeah, white has to go king e1 back now and queen e5 वापस. Why? If it's like this, then why haven't the sutras told me anything? I think this is a repetition here. Queen f4 here. Queen e5 वापस. Repetition. यहाँ पे तो खैर कुछ हो नहीं रहा. Let's go to Arjun's board and see the suffering has improved. Bishop d5, knight d4, king d7 and queen to h8. थोड़ा रिस्की खेल रहा है युयांगी. I have to give it to him. थोड़ा रिस्की हो रहा है. He's trying to play for a win, but थोड़ा रिस्की खेल रहा है. Can I beat Hans? Of course, bhai. Eddie's, Mishra, Woodward, Erdogmus. Do you think Gukesh is keeping an eye on these lot? I hope so. I hope so. The next generation is coming, bhai. Literally. No one's stopping them. What's the point of Queen H8? I'm guessing to play Queen F8. And then I don't know. Like there is no like as such plan here. One thing I see is there is G4, H4, and H5 type ideas. Like let's say if Black was to play Queen B7. Oh, by the way, G4 is winning here. At G4 and H5. Oh no, Queen E5. No, that's impossible to find. Maybe not impossible, but you get the idea. But yeah, this is the plan, I guess. G4, H5 at some point. You don't give us 17 minutes, so you never know. Now, Arjun Pragg don't make those only moves or plans when needed most. They also miss several winning chances where Gukesh always produced those only moves when needed most in classical chess. I don't know. I kind of disagree with you here. Because I think Gukesh, he, I mean, on purpose, he makes worse moves. Not only, but he on purpose will make worse moves to like to continue the game. I think Pragg in this sense is the most consistent to me. Arjun also goes up and down, but I think Pragg is the most consistent in that sense. But Gukesh definitely not. I mean, Gukesh का तो बहुत अच्छा जाता है फिर बहुत खराब जाता है. In one line, can Black exchange rook with knight in this position? The bishop is so strong for Nordirvik. But Nordirvik तो है भी नहीं board पे. Let's take a look back if we are seeing anything. This is the position. So he plays king e2, queen f4 आया. Rook for the bishop. No, probably not. Probably not a good idea. But it's like no side can really play for a win here. And Nihal had the win, yaar. He had the win. A queen and king e1. They're repeating. Wow, Nihal and Nadir Bek are repeating the moves. I think this is a sign. Nihal has given up on the position. I don't think he's sees a way forward. And of course, Nadir Bek cannot play here. Wait, bishop h3? Wait. Ah, no, there's knight f1. I was thinking bishop h3, gh3, rook g1 check. And king e2 पे queen f3 mate है. तो knight f1 से बच रहा है यहाँ पे. Right. Yu Yangi also needs a win. I think Nadir Bek also needs a win too, but they're repeating. Nihal chances are gone now then, right? Yeah, completely. I think he barely had chances to begin with, but they're gone. Completely gone. While we're taking a quick look at Vidit, जो एक मैराथन फिर से उसका शुरू हो रहा है भाई. I feel like this is giving me memories of yesterday. Okay, Frug, what's his plan? He just went check and he plays king c8. So a6 a7 का white का plan है. If I play a6, that's not working for me. Why is that? H4. I'm sorry, I'm too tired. Okay, h4 is the plan. H4 and rook g3. Obviously, should have seen that. Obviously. Now white plays rook d5. I think. Yeah, rook d5 because if you play h4 now, then I have rook takes f5, and then black plays g6. Okay, I think Vidit will win this. I think that's good. But Vidit का time फिर से 15 मिनट लग रहा है. तो this time has to improve here. सहज भाई, मैं गेम खेल रहा था 2100 के साथ. मैं 1500 हूँ एंड ही सेड टू 2200 के जैसा खेलता है पर मेरी रेटिंग नहीं बढ़ती. भाई एक गेम 2200 की तरह खेलना इज नॉट डजंट मीन योर 2200. जस्ट सो यू नीड कंसिस्टेंसी फॉर दैट. एक गेम आई थिंक यू कैन प्ले एट अ मच हायर लेवल, बट वो कंसिस्टेंसी बनानी होती है. उसके लिए आपको प्रैक्टिस करना है हर रोज. ये टिक्कू बार बार उठ के कहाँ जा रहा है भाई? उनकी तबीयत खराब है आज, तो ही इज टेकिंग ब्रेक्स बट ही विल बी बैक सून, डोंट वरी. हु वन द लास्ट ग्रैंड स्विस? भाई जो आपके जो जिसके ब्लैक पीसेस थे यहाँ पे, दैट पर्सन. दिस इज हाउ Virat qualified to the candidates. I drew Sahaj doesn't mean I am a GM. We did double bongload. Oh, are you that person? Oh, जो मैं stream कर रहा था. I don't. That's funny. I actually have done this on stream before, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Cool. Hi Advik. Welcome back. Games are still going on. I think this is a pretty interesting endgame, but the other two do not look very tempting for the Indian players. This is what's going on. We have Queen D6 and Knight B5 in Arjun's board. Is that a repetition as well? Yeah, that's a repetition. Because if you play Queen C5, they go Knight D4. Queen D6, they go Knight B5 again, and GG. That's it. That's it. I think this is gonna be over very, very soon. Going back to the Nihal board, what is the update? Oh, they're also repeating, bhai. They're actually repeating. Crazy. Does Nihal repeat? Yes or no, chat? Does Nihal repeat? Do you want him to repeat? Where is Arvind Chitambram? Any tournament ongoing? No, I don't think so. We discussed this a bit that he is now 27-12. I think he hit around 2750, if I'm not mistaken. But then he had a bad event. I think the UZ chess it was. It was a bad event. And then उसके बाद he's 2712 and he doesn't want to drop below 2700 because that's when you stop receiving invites, from events. And then it's hard to, be a chess player. So probably he is trying to, um, yeah, get back, essentially, get his flow back. That's why he didn't want to play. यहाँ पे अब you can see everyone is suffering, yeah? One bad round, you don't get a break in this event. Like every round you're playing 2600, and if you don't feel like yourself, you should consider not playing, I think. So no draw. Okay, 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 okay. I think it's that no side can really improve though. So I think it is kind of easy. There's nothing you can do. By the way, this is the game of Arjun. Arjun भी क्या कर लेगा यहाँ पे? There's nothing. I don't actually understand why the queen went to h8 now. To a knight b5, I think this is a draw for by Yu Yangi because अगर आपने queen c5 खेला then I have to go back knight d4. You go back knight d4, I go back queen d6, you go back knight b5, and then it's a draw. Unless Arjun sees something. In the last position in Nihal's board, what is it? King d1, bishop h3, rook d5. Then queen a1 check रहेगा ना मेरे पास, I think. But yeah, possible. It's possible for sure. Do you know Parimarjan again why he quit? Uh, he quit for, I think, because he wanted to pursue studies, and I I think some players go through that. It's very simple. But he's still very connected with chess, I think. You see him on Twitter. He's also used to do some blog. He has written, I would say, one of the best opening chess books in the world ever. Like in the world ever. It's 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 basically amazing. One second, Chad. ठीक है, सो रुक F6, क्वीन B4 इन अर्जुन के भाई, कुछ कहीं पर भी कुछ नहीं है इस बोर्ड पे। क्वीन B4 खेला आपने तो नाइट D4 वापस। Now queen F6, low. You just cannot take this. It's poisoned. Actually, you can, but then queen B6, queen C7, knight D6, and it's unnecessary problems for you. So don't take the pawn. Go back queen C5. Try to keep all of the dark squares covered. Your bishop is doing a wonderful job of covering the light squares. Cover the dark squares with your queen, and it is GG. Hope that your opponent will overpress here. Hope. उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है। एक्चुअली हमारे चांसेस भी कायम है जो इतने ब्राइट लग नहीं रहे यहाँ पे। नॉट गोना लाई। तो चैट, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। अगर अर्जुन और निहाल क्वालिफाई नहीं करते, राइट, लास्ट राउंड में, लेट्स से अर्जुन नहीं जीतता, निहाल नहीं जीतता, लेट्स जस्ट जस्ट स्टे विद मी फॉर अ सेकंड। सो अमंग्स द फोर प्लेयर्स, वेल, देयर इज विंसेंट, देयर इज अली रेजा, देयर इज अनीश, एंड देयर इज हंस। Okay, most likely these guys will play against each other in the final round. Who do you want in the top two as potential candidates of the event? Okay, Ali Reza. That's an interesting one. Anyone else? Hans and Anish. But you have to give two names, no? Two names. Vincent and Hans. I'm seeing Hans and Anish. Alireza and Anish. Alireza and Kamer. Hans and Alireza. Okay. Okay, actually, I thought ये chat बड़ी मतलब one sided होगी, but not really, हाँ. उतना one sided नहीं लग रहा मुझे यहाँ पे कुछ भी. Okay, Vincent and Hans, I think I guess are getting more. But are you saying Vincent because of Chennai, or are you saying Vincent because he's winning the tournament? Like he's half a point up. Okay, Vincent and Anish, yeah. A lot of people saying Vincent and Anish. But will be difficult for Anish. I think for me, amongst these four players, I would really like to see Anish. Yo, why? Oh, Nihal drew. Oh, the game is finished. And that means the chances for Nihal are basically over with this game. And it's a very sad, I think, ending for Nihal because he had, I think I would say, a dream of a event. Up until round seven, where he defeated Parham Maksudlu, the tournament leader, on demand with the white pieces. And since then, I think his match against Firouzja didn't go his way, and then against Nodirbek as well, he had a completely winning position, +3 at some point, and then he just couldn't convert it. So sad for Nihal, but I think overall decent performance. He's still 2700, so that's a silver lining. I think we should focus on the positives. He's a 2700 player now, which is something we haven't seen a lot from Nihal. So this is quite good. And next is Vincent Keimer. This is the position by Vincent is pulling a Vidit, I'm telling you. Vincent is pulling a Vidit here क्योंकि यहाँ से ये पोजीशन आई थी और यहाँ से कोई इम्प्रूवमेंट हुई नहीं है. कोई हुई नहीं है. सहज भाई टाई ब्रेक्स रैपिड भी खेले भाई. टाई ब्रेक्स है ही नहीं इधर मेरे भाई. देयर इज नो टाई ब्रेक्स. Tie breaks, I've explained this that tie breaks are just a way of determining कि अगर लोगों के same points है. By the way, huge mistake by Vincent Kaim. Do you see it, chat? Do you see the arrow? Do you see what he just blundered? Bhai, knight takes g3, king takes g3, rook d3 check, f3 and rook takes c3, dead draw. That's Vincent. See, first of all, chat, I'm honestly just as shocked as you guys. First of all. Secondly, is an example कि ये सिर्फ इंडियन प्लेयर्स से नहीं होता है, सबके साथ होता है. दिस इज लाइक वेरी शॉकिंग. एंड ही फाइंड्स इट. वाओ, आई विश, आई मीन यहाँ पे कैम्स होने चाहिए थे यार. बड़ा मतलब विंसेंट का रिएक्शन वुड बी इनसेन हियर. Insane reaction. Because I'm sure he missed this completely. I mean, blue bomb stays on. And he's gonna be the tournament leader, by the way. Again. इसके बाद तो जीतने की कोई चांस ही नहीं है. दिस इज अ डेड ड्रॉन पोजीशन. वाओ. Wow. That means it's a dead draw. Game khatam. There is nothing you can do here. It's a basic rook pawn ending. भाई rook h5 पे तो सीधा e4 भी है. You cannot even play with an extra pawn. You cannot even play. This is just game over. This is so sad actually. It happens, right? It happens to everyone. You're saying pulled a Vidit. I mean, I understand what you're saying because you're used to seeing Vidit the most. Because Vidit was the first person, from India at least, who became like you, who basically became super famous in that sense. But everyone does this. Not like, I mean, this is very rare though. This is rare. But wow, huge miss. I mean, must be so upset with himself right now. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Matlab, chat, that means Blue Bomb was number one and Vincent was number three. That means after we finish, there will be five people on 7 points. There is Anish, Vincent, Alireza, Blue Bomb, and then there is Hans, and everybody else has drawn. Yeah, everybody else has drawn here. Take one. Nepo kisse? Huh, everybody else has drawn. So five people on 7 points. And just so you know, Blue Bomb has the best tiebreak. So there is a very big possibility that just because of this, that Blue Bomb actually becomes one of the candidates. And that's amazing, no? It's great for him. I mean, he's had a spectacular performance. Magnus can win with equal. No, this is not the type of endgame where you can win. This is not. Yeah, could you need some imbalance in the position? Like, okay, you can play knight b1, rook b2, I don't know, king g3, rook b1, and rook. You can play this for a little bit, but this is a dead draw, theoretical draw. क्या हो गया मेरे व्हाट्सएप पे?
So साहस भाई, चले क्या फिर घर?
भाई देखा आपने?
Knight G3 ना, I just saw. Uh, क्या चल रहा है साहस भाई? I mean, it's just sad, yeah?
I have no clue. I have no clue. But this is so, so, so shocking
Because,
for Vincent.
but Nihal has drawn, yeah?
Yeah, Nihal drew, and I think, I mean, Arjun also is a drawn, but they haven't finished yet.
Wow. Chat, I think bad news incoming. And Sahaj bhai, I mean, Nihal has drawn, so his chances vanish. Kamer is gonna draw, but he will be going on 7 points. And so now, thinking about it rationally, Arjun and Nihal go to 6.5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
6.5. So that means ki 7 is the maximum though. Nobody has 7.5.
Yeah.
और चार
तो
लोगों के 7 है.
पांच लोग हो गए. हंस.
अच्छा, 5 लोगों के 7 है. डैम, डैम, डैम भाई. Bad news भाई, bad news.
गए चांसेस.
या लेट्स गो बैक टू द बोर्ड भाई. आई थिंक हो चुका है, सब रिवील हो चुका है. एंड साजा, मुझे लग रहा है कि आई जस्ट ट्राइंग टू थिंक लॉजिकली. सो 5 लोगों का है. व्हाट इफ एवरीवन ड्रॉज ऑन 7? डू वी हैव सम चांसेस?
By everyone's not gonna draw.
लेट्स अज्यूम फॉर नाउ, मतलब दे आर वेरी 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 कोऑपरेटिव एंड दे ड्रॉ. तो 7.5 पे हमारे हो जाएंगे 5
No,
लोग.
but then Arjun also is fighting against Blue Bomb. Blue Bomb has a higher, better tiebreak than Arjun.
तो
5 points
लोग का.
only, so not a big margin. But right now, Yu Yangi ka time नीचे गया होगा. Okay, no, he would have gone up like 2681 something like that. And Blue Bomb, who did he draw? Vincent. So Vincent is high rated player, and Blue Bomb is gonna play another 2750 again tomorrow. So if he actually
या,
draws, then I think he wins. Maybe Arjun can come second.
रियली है कोई चांस क्या?
Maybe है, second आ सकता है. एक चांस, थोड़ा सा चांस है.
आई
He
थिंक
has a
साज
better
भाई,
tiebreak like than
the best
Vincent
part is
and
we'll
Anish.
know before the round. We'll know before the round, right? Because once the pairings are out, we can legit just kind of see कि किसका कितना tie break है. And we will know if anybody has chances.
Yeah.
By the way, Arjun, and they are repeating. So if you have noticed bad news incoming in the Arjun game also, Saj bhai, it's all over.
Yeah. It's all over, chat. It's all over. They are just repeating now.
Yeah. Khatam, finish. Alas. And start by yeah, they're repeating, I think.
No, 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 no repetition.
No, Queen H8, Queen C5, I think they're gonna repeat, I'm guessing. What's the note on your throat? You missed it, bhai. I think it's gone now. कुछ लिखा था उस पे.
भाई विदित का फिर से थोड़ा स्ट्रेसफुल लग रहा है. 3 मिनट है उसके पास.
Okay,
हल्का
I'm
सा
hoping.
स्ट्रेस. हल्का
Only
सा.
two games remaining, right? It is Vidit and it is Arjun. That's it.
बेसिकली यस. तो विदित का
Yeah.
चलेगा, काफी लंबा चलेगा आई थिंक.
Yeah. We could end earlier, I think, also, because I think with it, I mean, it's not relevant to the standings, unfortunately. जितना भी हम चाहते हैं, although I think he will win this one, though. I think H pawn जा रहा है. I think H pawn past pawn है, so I'm hoping he can convert this one. अगर Viking C6 पे होता, maybe I'd be a bit more worried, but I think he's safe. By the way, repetition happening in the Arjun game. It's about to be over.
Putting it up. This is the position. Why knight g3 is crazy in Vincent's board. It's absolutely crazy. I cannot believe he blundered that. Like, he's still in shock. Vincent is still in shock. He still cannot believe it. Like, he still hasn't made a move.
Wow. Yeah, and let's not forget Arjun. Yeah, he was completely lost against Yu Yangi. So a draw is a pretty decent result considering the situation.
Hmm. अब विंसेंट के लिए मुश्किल हो रहा है because he has a very very bad tie break, so he has to win
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah. It's chess is hard, yeah. And Matthews Bluma, what a shocker. Wow. And you would argue, yeah, not a difficult tactic to see for a player like
Not
Vincent. It's just
not at all, not at all.
I think he's just tired, yeah. I mean, the tournament time control is so long that I mean, imagine we are exhausted. Imagine the players who can't even catch a single second of break. I mean, it's just insane.
Vincent must be really frustrated, yeah, must be. I mean, I'm gonna check out his reaction, like his live reaction of that for sure later.
Wow. Saj bhai, I think we'll of course know exactly what happens, but as of now, it does feel like yeah, Vincent. By the way, I checked the reaction. He's just like he can't believe it. Yeah, he's depressed.
Hmm.
And it's a
And there
draw.
it is.
So chat इसके साथ ही I think Vincent drawing technically opens up a door, I think, for Nihal and Arjun. I would say Arjun only to potentially win, but I still doubt Sahaj that's the case. Now. Like, um, if you look at the standings right now, Arjun's tiebreak is 2-6-7-6. And how many people on 7 right now have a better tiebreak? Um, yeah,
Only Firouzja and Blue Bomb. Firouzja is
Firouzja,
2678, so only 2 points, and Blue Bomb is 2681.
2 people. So if everybody draws, maybe there's an outside chance for Arjun. But I mean, everybody's not gonna draw, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Vidit ka chance क्यों नहीं है? Vidit's tiebreak was the worst sort of by I think among all the boards, even at a lower point count. So Vidit ka chance nahi hai. Sajbhai, I think maybe we can even end the stream. I don't know what do you feel about
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
prediction.
I think
But
so.
what's your take though here? Like, matlab, do you think
In
Vidit
Vidit's
wins?
game, I
Yeah.
think he's winning, but it's a complicated end game, yeah. I think Black's king is in a bit of a, I think कुछ mating net बन सकता है यहाँ पे. I guess that's one thing.
Let's say
Also,
I
his
play
pawn
H3.
is running down.
Let's say I play H3. I just try to queen just to kind of get a hang of what will
King
happen. H3.
d6, maybe.
King D6. Oh
Like,
wow, I thought Rook C2 hoga, but Rook C2 is a draw after Bishop D7 check. You lose the pawn.
yeah, you have to play King B8 here, which is not really easy for um Vidit.
Yeah.
Also, it's move 53, so I'm not really sure. It's winning, but it's not easy. It's not an easy win.
Imagine kind of no Indian players. I don't think ऐसा हो सकता है. I think Prague will qualify, and World Cup में I think we're gonna see at least one qualify. It'll be a shocker यार. I mean बचा कौन
Hmm.
है qualify करने के लिए साथ भाई? If Kmart and Firouzja qualify, तो कौन बचा कौन है qualify करने के लिए World Cup के अंदर? Like it has to be one of the Indian players, right? I mean Magnus might not
Hans,
play as well.
Hans,
Hans,
Nordirbeck,
yeah, but
Firouzja,
I mean ये Firouzja तो कर मान लो Firouzja, Hans और
Anish,
Firouzja को हाँ you're right वैसे है तो लोग. But I
Aronian.
mean World Cup is नहीं but World Cup is not the best format for Anish though I think. Maybe it's
क्या
not
बात
the
कर
best
रहे हैं
format to
यार,
player like
think
Anish because I think if he loses the first game, like his play is a bit solid. Yeah, I mean it will find it difficult to kind of come back in the World Cup. Maybe.
I don't know. I think he's a dangerous player everywhere. Nordirbeck, I mean, by that logic. Aronian, by that logic. I mean, there are so
I
many.
and also let's not forget, Kamer was the only one who defeated Magnus in the last World Cup and was winning in the second game as well. He came like
Hmm.
seconds away from knocking out Magnus. So and that was last to last year.
Hmm. By
आज में
Hans was
पांच
the first name I said. By the way, Ruxi too played by Vidit.
No, but I still feel कि कहीं ना कहीं पे I mean Pragg, Vidit or Pragg, Gukesh, Vidit, Arjun, Nihal, Arvind, like all these guys, Hari Krishna playing, like technically सात players 27. So even if you include Vishy, if you include Hari Krishna, सात player है 27 से above. And if nobody qualifies, that will be sad.
एक तो हो रहा है for sure, and then World Cup में I think there will be more, but we can't really say. Yeah, I guess we'll know in this in Goa, but right now there are none.
And then there were none. So, chat, I think we'll end the stream now. But Saj bhai, कल will be interesting. Tomorrow एक घंटा पहले stream है. Tomorrow एक घंटा पहले. Hindi English mix nice. Tomorrow we have the stream 1 hour earlier. So let's keep that in mind. And I would say कि chess results पे ध्यान रखो. Check out the tie breaks of all players. And and
I
of course
can
we'll
put
do
the
the
link.
हाँ, you can
I
add the
can
link.
put.
And also we can add the average, right? Once we have the pairings, we can add the final pairing and see कि भाई कितना average बन रहा है हर player का, and then we know if anybody has a chance or not beforehand. If nobody has a chance, then you focus on Vaishali's game, I think, because Vaishali definitely having a good chance to qualify.
Hmm. I sent the link on the chat, so do check it out, everyone.
Yeah, basically chat, look at the after 10 results का ranking देखो, multiply the average of the players TB1 by 10 and then add the rating of the 11th player and divide by 11. Yeah, that's what you have to do, Sahaj, I'm guessing.
Hmm.
And जो भी average order होगा, that is the order, and you have to see if Arjun's tiebreak is better or not. Let's hope so it is, and maybe if everybody draws, everybody panics on the top boards, maybe Arjun gets an outside chance.
पूछ रहे लोग विंसेंट का वोट भाई, um, हो गया वो भी।
वो ड्रॉ है भाई, ये तो
ड्रॉ हो गया
आई
यार,
थिंक
खत्म हो गया
मैं
यार,
भी ड्रॉ कर
कुछ
लूंगा
चांस
भाई, ये
ही
तो
नहीं
हो
है
गया.
भाई। आई मीन क्लियर विनिंग पोजीशन +2, I'm surely you're winning and you missed this year. That's insane. That is so sad
Yeah.
actually. Chess is so difficult at this line, like so brutal. दर्द हो रहा है देख के।
And imagine he would be in first place. Wow. Bhai sahab, that is so sad.
Yeah, like you're having the tournament of your life. I mean, so many wins. Yeah, he lost to Maurizi, but then he
Yeah.
defeated Hovhannisyan, Theodoru, Vidit, Maksudlu,
Yeah.
Jeffrey Shong as well. It's like crazy.
Chat. So let's hope so. We still have an outside chance. There'll be nobody on 7.5. Vaishali, of course, if we can have the women's standings once on the screen, I think is in second place, in tied first place technically. So if she wins tomorrow, she'll be guaranteed of a spot. And if she draws, then also very good chances. Then it boils down to the tie break. So let's hope Vaishali qualifies. That'll make it 3 Indian players in the women's candidates. Let's also hope there's an outside chance for Arjun or Nihal. So thank you, Saj bhai. Thank you, chat. We're going to see you tomorrow. 1 hour early. Keep that in mind. Calendar set kar lo bhai. Final day of Grand Swiss. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.